You ready? Okay, I'd like to call to order the Lower Saucon Township Council meeting. Today's date is Wednesday, November 20th, 2024.
I don't know what year it is.
Still 2024.
my
It's been
God.
11 months. 11
It's
months into it.
starting already.
Yeah, well, you didn't know what year
You don't
it
know what
was.
year it is.
When you start stuttering, I'll bring it to your attention too, to everybody else's. My God, I'm a human being.
Studying.
Cut me a break.
Question that.
Okay, so again, I'd like to call to order the meeting and welcome everybody. For those watching from at home, you know, I apologize for the behavior that's going on up here.
You should apologize.
for our own
You should apologize.
So at this time, I'd like to have a roll call, please, Kathy.
Ms. DeLeon,
Here.
Mr. Bononis,
I am here, physically present at 3700 Old Philadelphia Pike.
Mr. Garochi,
I'm here.
Ms. Apocalero,
Ready to go.
Ms. Ray.
Here.
Also in attendance is Stacy Workeiser, Administrative Assistant, Brian Cocker, Township Engineer, and Steve Gaduzian, Township Solicitor.
Okay, let's all stand, pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Indivisible, liberty and justice. After the Pledge of Allegiance, we also all do the Trump dance. Let's go. Trump, stand up. No, let's stand up there. You'll do the Trump dance. Do the Trump dance, baby. You got the betting line.
Okay,
Betting lines
I'd
from
like
tonight.
to
Priscilla
announce-
De Leon will gavel 65.5 times as the over and
You can't
under.
make this
She has
stuff
a wrist brace on her gavel hand, so I want you to know that 65.5 is the over under for gavel. Laura Ray spoken English
You
words,
can't
315
rate-
and a
You can't
half.
make it up.
315 and a half. So those are the
Sit
lines for
down
G,
and be quiet.
for
So
G,
please
Blake,
let this-
and Jim. And remember, if you have a
Make a
gambling
motion
problem,
to
or anybody you
recess
know has
the
a
meeting.
gambling
Is there a
problem,
second?
1-800-GAMBLER,
Okay,
1-800-GAMBLER.
motion, all in
Thank you.
favor? Aye. Okay, we're taking a break, and the time is now 6:52. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, next we have announcement of executive session. We met in executive session prior to the meeting to discuss open space
smell like a sewer.
proposals.
Get away from me.
You're out of order talking.
Like a sewer, she's sitting right next to me.
Open space proposals, appraisals received, personnel matters, and I guess a location of a property acquisition. Okay, so we would, so that's the issues that were talked about in executive session. Next, we have potential action on executive session. Several items were discussed. They were on personnel and real estate. No official action was taken in executive session. These items are on the agenda and will be discussed at that time, not now. We have 2024-1, 2024-2, 2024-3, 2024-4, 2024-7, and we have the budget and for personnel issues. And like I said, no action on this part of the agenda. We're going to wait for 4A, B, C, D, and E, if that's clear to everyone.
What you're saying.
So
What are you talking about? It's not clear.
She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about.
I'm not explaining it, I'm sorry. F is public
The public
comment
may have
procedure.
questions.
For the public.
You have the right to be here, but you do not have the right to be disrespectful. Please act accordingly. We passed
You actually do have the right to be disrespectful.
you know what?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You have a constitutional right.
You can be disrespectful. You cannot be disruptive.
Priscilla De Leon, Vladimir De Leon is not the judgment of what's disrespectful.
Yeah, it's called federal law, Priscilla.
That's right.
Check it
It's
out.
called the U.S. Constitution. It's called the First Amendment.
The
It's
public
not
meeting,
Vladimir De Leon. It's not her.
the public meeting of a board or council is considered limited public forum, which means the government can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Boards and councils regulate speech through the adoption of rules of procedure and conduct. A court also approved prohibitions on disorderly conduct when it arises from a member of the governing body. Members of the council shall not by disorderly, insolent, or disturbing action, speech, or otherwise substantially delay, interrupt, or disturb the proceedings of council. And there's copies of our code of conduct out in the hallway. You're more than welcome to take a copy. So we do encourage public participation, and
As long as
I'm
they
not
agree
gonna
with
go
you, they
on.
encourage it. As long as you
can-
agree.
And you're interrupting again, so that's being rude.
Don't interrupt.
So, moving on then, we have a little card, so when you come up, you're allowed to speak for 3 minutes. And then Laura and I are gonna help remind people 30 seconds to the end of the 3 minutes, so that way then you know, so you're not watching the clock all the
So you
time.
need two people to remind. You can't do it
No,
yourself.
I'm gonna say if she
And you
does,
need two
whatever,
people to remind.
whatever.
That clock, that's a
Junior
real
council
heavy lift.
report.
That clock's a heavy lift to figure out.
Nitya, would you have a report for us tonight? Oh, my microphone, or she's gonna go over there.
You go to your microphone. You're a moron.
Hi, do you wanna state your name for the record and what your title is?
Well, I'm Nitya Takar. I'm a junior council member.
Okay,
So the biggest piece of news that we have
hope you guys speak a little louder.
sorry. The biggest piece of news that we have is that tomorrow at Saucon Valley High School, it's Alumni Day. So student council is honoring, and the Saucon Valley Alumni Association is honoring 2 past graduates from Saucon Valley High School. This year it's Nelson Griggs, who was in the class of 1989, and he's currently the president of NASDAQ. And then also Dr. Christina Gonzalez, who is the class of 1995, and she's a professor of medicine at NYU Grossman School of Medicine, and she develops curricular interventions for physicians. So this event is tomorrow at noon at Saucon Valley High School, and anyone who wants to show their support for these alumni are free to attend.
That's great.
Yeah, and also Saucon Valley play auditions are starting. This year it is the Addams Family. So if anyone has any children that are interested and go to Saucon Valley High School, encourage them to participate in this
Very
event.
good.
Yeah. We don't know when the dates are for it though, but just general information.
Okay, all right, thank you for your report. Okay, next we have, number 4, township business items. You're speaking out of order. And possible action on property identified, the residents would like to hear. They can't when you're mumbling on top of, you're not, you're, disrespect.
She talks to me, look how close she's sitting.
Discussion and possible action on property identified as 2024-1. Council may consider authorizing an appraisal to be prepare for the property 2024-1 in the amount not to exceed $5,000. And I'd like to make a motion to authorize the administration to get an appraisal for property 2024-1 and not to exceed 5,000. Would there be a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so now we have discussion. We'll start with Jason.
I think it's great. Let's acquire another baseball field. I love baseball fields. I think the community does too, so let's do it.
Tom? I guess silence is no answer.
No, I'm still thinking.
I'm not sure I understand that.
I'm still thinking. I would like to hear, well, we have a recommendation from the EAC. So why don't we hear from Law Stray about why the EAC, this is why we have them, they're an advisory council, they're advising.
Please address her by her proper name.
She's advising the council, so let's hear from her as to why EAC is advising that the township engage with this property owner and get an appraisal. Actually, that should be how it should start first. That's what the Environmental Advisory Council's for, to advise council. We haven't heard the advice of them yet.
Well, it's in our packet.
No, it's a vote. All it says is a vote, that they voted to recommend to move forward. They didn't say why. Then there's no rationale why from the EAC.
There's no requirement for anyone on council to identify what their position is or why, whether it's in their position as council members or otherwise.
He's not asking her position. He's asking EAC's position.
She doesn't have to respond.
Hold on.
Right. No one said she had to respond.
He's asking her to identify the dialogue that took place at EAC with regard to this property, so that we have an understanding as to their rationale for recommending this. He's not asking her for her personal views, he's asking for EAC's views, because EAC is the group that came forward, so let's see how EAC justifies it.
Lost is a member on EAC. Steve, you don't run it. Steve, you don't run it. No one said she had to, but she can if she wants to, Steve, or Susie, whatever your name is, listen.
Priscilla, do you want to go next with your comments?
You don't run the meetings. You don't run the meetings.
But he gets covered to Laura. He's trying to get covered to Laura.
I'm asking her to go first. I'm asking Lost to go first about what the rationale was.
Tom, are you finished? Because I'm going
It's
on.
not presented to the public. The public doesn't have this scoring sheet.
Right, and it never was done like that before, Tom, and you know it. The properties are anonymous until we go through and finalize with any sort of agreement, and you know that.
You can still talk about the scoring sheet. You can still talk about the scoring sheet to the public without identifying the property or the property owner and explain why EAC has made this recommendation.
And there's no procedure in place for that. Like I said, there should be a procedure, but we don't have one.
Put one in place, you're in charge.
Oh, really? I'm in charge?
You are, you're the president, you're the big mouth, you got the gavel.
Yeah, big mouth.
I think we should just continue.
There's nothing in place to do something about it.
Okay, I guess we're gonna go into recess again if you don't calm down.
I want to hear from EAC. Go to recess.
I like recess. Let's do recess.
So I guess
I want to hear from EAC.
I'm not hearing any discussion on the item.
What they haven't told you, I'm going to tell the public, what they haven't told you. There's a scoring sheet here. Is it my turn to still talk? You're saying you're not hearing a current comment, but I asked for EAC. They're not going to respond, apparently. Lost down there's lost.
This is anonymous. This is supposed to be in confidence.
So, but I'm not identifying the property. I'm not identifying the property. You don't have to identify the property
to
talk about the scoring sheet.
The information yourself there. So if you didn't go, that's
what they want
your problem.
What they want to hide,
Victoria, it's useless.
What they want to hide from you.
I know he is being disruptive.
What they want to hide from you is.
He has the floor and stop interrupting him.
So there's
a process and you can't follow the process.
There's a selection.
The process is that you attend
It's not written anywhere.
He's been recognized.
And you don't.
I don't. Then do your job and let him speak.
Let me speak.
Do your job. You like to bang the gavel, do your job.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
No, I'm not done. I didn't say I was done. So what they're not telling you is the EAC, there's a selection criteria. selection criteria for open space acquisition projects. They identify a property. What they're not telling you is that the EAC, a subgroup of members of the EAC are not elected officials, except for Ms. Ray, but I don't think she's on the scoring committee. They look at developmental potential. See, this is not identifying the property. This is what Lost should be doing, but she's lost. Developmental potential, linkage potential, active farm, ag soils, hydrological features, sensitive nature features, carbonite geology, scenic view, storm water, and they make a recommendation to council. And there's a score. They score each of these categories that I just mentioned. In the developmental potential, they gave this property, well, I'm on the right one, aren't I? I believe a 4.
Aren't you following the agenda?
No, I can't understand, because you won't explain what property we're on.
2024-1, we're on A.
2024-1.
4A.
2024-1. Okay, so in development potential, the first category, they gave it a 5 out of 5. Linkage potential, they gave it a 2 out of 2. Active farm, it's not an active farm, so they got a 1. Ag soils, they got a 1. Hydrological features, 2 out of 3. Sensitive natural features, they got a 2 out of 3. Carbonite geology, they got a 3 out of 3. Scenic view, they got a 2 out of 2. And stormwater, they got a 1 out of 1. So out of the total possible points of 23, something Lost should be able to explain, they got 19 possible points. So it's scored very high per the selection criteria for open space acquisition projects. This is what they're trying to hide from you. I don't know why, but they have some reason to, or why Lost just can't explain it. She's lost. Because it ranked 19, it got 19 out of 23 possible points, I think that from that criteria that's been set, I think that the township should proceed. Thank you, Priscilla. Was that so hard?
Thank you, Tom. I
Victoria, it's
appreciate
your
that.
turn.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Now everybody has a little bit of understanding of how it was scored and why it was scored and all that. So Priscilla wanted to hide that from you. Vladimir De Leon wanted to hide that from you.
Please, I did not want to hide it. And who said that?
You wouldn't
You're
let me
out
read
of
it.
order.
You wouldn't let me read
Yes,
it.
you're being disruptive.
You wouldn't let me read it.
You are being disruptive.
Oh, she's gonna blow past that 65 and a half over on the, even with the wrist injury.
You're supposed to be finished talking.
I'm finished.
I agree that this should be moved on to the appraisal level, and then it'll come back to us, and we'll review it and, go over everything again, meet with the developer or the owner and.
It's not a developer.
All right, I made a mistake, everybody.
Private
I
property
called them the wrong thing. It was the property owner.
Because you didn't know what the right
Forgive
thing
me,
is.
Please. So, I'm in favor of it. Victoria?
I'm in favor of it.
Laura?
Yes, so none of this is hidden information, but it was never discussed publicly at council ever. I am not on the subcommittee that goes out and rates the property, that is true. The criteria was set with the assistance of working with Heritage Conservancy. They gave you different things that you should evaluate on. And different property, almost no property would score the full 23 points because it's almost impossible, but when they score high, we usually do recommend them to council to be considered to move forward with for conservation easement. And I think this is a great property, and I'd like to see us move forward on this one as well.
Okay, thank you. And now I'll open it up to public comment. You have 3 minutes. You'll get a 30-second warning at the end. So who wants to be the first to speak? You have to say your name for the record. Talk into the mic.
Dave Boulan, 2023 Alice Drive. Is this something that we need to sign in? Why is this here? Stop the clock, please.
I believe they took it from the hallway and put it on top of the podium.
They who?
The staff.
Are we supposed
I'm not
to,
sure.
am I supposed to sign in?
You're running this show, Priscilla. Make up your mind.
You'd let me. You can sign the sheet, so they have the spelling of your name.
The question is, must I sign the sheet?
You can, I can't make you do anything, sir.
Can means not must.
The
But
sheet
she
is
can't explain
there
that to
for
you.
our
To get an
minutes.
answer here.
The
Not part of their
sheet
policy.
is there
I gave
for-
you my name and my address. I'm a
You don't
taxpayer.
need your address.
It's required, if the council now requires this sign-in sheet, I will do so, because it's up here where I'm talking, and if not, I will not. That's
It's
a simple
helpful for the
question.
transcriptionist for the
can't answer
spelling of
simple
your name. Because there's a lot of people that have never spoke and they're very familiar with your name.
So the answer is what?
What?
Whatever your
No,
heart
does
wants
he
to
sign it or
do. You want to
not?
sign it? That would be helpful to the township.
Ask the question, is it required?
Written down somewhere as a law? No.
Are you a lawyer?
Oh, my God. No, you leave that paper where it was.
No, don't let you,
you have-
if she wants it, she can put it back there.
Stacy, you need to put that back there when he's
Oh,
done.
now
You
giving
should say
all,
please and thank you, not just
how about a
direct her.
please and thank you to Stacy?
Thank you, don't be so rude.
Let's continue on with the 3-minute comment.
Okay.
You don't want to pay these people, now you're gonna command them like that?
Oh, my
Get some
God,
class.
Stacy, I wasn't being
Low
rude.
class.
You know that.
Yeah, if she does know you're rude.
Oh, my God.
I really don't like to be intimidated, and I really like to have
By public.
straightforward answers, and I'm very pleased about what Laura Ray said. I've learned a lot. The discussion with Tom over here and Laura Ray, I think the rest of the public who looks and says, we're going to discuss 2024-1 hasn't the foggiest idea what's going on here, or why you're going to spend $5K or not spend it, and this was worth it. And I would encourage the council to be, you folks ran on this, you're going to be open and transparent. Well, that wasn't an example of how to do it. What ended up being an example of how to do it is what was done, and I applaud that. So, where were we? All right, yes, and by the way, I do know what 2024-1 was because I did watch, yes, the EAC meeting, and there were slips of the tongue, so I know what the parcel is and everything else. But this is for the rest of the public. Listen, public, carefully, because these things, when they're just numbers, don't mean anything. It's the weight that goes along with it. And maybe there's some legal requirement that says we can't say that the parcel located next to the ball field is the one we're talking about. But maybe the EAC should have kept its, discussion a little tighter in terms of what they were talking about. So there we go. The public has now been enlightened. Everybody's happy. Look at all the smiles on the council. And we're going to move on because we now have 2, 3, 4, and 7. And hopefully we will be told what they are so nobody else. And by the way, if you put that card up, I'm going to be very unhappy because it's disrespectful to everybody in this audience. And you might as well carry a gun up there. All right? I don't like that. And it is intimidating, and I resent that. And I think the rest of the speakers here, whichever side they're on, will also. We can all see the clock. So it's up. There you go, folks. There's the disrespect that you're all going to get. She's going to run this thing no matter what.
She's holding it.
Anything else? Maybe you'd like to cut the mic off at 30 seconds. I'm sorry. That is just disrespectful. And there you go. You have to talk to Kathy in the middle of me trying to make a presentation. That's a good way to shut people down. There we go.
She holds the card up with her hand with the wrist brace on it. She must
Okay,
be
who
looking
wants
for a
to go?
disability.
Tracy,
Must have forgot about her
Stacy,
disability
could you
claim.
put the paper back again, please?
Must have forgot about her disability claim.
Hi.
Sorry.
My name is Jennifer Helton, and I am co-chair of the EAC. I would just like to say that open space has not been active for over 2 years. It was put out into a different subcommittee. We're proud to have it back. We are following procedures that were set up. This is the first time that we have brought forward property, and these properties are supposed to be confidential. But at this point, it's very important that maybe we take away in our next meeting that we have to present properties, that we do a little bit more, and the EAC comes to you and gives some of the scoring so that it is up for the community. There's nothing hidden. We want to move forward. We want to use open space, and if anyone doesn't know about open space, please go to the website. There's also a document that was April 20, 2007. You can get a feel for what it stood for and why we encouraged tax dollars to go towards this program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Who wants to go next? No, I see no one. Oh, Kathy, may we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have discussion and possible action on property identified as 2024-2. Council received the appraisal of property 2024-2. Council will consider to authorize staff to enter into discussions with the property owner and have the open space solicitor draft a conservation easement. So I would like to make a motion to authorize the staff to enter in discussions with the property owner and have the open space solicitor, Terry Clemens, draft a conservation easement. And would there be a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, this is another, property that has, like Jennifer said, has been on the, I don't want to say waiting list, but it's been in the works for a while, and, there wasn't really a per se open space committee, an active one. In fact, the previous administration pretty much dismantled it and came up with their own, but they never appointed anybody to serve on it, so nothing really got done with open space. So with that, open it up to council discussion. Jason?
Yeah, this is another example of the corrupt clown circus that we have. This property, literally, the information on this property was given to us on council at 4:08 p.m. today. There were over 100 pages of documents that were provided to us. And now we're supposed to vote on moving forward on this. This is a typical Democrat move. Vote for it, and then you'll figure out later on what's involved in it. My suggestion in executive session was that we table this so we have an opportunity to review these materials so that we can see exactly what's in there and make an informed decision. But as you can see here, when it's something that they want to get done, they're going to ram it through. But when it's something they don't want to get done, like for example, the issue that we have here on Old Philadelphia Pike, to go and get a property appraisal done for a couple $1,000s, they're more than happy to drag their feet on that. But when they want to ram something through, and you got to question who's the beneficiary of this? Who gets the windfall from this, right? I can't disclose the property owner. I don't know if there's any connection between the property owner and the members of council that are trying to push this through. But the question is, why is it so urgent to push this through when we just got this paperwork given to us at 4:08 p.m.? Okay, 4:08 p.m. Some of us work. Some of us have families. Some of us have to eat dinner before we come here, before we put in 5, 6, 7 hours dealing with this shit show. And they expect us to have reviewed that, done all of our family obligations and everything else, and then come in here and vote on this. So here they are, the Three Stooges. You deserve respect, cooperation, transparency. Respect, cooperation, transparency. None of it applies to this. She made the motion right out of the gate. Let's vote for it. Let's get it done. Let's move it along. My suggestion was, let's sit on it and look at the paperwork so we can make the right choice. It's your tax dollars, not mine. Well, it is my tax dollars. It's a very small part. But they don't treat it like your tax dollars. They treat it like it's their own tax dollars.
Tom?
I yield. Thank you.
Tom?
Yeah. Again, you can't possibly be transparent about what you're voting on when even the council members didn't receive it until 4:08. Now, the Democratic council members may have received it earlier. I don't know. You know, they may have known about it earlier, received it earlier. They keep us out of the loop. They hide things. They're not transparent. But this is the kind of corruption that these three are doing up here, and there's no reason not to table this until our next meeting. We meet in 2 weeks, and at that time, how long was the document again, Jason? 90 pages?
Like 90 or 100 pages, I think.
How long? Kathy? How long was it? How many pages was it, Kathy?
Sorry. 61 pages with an addendum.
61 pages with an addendum. So we received it at 4:08 this afternoon, 61 pages and an addendum. And they want to rush it through and vote on it because they don't want you to know what's in there. They don't. If they cared about transparency, or they cared that you knew what was in there, they would just make a motion to table it and we would discuss it at the next meeting, 2 weeks from now. Everybody would have a chance to look at the 61 pages plus addendum, especially the council members who are voting on it. But again, they don't care. We'll see what this is. Maybe, you know, they're getting political support from these people or something like that. The truth will come out. We'll do right to knows or whatever we have to do. But the truth will come out, and their hypocrisy and fraud and corruption will be exposed.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, you just have to take away from this meeting that not everything you hear is the truth. So you just have to take that with a grain of salt.
Not true that 4:08 p.m. That was sent, Kathy, was that sent out
Some
at
of the
4:08
things
p.m.?
that were said were untrue.
So it was sent
I have
out at
to say
4:08
that-
p.m. and 61 pages plus addendum. That is true. That is true.
One person
That
go at a
is true.
time.
That
You
is true. I'm
provided
still
your
talking.
comment
I'm
already.
talking again.
No,
I'm
you're
doing a second
finished.
comment.
You're done. You
I
just don't
think
like
I
what she
have
has
the
to say.
floor.
What is
Victoria and
true
Tom,
is that was
please,
sent out to
please.
council at 4:08 p.m. And what is true is it was 61 pages plus an addendum.
Tom, you had your chance. It's my turn now.
I'm correcting the record. Thank you.
And they can see it. They're not, you know, they're really smart people, so. Okay, so,
Smarter than you.
I support this. Victoria, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. No, I support this very much so. None of what I heard come out of either Mr. Bonotis, Mr. Croce was an accurate representation of anything in this particular matter. As you heard before, a lot of these properties have been sitting around for quite a while. With all of the intelligence we have sitting at this table, I beg to differ why sometimes Mr. Bonotis and Mr. Croce can read through 60 pages and tell you a dissertation about what's in there. But
Especially
tonight they can't read. So,
Especially
yeah,
a court
case he has no problem reading. But this particular thing, he has real hard time figuring out what the appraisal is. So I think it's pretty clear here that we need to support this. If somebody actually looked at it, they would know that.
Okay, Laura?
Okay, so I'll explain, though, this is another property that was in the pipeline for a while, and it's further along than the one that we just looked at before, in that EAC already scored it. It already came to council to recommend to move forward for appraisal, which happened on September 4th. The appraisal information is what was sent out in the packet, so it's just an appraisal. And what we do now is we move forward with the attorney that works on open space and easement agreements, and they do negotiation. Just because that's the appraisal doesn't mean it's any final amount or anything. We're not at that point yet, so there's really nothing being hidden, and there's no reason not to keep moving forward on this one.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll open up to the floor. Anybody in the audience like to speak on this issue, please come to the podium and state your name. And if you're a new person that hasn't spoken before, it would be nice to sign this sign-in sheet with your spelling of your name. Oh my word, how rude.
I'm sorry, that's rude.
I thought you weren't supposed to insult the public. I thought that was a code of conduct, part of their code of conduct.
That's township property on that podium.
Violation of the code. That's one violation for you tonight. I'm the arbiter of the code of conduct. That's
Go ahead,
one
sir,
for you.
speak.
Dave Boulan, 2023 Alice. And by the way, the microphone does work very well when you pull it close. So,
You can't hear me? You can't hear me? Are you having trouble hearing me?
Stop the clock.
I said,
Priscilla's
when I
talking.
pull it close,
Okay.
you must have trouble hearing me,
Priscilla's talking.
okay? Is that clear? All right, I don't want any orange signs either.
Not
Thank
telling me what to do, sir.
Be very, very polite. Thank you, Laura. I think what Laura Ray said was very helpful. I have no idea whether we're talking about buying an acre or 10 or 100 or anything about it. So is there any way to determine what the heck we're buying? Okay, the answer is crickets. All right, so EAC is gonna go out and make a recommendation. I need to understand the process because I looked all over. I don't see a process per se on most of the things that the EAC does or doesn't do. So it's a learning experience, and maybe I should sit down with Kathy or or perhaps somebody and find these things out, because we're talking about significant amounts of money. All right, and I think the public ought to know about some of it. So if you want to buy a little postage stamp place and you're going to pay $5 million, I mean, that's sort of goofy. So not telling the public what we're buying and what we're doing, and if you've got 100-odd pages, I would certainly like to poll and ask, how many of you received this at 4 this afternoon and read and understood every page? Actually, I'd like to ask anybody in the audience, can anybody in this audience do that? And by the way, we see nothing on the agenda. There's no attachments. There's nothing. The council's going to do all of this work. We are going to have this discussion and possible action on a number that we're going to do. Why don't you just put them all together and add them up and say, let me see, 2, 3, 6, 10, whatever, 17. We vote on item number 17, which is cumulative to all the others, and we pass it, okay? Because we're going to go through the same thing on the following ones and not learn anything else. Laura Ray did say a few things that added to it, and I compliment you on that. Not always, but you did a good job on that, okay? And I'm tired of hearing people bloviating on other things and just run us into the ground with their discussions about nothing. This is important. It's opening government up to the public. So I would say, all right, there you go. See, she's more concentrated on the clock than what I'm saying. Yeah. If that isn't disrespectful, Priscilla, I don't know what is.
Yep. She's disrespectful.
Yeah, you won. See that?
She's disrespectful. She's disrespectful.
So what I'd like to hear is even more, Laura, as you go down the list. I got 5 seconds, 4, and please give us everything you can.
Okay, thank you. Next person.
And I'll make the comment at general meetings. The reason for the card is not to be rude. It is, we've attended meetings ourselves.
Let her speak.
I'm making a comment.
I am recognizing
She didn't ask to be recognized.
She's clarifying.
Why does she have yours?
It's just to be helpful in case you're not looking at the clock because you're busy talking and reading your notes and whatever. It's just a reminder, a time reminder. That's all. It's not meant to be rude. And I've attended plenty of meetings where they've done this.
It's your prerogative. Thank you, Laura, for that clarification.
It's so difficult to manage that 2 of them need the orange cards. Right, exactly. You need 2.
I would like to debate that for 1 second.
Would you like one, Jason?
No.
Oh my God, I think he feels bad he doesn't have a card.
No, I really don't. I wouldn't be rude to the public like that.
On to the next comment.
I would not be rude to the public. I would let the man speak. He asked you.
He already spoke.
I don't know why he went back. Up and you can't honor his wishes.
I don't know why he's back at the podium.
Not to hold the card up and you can't honor the man's
wishes. Why I'm back at the podium?
No, I don't.
Very clear.
Can we move on to the next speaker?
Now we have 2 people with cards.
We should have the next speaker.
I think everyone should get a card.
The next person, please, you know,
We'll be back.
Give cards out to the public so that when Victoria talks too much, the public can hold the cards up.
Anybody that would like to speak, really it is. But we can all laugh or do whatever we want, but next, please, state your name for the record, please.
Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. So the only thing I'm confused about is the fact that there were people here tonight to talk about the specific building that's going to go on across the street, perhaps or not. I don't know what's happening with that. But it seems to me, it doesn't make sense, and maybe because I don't have enough background or history about why the properties have to be anonymous. And when you say the properties have to be anonymous, that is, you could say not, you don't want to use the word, we're not hiding something from the public, but the word anonymous defined is that you're keeping information. Yep.
It's legal, trust me. It's legal per the Sunshine Law.
Why are you interrupting her?
I'm helping her.
She's not asking for your help.
Peanut gallery, be quiet, please.
I'm not a peanut gallery. I'm a member of council. Don't disrespect me by calling me a peanut gallery.
I would like some answers because I don't understand. So if we're all here, or some people are here in the audience to talk about the property across the street, and it's going to come up as a parcel number or a number that somebody assigned to it, how are we supposed to know and comment about a specific property and the details about that property and what's being built on it? But I guess that's not really open space. I don't know. I think that, because we've got some issues here with flooding, we've got traffic congestion, we've got things that we all want to talk about, and I don't know if that's going to come up or not. But I think that maybe not even spending money is an issue. I think it's what somebody mentioned, the owner of the property. Who's the owner of the property? Are they going to benefit? Does someone know somebody? Is it political? You know, that's the kind of thing that we would like to know as the public, and maybe we don't have the right to know, but it just seems odd to me.
There's also a section for non-agenda items, so you can also make your comments at that point.
Well, I can't make a comment on a property if I don't know anything about it. That was my point. I think we should be able to do that.
Okay, so next person?
Oh, here we go.
Jennifer Helton, I once again want to let everybody here understand that these are EAC open space that has been in place for many years. Please quit doing that, Jason, with that paper.
It's not me doing it. Don't accuse me of doing it.
Tom, quit it.
You gonna apologize to me for accusing me? Thank you for apologizing to me.
Problem, I'm a bigger person. So I want to make sure that everyone understands, people want confidentiality when their property is being appraised and part of this program. Nobody is hiding anything. We can't even tell who it is. We go to the property, we look at it, we rate it. There's nothing. The piece of property that you're talking about has nothing to do with these 4 properties. Let me just tell you that. So let's understand, there's nothing being hidden. This is just a normal process that has been in place. The EAC actually has a guest speaker next month, so please come. It will be concerning the open space, and we'll be talking about procedures. Thank you.
Could I ask you a question about EAC, ma'am? When EAC is looking at a property, I'm not talking about a specific property, but do you look at the past history of that property as to whether or not it's ever been reviewed by EAC and whether or not it's been treated in any way by Township Council?
Are you speaking to Jennifer?
I am. I'm trying to get clarification on something she
She's
said.
the co-chair of UAC.
Co-chair, I'm trying to understand.
Maybe she won't, right, exactly.
All right, I'll ask you when it
For
comes up on the next one.
non-transparency,
Maybe you'll
afraid
answer
to
it
stand
then.
at the podium and answer a question. What
Well,
a
stand there and
coward.
accuse me of something.
What a coward.
You won't answer a simple question that
What
I
a
have of you.
coward.
Do you
Okay,
look at
sir,
how
would
a
you like
past
to go
property has
next?
been
Is that what
treated? You won't even answer that
Yes,
question.
please.
That's how big of a
Yes.
person you are.
What a coward.
Okay, sir, if
Pathetic.
you've never been here before, I'm sorry, he moved the paper.
Here before?
Yeah, I've been here before. I'm
Yeah, you don't recognize.
I'm William Brown. I live across the street. I'm retired. I worked for 43 years for Pennsylvania Power and Light. Attended many meetings, and I have no idea what's going on at this meeting, because how could you talk about, give comments on something that's just a number that you have no idea what that number is? I came here mainly, like some other people, because we want to know what's going on with Herman's house across the street. Which number is that? When do I get to talk about that? I mean, I understand about the property rights and that you don't want, certain information to get out about prices and stuff, but it's like, when are we going to get to talk about what's happening across the street and what number is that? Just tell me what number that is and when that's going to come up. That's all I want to know, because this meeting so far has been absolutely worthless to me. I have no idea what's going on. And all the years, 43 years I've worked for a company, I never went to a meeting that I didn't know what the heck was going on. I mean, I don't know what the legal is. Where I worked, there was a lot of legal stuff going on there too, but we at least got to know what we were talking about. And if there was a number put on something, everybody knew what it was. So, I mean, what's the point of any of us coming here if we don't know what any of these numbers mean? I mean, you're talking about prices and numbers for property. Where's the property? I have no idea if that's the right number or the right value for a property, because I don't even know where the property is.
Eventually in this process, at another agenda, in another meeting, it'll come out.
And another meeting.
Yeah, they're hoping you won't come back. They're hoping you won't come back. They want to
When's
hide
that
it
other
from
meeting?
you.
How am I gonna know about that other meeting? Are we gonna be notified?
They're still gonna have a number on it then too, for executive session. It'll still be a number.
Right,
They
in
won't
order-
come out and publicly identify it until they're about to spend the money for it or not spend the money.
There'll be a public hearing.
That's how they are. That's how they
At
are.
some point,
And the
I'm gonna
municipal
know what
always
number's gonna be
was.
assigned to Herman's house
Process
across
that's
the
been in
street.
place
It's a process they
forever.
created. It's a process that they created. To hide,
Process
to
that's been in
hide,
place by the
to
state.
hide,
It
to
is.
hide.
I'm gonna have the
Create the
solicitor
process.
respond to
To
the legal aspects of this.
So
To
these
hide.
are preliminary matters before you get to the stage of whether or not the township takes an official action with regard to the open space or otherwise. So to get to that stage, there's a whole series of requirements which are not public in nature by virtue of them being negotiations with real estate people, people on property and so on and so forth. So that's the way this process works. Ultimately, when the time comes, if the township is ready to make a decision or move forward, there's a public hearing that's held. But we're not at that stage yet. We understand how that might be frustrating for someone who's not familiar with the process. But this is how this process works. It's when you're dealing with open space or real estate in general and so on, where there's acquisition and so on, that's the general process. The negotiations aren't public, or the initial negotiations aren't public, but when you get to the final end result, that's a public hearing.
All right, well, thank you, I understand that. All I wanna know is like, how am I gonna be notified when that time comes up? We're gonna talk about that.
You have to sign up for agendas and they'll email you agendas. It's on Facebook. You'll get emails. I don't,
Yeah, I mean, you obviously knew to come this evening, so somebody advised you, we don't have any
I got a little thing in the
identification.
mailbox, I don't know who put it there.
I mean, that wasn't from the township, so I mean, somebody was advising you to come here tonight, but the identification of the property is not listed in any of the items. And it's just, this process isn't something we created. This process has been here. It's a statutory requirement that we do this in this manner.
What statute? What statute?
Counsel over there.
What statute?
I understand that, I just wanna
What
know
statute? You're wrong.
when it's gonna happen so I can be here.
Right. Well, they don't.
want you to be here.
They'll only identify it as a number again.
Excuse
Only
me,
identify.
okay. Are you next?
Doreen.
Can you say your name for the record, please?
My name's Mark Kellner. I live right up the street here. I received this in the mail. Now, you're all talking about privacy and non-disclosure and stuff like that, and you can't, tell us what the properties are. Well, then who leaked this information that came in my mailbox?
Right.
It says regards here to 3679 Old Philadelphia Pike,
Right.
Hackman/Fugler property. Now, you're saying that that's against the law.
Yeah. They can't cite a law. They can't cite a law, but that's what they're
It's
saying.
not against the law for a citizen to give you something in your mail, like any solicitation, and say something's going to happen.
Or SauconTownship.org.
That's
your
not-
official site.
No,
Yeah,
that's
it.
not
That's
our
it.
official document.
Did you
Telling
put
me
that in
that
the
none
mailbox?
of this is actually gonna be talked about
Was
tonight.
there any official
I think
notification
Katie
from
did.
anybody?
I'm not
on the
aware of
township?
any.
In the mail,
Only one person
Saucon
speaks at a
Township.
time.
Did you
I'm
put that
sorry,
in?
one person at a time. This gentleman has the floor. He's asking a
did
question.
you hear my question?
No, because everybody was talking.
In other words,
Get
you're
control
not
of the
paying
meeting.
I am
attention to
paying
me
attention.
whatsoever.
But can you hear when
I don't
five
care
people?
what this guy's
I don't
spewing on
either, to
about.
be honest.
I don't care what this guy's spewing on about. I'm focused on you because you're the president.
So can you repeat?
I'd like to
can I
know,
see- I don't-
is this council going to talk about 3679 Old Philadelphia Pike, the Hackman property /Fugler property, which is sent out from lowersaucontownship.org through the Postal Service?
The
got
township never
that in the
sent you
mail?
anything. That's not
We
from the
didn't send
township.
How do you know?
I don't know who's impersonating the township, but it's not the township.
Impersonating the
Just-
township now.
Just because it was put in your mailbox
Now, my
doesn't mean,
original question, if you would have been listening.
thank you, sir. Just be rude like them.
3679 Old Philadelphia Pike property going to be discussed.
We had sent it to EAC, right? Am I remembering this right?
I asked if that be on
And-
the agenda.
And Tom asked to have it on the agenda.
Why wasn't it on the agenda? Jason did too.
I seconded
There's two
it,
people.
yep.
You second. Why isn't it on the agenda?
That, this property, right?
Thank you for your
I guess
very. insight.
Priscilla didn't want it on the agenda. She gets to dictate
Why
what the
was it on the
public
agenda? I put it on
gets
the
to see.
agenda.
Can I state something? We followed, this is an unusual circumstance when it comes to an open space acquisition. We followed the same premise that we did when we bought East Raiders Lane. When that came up in the similar circumstances, we gave it an identifying number and we went through the normal process is what we're doing, as we're doing right now.
So would that be a yes or a no to my question?
The normal process. It's been given a number.
Simple, it's simple.
Sir, are you aware of
And
this?
it's on the
Are
agenda
you
for
aware
discussion.
that EAC, if you go on, EAC meetings are recorded and they're on YouTube. You can go onto those meetings and you'll see the EAC members who are confused about this numbering system and not knowing which number applies to which property that they're talking about. They don't know what the hell they're doing. So they're making a recommendation based upon a confused numbering system, and that's coming to us, and now the public is confused by this. So it's not just you and the public that are confused, it's the actual members of the EAC, and you can go onto the meeting and see that. You can see it firsthand.
Everybody's here.
So we all want to know, no matter what you say about confidentiality or legalities or whatever, is this meeting going to talk about this property tonight, or we can all go home?
They want you to go home, but you should stay.
You have the right in non-agenda to speak on that item if you want to, because
And also,
we asked for it to be on the agenda, but apparently it's not on the agenda. I can't explain why not, but you have the right to speak in non-agenda about that because it was not put on the agenda. Maybe Priscilla decided to strike it from the agenda because she likes to be an authority.
right.
What any, affiliation any one of yous are. But it seems to me like the Republicans are talking out and the Democrats are sitting there with their mouths shut.
Yeah.
Now, why can't you people tell me simple answers?
They can. They can't cite a statute that says
All I
they
can
don't have
tell
to.
you is that that property, like Kathy said, was assigned a number, okay? And it has a number. Technically, because of.
In other words, you don't know.
There's no statute. Cite the
You're
statute.
saying you don't know or you don't want to tell me.
Oh my God, you know what? Somebody else answer him because nothing I say is mattering.
Because you're not answering them, you're just using words.
It's a numbers.
Cite the statute,
number.
Susie.
3679.
What's the number? Sir. Cite the statute that says you can't do that, Steve. Cite the statute.
58, 76, 82.
You can't cite the
Hike. Who cares?
Right.
We're here for a specific property.
They're not transparent, they're
Let's
corrupt.
cut
they're
out all the
corrupt.
child.
Sir,
Go ahead.
the preliminary matters for the open space, as I explained earlier, are not public in the sense of you don't discuss the identity of the property and so on. So what you're asking,
They can be. There's no statute against that.
what you're asking
I'm
is,
listening to you.
They just don't
I
want to do it.
appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that we can have at least a civil conversation about it, I hope.
Go ahead.
That they're listed by number because that's the way the preliminary process works. I understand your question that you'd like to know a lot more detail about what's happening. However, these are preliminary matters which are not public in nature. And therefore, although I know what you're asking and I know why you're asking, I don't want to presume, I can assume why you're asking because you have an interest.
And you can see what I'm
you have an
reading
interest, which I get.
Read my mind almost.
But at this point, it's premature before the public hearing process. So we're at this preliminary stage, which can be very frustrating for the public, and I understand that. But that's where we are. I know that might not be a satisfactory answer, but I'm doing the best I can to explain where we are with this process.
I just want to add something because I understand that you all must have received something. Somebody put something in your mailbox or at your door. I think that it's okay. I can appreciate that you got something, but what
It's a federal law to put stuff in the mailbox.
I know.
And I
Did you
agree,
do
so
that,
I think that your recourse is to go file a complaint with the police department about somebody putting something in your mailbox, because it wasn't anybody up here.
Yeah, rat out your name.
Like,
Rat out your name.
I don't know who did it. Like, I can appreciate if I were you, and I received something that looked official, if I were you and I received something that looked official that claimed that you were going to get all this information about something at a meeting, and you come to the meeting and that information isn't there, I'd be pretty upset too. So I can feel what you're saying, and I appreciate that. What I'm trying to explain to you is that the notification you received is not a notification from the township. It's not an official piece of information. I don't know who put it in your mailbox. I don't know any of that information. Kathy, did you send anything to anybody about this being on the agenda or please show up or all of this information? It's happened many times in our township where people in the community have felt concern about an issue. They have notified their neighbors. I'm assuming that's what happened in this situation. So somebody in the community thought this was on the agenda tonight and notified you. So I am sorry that we can't tell you more. I wish we could, but it's not the process right now.
Your enthusiasm to make me understand. I see that.
I just want you to understand that your notification wasn't from us.
Let me ask you this question then. Sure. Where would I find out when this property is going to be coming up in a board then? Where would I find it?
You would find it when we advertise our agendas every Friday before the following meeting. So our agenda is advertised on Friday.
Where would that be?
It's on our township council page, and you can also ask to be, you can get an email directly to you. It's called Constant Contact. So if you want to get updates on township council meetings or EAC meetings, you ask the township to put you on that email list, and every time there's a meeting, they send you
Everything,
Yes.
there's all the meetings.
all of the meetings you can attend, and you can get notified when the meeting is and when the agenda is posted. You get an email. So every Friday, anybody on Constant Contacts can get an email saying the agenda is posted, come look at what's here. I suspect, since you obviously have somebody in the community that's very concerned about this, that you might get other pieces soliciting information telling you that something's going to happen at a meeting. All I can promise you is that from the township's perspective, there is something published and it's advertised, and that's what we can share with you.
Okay, hold on.
They won't identify the property address.
I'll ask you one last question then. It's basically a simple yes or no answer.
I'll try my best. I don't know what the question is.
The question is that, are you going to talk about this property tonight?
I can't tell you that.
Words, you're telling me you can't answer a simple yes or no answer.
I can't tell you that.
You're saying.
I can't tell you that. I can't tell you yes, and I can't tell you no.
What a joke,
I can't.
you're a joke.
I can't tell you yes or no.
The law says,
You open the door then for another question.
I mean, I think if you ask Mr. Bononis and Ms. Carochi, maybe they'll
Is
give you a
this
different answer.
property
I don't know.
on the list
Majority.
for any of your
Shows what
other numbers?
I can't answer that question. I'm
There's-
trying my best to
You
answer
don't
your
even
question.
understand your own codes.
No, I understand my code.
She doesn't.
But what I'm saying, I also heard you say, I also heard you say to me that you felt that that certain people.
Cite the code. Cite the code.
Everybody up here in elected.
Cite the code section.
I heard you say that you felt that
Cite
certain
the code
members
section.
of
Cite the code
I
section.
heard you say that certain members of the council were sharing more information than other members. So I ask you to ask all the other members,
Cite the
Mr.
code
Bononis,
number.
Mr. Carochi,
Let's hear it from the majority.
Mr. Leon, Ms. Ray, ask them if they can give you that answer.
Are you?
Okay? If you don't like my answer, you can ask a different person.
To all elected officials?
yes, we are.
No, not Susie.
Can I
not
just
Kathy.
say, can I respond?
No, not Susie. Exactly, you have a problem with this majority that hides things from the public.
I-
They can't cite a statute or a
He did
law.
not ask the
They
question
can't
to
cite
Mr.
a
Bononis,
statute
Mr.
or a law that tells you that they can't
You
disclose.
gotta be quiet.
A statute or law that says they can't disclose this, and the
They should
majority
ask
won't
Mr.
disclose it.
Carochi and Mr. Bononis. I think
They
that's what
can't
they
cite
should
a
ask.
statute or a law.
Let them ask the
They
question.
can't cite.
You're doing a great job, Katie.
Thank you,
Just
sir.
keep putting your foot
You're
in
doing
your
great.
ignorant mouth. Just keep talking, put your foot in your ignorant mouth.
Thank you,
Me to say
sir,
anything, I'm just gonna
for
sit back.
signing that. Sir, thank you for signing that.
My name's easy to spell. Am I allowed to talk now?
Yes.
All right, is the clock ticking? Reset the clock. I want my 3
Oh,
minutes.
she just left the room for a minute.
Every sentence.
Oh, we're in recess?
Oh, wait.
Well, while we're waiting for that, I would just point out the code of conduct that these three ladies enacted. One is which is to promote respectful dialogue. I commit to maintaining respectful tone in all communications, public appearances, recognizing that we can have differing views with one another. I will strive to listen and engage constructively in opponents and constituents alike, and also to embrace accountability. I accept full responsibility for my actions and rhetoric. I pledge to listen and respect the feedback of township residents and council members. As Priscilla sits here, rolling her eyes and saying, "Oh my God," to the gentleman who spoke two people ago. That's their code of conduct. That's how they follow their rules. Tom, mark down those demerits, please.
Priscilla's violated the code of conduct a couple times.
That's illegal, but go ahead.
It's not illegal.
All right, are we 3
It's not
minutes?
illegal.
Are
You
we
signed it. It's
back?
binding. You made a binding upon yourself, Priscilla.
We're good. No, that's okay. He signed the paper, by the way.
Laura Ray did one.
So, okay. All right, sir.
I'm the first one to sign it tonight, by the
Tonight.
way. My name's Brian Thompson. That's a really hard name to spell.
Right.
It's an I, not a Y. I just think I want to clear some things up because I have a little bit of inside knowledge, I think, about what transpired tonight as far as the notice. I think the person who left that notice was told by a council member that this was going to be on the agenda.
It is.
And I think what we all learned tonight is that now that it has moved into this EAC process, that becomes anonymous. So they're not going to be able to confirm to us tonight that one of these items is that property across the street. But at one point, if they decide to move forward with some sort of purchase, we will have the chance to talk about that. Can someone answer that question for me?
I think you're pretty close to understanding
No,
it. And I apologize because when I was talking to people, because I have talked to several people here in the audience, and I completely forgot about the number system that we use once it enters the EAC system. And I apologize, but it is given a number, and the Sunshine Law gives us 4 reasons to hold an executive session, and one of them is the purchase of property, which is supposed to be confidential.
Right.
Okay, I've always honored that. I can't say that everybody sits up here does that, so they tell the public things that are premature, and that we can tell it as another time period, but I don't know. I try to be as upfront as I can, so whatever.
But they will put a number on it in the agenda where it comes up for a yes or no vote as to whether to proceed with a purchase or some type of easement. And only then when we come out of executive session will they discuss the property and its location. So even on the Friday agenda before, it will still be numbered. So that's part of what they're hiding with all these properties. They could do it. They can't cite a statute or a law that says they're not allowed to disclose the property. They're just not doing it because they don't want to do it. They're saying not. They're saying not.
Policy that's been in place.
They can't cite. They can't cite a code.
You're misrepresenting.
I'm talking. They can't cite a code. They can't cite a code.
What the policy is.
It's a code, right? Now it's a policy.
You're implicating
Before it
that
was a
somehow
statute or a
people are
code.
hiding things,
You
and
are.
it's not. It's
You
a
are hiding.
policy.
You are hiding
It's
things.
a policy.
You just said you're hiding things.
When did we enact that policy?
No, I said you
When
tried to
did we
imply
enact that policy? I don't remember ever discussing or
we're
voting
back.
upon that policy. We never voted on that
Back.
policy.
I don't know can the solicitor answer his question, because it was sounding pretty legal. I just want to make sure.
When will that property be identified address-wise? And you watch, it's gonna be after it's on the agenda. You have to know that somehow put it together that that's the property, and you have to show up at the meeting. Go ahead, ask the solicitor, ask Susie, he's clueless anyway.
See, and the reason why these other properties were on is because we were spending money. So we can't authorize the expenditure of township money unless it's on an agenda and it's voted on. So these other things were on because we needed to vote on it, okay? So, but it has to stay anonymous until that time comes when we can have a public hearing, and then you'll know. So.
I'm not an anxious person, but these meetings make me want to mainline Xanax. I mean, you guys are crazy. Crazy. Oh, you're all crazy. And I want to use the rest of my 2 minutes to address, what's your name? You're our student council? Nitya? I just want you to know this is not how government should work. And if you take anything away from this experience this year, because I was here when you all got sworn in, all your fellow junior council members, this is not how it should be. You can disagree, you can have different points of view, but to talk over each other and crinkle wrappers in the microphone, that's not being respectful at all. And, we're at a point in our country where a lot of norms and things that we all believed in to be true have just fallen by the wayside. And it's really sad in a local government situation that kind of BS is playing out, quite honestly. And I said it last time, we as the residents and the citizens and the taxpayers in this town deserve a lot better. And going back to this policy process, I agree, it's kind of idiotic that you're talking about things in a public comment and not actually able to talk about them. So change the process if you can. I don't know if you can or not, but if you all, I don't think anybody's trying to hide anything. I think it's a stupid process. I understand why it exists. It's to, protect the people that you're communicating with about these properties. But it just seems like, it does seem kind of idiotic to have things on agenda and have public comment when you don't actually know what you're talking about.
Right. Well, see, we can't vote in executive session, so the sunshine law says we can discuss the aspects and whatever, everything in there. And then when it comes to expending money, we have to do that publicly, so it has to get on an agenda. So I don't know how to split those hairs, so.
Well, thank you. I'll give you back 28 seconds. You want to take my 28 seconds? She didn't hold up the sign for me.
Because I'm president and I'm allowed to extend comment periods if I want.
Oh, favorable term.
Okay. Okay, who would like to go next? Go ahead, sir.
How many people in this room have watched the movie Cool Hand Luke? Show of hands.
A while ago, yeah.
I remember a very beautiful saying that the chief said, what we have here is a failure to communicate. So at this time, I'd like to make a motion to cease debate and end this meeting.
Second.
Second.
Oh, yeah, did he say his name?
Name on that, Priscilla.
Did you say your name, sir?
He did not.
Frank Bayham.
Oh, okay, I knew you looked familiar.
In my own mind.
Right.
All right, Frank.
I haven't seen you for a long time. Okay, anybody else like to speak?
We're gonna vote on the motion.
My name is Richard Metzger, down the street. I think most of the people in the room tonight are here because they are concerned about the things that can happen with this property, including flooding on Black River Road. So I wonder if that's something that the EAC deals with, but there are lots of ramifications to the property across the street if you build on it, what you build on it. My concern is that, you'll have your little executive committee meeting, you'll post it as a number, and then we'll vote, and it'll be done, just like that.
No.
None of the people here will have an opportunity to express their concerns.
It's not over that fast. This is a piece of a puzzle. There's more to it.
Yeah.
It's not there yet.
Okay, that's what I want to know. But do take heed that these people are really concerned. Their properties, in some cases, are actually at risk.
Thank you. Anybody else like to go? And you do realize we're talking about another property identified as,
Well, how do you know? They don't know it's another property.
well, I know.
It's another
I
property.
know.
That's the whole point.
Anybody else like to speak? Sorry, I'm allowed to speak too. Okay, I guess if no one else is ready to speak, then can we have a roll call, Kathy?
Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
No.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
This is the property that we got the document dumped like 2 hours
The
before.
appraisal.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, we have discussion and possible action on property identified as 2024-3. Council may consider authorizing an appraisal to be prepared for property 2024-3 in the amount not to exceed $5,000. I'd like to make that motion. Would there be a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion, Jason?
Yeah, we discussed this in executive session, and this is why I brought this up to Jennifer Helton when she was up at the podium, and she wouldn't answer the question. This property had come to us at least a year ago, I think, where the property owner or owners were interested in the township acquiring a parcel and the township owning it and using open space funds. But what is significant is this property has a private bridge on it, and people know that bridges cost a lot of money. So the township at that time, as council, voted against having interest in acquiring that property because we don't want to be in the business of building bridges on private lanes for people. So now, this is now before us again, not in the form of property acquisition, but in the form of a conservation easement. And the question I have, which hasn't been answered, and the solicitor said that this can all be discussed and negotiated later, but I think it's appropriate to put that issue at the forefront because it was the key issue for me, is the township going to be getting a conservation easement that would potentially require the township to have some sort of maintenance responsibilities for a private bridge on a private lane. And I have concerns about that. Ms. Helton would not answer my question as to whether or not EAC had previously looked at the prior handling of this parcel and had taken into consideration those issues. I don't know the answer to that question. And unless and until I get an answer to that question from EAC, and I have some assurances that the township would not have maintenance and replacement responsibilities for a private bridge that's gonna cost, you know, tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars to design and construct. I have absolutely no interest in moving forward with acquiring the property, or in this case, a conservation easement on the property. It makes no sense to do that without having that question answered. To not consider that, I think, is derelict, and it reflects the incompetence of those that would be willing to move forward on that without resolving that issue first, because the township taxpayers should not be footing the bill to first benefit a property owner by giving them open space money for their property, and then also potentially building a new bridge for them, all right? You live on a private lane, you don't live on a public road where the township has maintenance responsibility. You live on a private lane, you chose to live on that private lane, you understood that you needed to maintain your private lane and also maintain your access to your property on your private lane, which included a bridge. That's not the township's responsibility, it's not the taxpayer's responsibility. So I'm not identifying the property, maybe you can figure it out, maybe you can, but that's my position on this. They're gonna vote, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, but if I was just sitting in the audience, I would be not happy about not having that question answered, because I think it's important. Why are we gonna potentially foot the bill for a bridge? That's not ours. I yield, thank you.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, so this property, again, is only accessible by this small bridge, and there's about 6 houses in there, 5 or 6 houses. The bridge looks like it's in disrepair. I've been by it plenty of times. And there are political supporters of the 3 Democrats here. They've had their yard signs in their yards at previous elections. And this is a way for them to pay for a bridge for these people, a bridge that could cost hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million. And it is their political, I guess, payback or whatever they're doing. They're taking care of people that supported them politically with our taxpayer dollars. Is why they're going to vote for this. But again, it is a private bridge that looks to me, and I'm not an engineer, but it looks to be in disrepair, in need of fixing. And this is what they're trying to get EAC, which is a, you know, an offshoot organization of the 3 Democrats up here, the majority, and council to vote to support, so that they can get a new bridge, so they can still access their homes. Have township pay for that. Then, of course, we'll probably own the bridge, is what they want us to do, is own the bridge, I would assume. So then we're also responsible for the repairs and maintenance of that bridge going forward, instead of the homeowners being responsible for the repairs and maintenance of that bridge going forward, as they are now. And as Jason said, they chose to live here. They chose to undertake the living on a private lane and maintaining a private lane. And of course, like most things, they're realizing how expensive that is to replace a bridge. So they're coming hat in hand to their political allies, the Democrats up here, hat in hand, asking for the township to foot the bill. And that is what they will be voting for. Disgraceful, in my opinion.
Are you finished?
Yes, I am.
So, from the information that I've looked at, that I was provided, I don't recall seeing anything about a bridge. Kathy, was there anything in here about a bridge?
You don't have to identify the property. There was a bridge on that property, Kathy.
And the easement.
State publicly there was a bridge on that property.
Finish her comment. You had your
That is a
comment,
complete
let
lie.
her finish her comment.
Kathy, state that
I don't
there was
know
a bridge.
why
We're not
when
identifying.
somebody has questions,
There is a
they can't
bridge.
ask those questions.
There is a bridge on that
Why can't
property.
she have her time to ask her questions and provide?
Okay, it's my turn finally, all right?
She's the one talking.
I asked whether or not there was, I know there's a bridge on that property. This was
Okay.
before us.
Oh, there we go. She just asked Kathy if there was a bridge on that property.
You're not letting me
Is there a
finish.
bridge? Because I know there's a bridge.
Please, can I
And
speak?
landfill smell.
Don't put put words in my mouth. They're not the words I want to use.
You're right, he doesn't have to. You're right, he doesn't have to.
Just finish, just
She
finish.
puts her own words in her mouth.
So the easement does not include the bridge on that property, am I right?
Easement's not written yet.
Understanding?
We haven't had an easement yet.
We need to get the appraisal done at this point, which is what we're asking for. And then
Nuts.
at that point, you would, prior to
Nuts.
getting the appraisal, I would suggest contacting our open space solicitor and
But we're not at that
seeing the
point yet.
ramifications of whether or not that would be a liability on the township. But at that point, then get an appraisal done, once that's determined.
Right. But I wouldn't support having the bridge to be taking care of a bridge. I know that, so that's, I'm in favor
But you wouldn't
of
tell us that in executive session when I asked that question. You wouldn't say that in
And
executive
if she
session.
did, you'd say she was hiding something, so.
You wouldn't say that in executive session.
Just as that, you know, in executive session, he never talks to me anyway, so it doesn't, whatever. So, excuse me, I have the floor now.
I'd like to get home before
And
midnight,
so would I.
and there will be an open.
You're out of order. You cannot speak in the audience. You're out of order. Okay, so Victoria, you're next.
Yeah, I think this is appropriate that we move forward with this. Getting an appraisal is an appraisal. Having a conservation easement is no different than any other conservation easement we have with many residents in the township. Whatever they have, private buildings, driveways, we don't maintain those things on anybody else's easement. So I don't know why somehow there's some accusation that we would all of a sudden start doing that on somebody, on another conservation easement request. You can, but nobody's ever done it, so
Right.
I don't know.
Until you sneak it in the
why.
last
I
minute.
also think it's
What
very
happens
important.
when the bridge becomes a dam?
It's very important
takes away the
for
environmental
everybody
component?
to
You're
understand.
out of order.
I'm not out
I
of
think
order.
that it's very
I'm not
important
out
for
of order.
everybody
You're
to
out of
understand that
order.
I have no idea who owns this parcel. I don't
Say
know
all you want.
what
It doesn't matter to me.
political
It's not
affiliation
considered.
they have, and I find it insulting to not only me, but the property owner, to accuse property owners of trying to barter or buy favor on the township council. That's extremely inappropriate.
No, it's true.
And it's just,
It's true.
It's false. You have no basis for that accusation.
I told you about
It
this.
does.
Other than
Priscilla
other
voted
than
against
you
a
just
cell
don't
phone
like
tower.
it.
You're
So
with the
I
landfill.
think that we're sitting here, you're getting to hear conversations where people are making accusations that we're doing things that aren't true. So I think it's very important you understand, I have no idea who this property owner is. I have the number, just like you all have the number, but I got some more information in executive session about this process. So a conservation easement that protects the property, I think it's important that we move forward. But I'm not in favor of, keeping up property for people that they have. So just like every other conservation easement, we're moving forward in the same process.
When the bridge falls into
That's
the
it,
water,
Pam. That's it.
and it's a dam, it's gonna be
Okay.
taxpayers' problems.
And for the person who doesn't seem to understand how conservation easements work, an easement on the property does not mean the township assumes ownership. We are not purchasing the property. We are not the property owners. We do not maintain the property. We do not maintain the structures on it. The accusations and lies that are coming out over there are ridiculous. We don't personally know the property owner.
Right. Right.
And right now, it's being recommended to move forward for an appraisal, and that's it. We're not even at the point where we'd be negotiating anything. So I'm in favor of moving forward on this.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Public, anybody want to speak on this issue? Please take the stand. So rude.
There's another violation of the code of conduct, calling a member of the public rude. You're up to about 5 already, Priscilla.
Good, keep
Your
counting,
own
because
code.
I'm going to do it every time he does it.
Well, you're violating your code of conduct.
What
All
are you
right.
going to do to me?
You ready?
Oh, I've been ready, I'm listening.
Letting the public know.
Okay. I find a lot of comments that are made and then rejected, especially about this bridge that you, Councilman Priscilla, have made. You know nothing about it, but now you know about it. I find that, how can anybody believe what's said when we get those kinds of answers? I sincerely would like to see this process in writing that's been published by Lower Saucon and references how the EAC is supposed to process these requests. Can I get that or not?
It's not written anywhere, so it's not written
Just
anywhere.
file a right to know request, I don't know.
Okay, does it exist?
I have no idea.
She's like,
Not on the EAC.
she's been citing it all night.
Referring to it, excuse me,
Not every,
referring to it, and now you say you don't know.
doesn't have to be in writing.
Yet we're told that it exists and you're going to follow this procedure, but nobody can tell me where I can read about it, okay? Now, if that's just not shenanigans, I'll use that word shenanigans, it's famous in this area, then I don't know what is. And you're not being straight up with the public. Gee, I want to see it, but we can't tell you what the numbers mean, and we can't tell you what the procedure means, but one over here says it means this, and one over here says it means that. All right? That's horse, whatever it is. All right. Now, the other thing was, wanted to see that, and I'd like to know more about this, and maybe Mr. Gadouzian can break himself free here. Guess not. See how rude he is? Right, and he just shook his head. That means, you know what it means. Here we go with the orange card, okay. I'd certainly like to see where this rule about, forget it, I've lost it. All right, good work there, Steve, you really got me, okay? You shut me down. Good work on the public. We'll get you next go around here.
The taxpayers pay him $180 an hour, and he ignores the taxpayers. That's
Okay,
Susie.
anybody else like to speak?
He ignores the taxpayer. He's doing his personal work and
Seeing none,
billing
Kathy,
somebody else.
can we have a roll call?
Mr. Courage?
Oh, someone else was coming up, I thought.
Oh, are you coming to this stand? Okay, sorry, Kathy.
Come on. Priscilla.
Stop cherry picking.
William Brown, I just wanted to follow up on something he just said. It's like, we keep hearing about this procedure, and Steve talked about it to me. So there's a procedure that you have to follow. Okay, again, I worked for 43 years in business, and there was always rules and procedures and policies that you had to follow. And you only knew what those were because it was written somewhere. You know, it was a law, it was written, it was in your handbook, whatever. So if you following some kind of procedure or document or rule, where is it so we can read it?
Doesn't exist.
Well, if it doesn't exist, what are you following?
They're making it up as they go along. So is our solicitor.
Is that true? He's just making this up?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So
Where is it?
Not much of what he says is true.
Where is it?
Steve would like to speak.
Susie.
Would you like me to respond? I'd be happy to. Yeah. Okay. So, as I explained before, there's the things that are held in open session, and there are certain things that are not held in open session. This acquisition of real estate, the discussions and the preliminary matters are generally not held in open session. The final decision is held in open session. So this is the process in which you get to whether or not one day there's going to be a final determination. This is the making of the soup or the making of the sausage, which, you know, I understand from the public standpoint, you'd like to know exactly what's happening. I understand the public would like to know that. However, there's privacy interests with regard to the other people involved because we're at the negotiation stage. So the short answer to your question is, it is not described now. It is not a public process now. But anytime a municipality has to spend money, for example, going through an appraisal, you have to vote on it. And that's what's happening. I understand, I don't want to say I understand because I can't put myself in your shoes, but I can guess why you're frustrated by this process.
I just wanted to know, I mean, I just follow what you said, and I kind of understand that. It's like, maybe it's something that us and the public shouldn't have information about. I can understand that. But you have to follow something. So there's got to be something written down for you or some kind of policy for you guys to follow. And you're just explain to me what it was. there was two things, the public can't have this, but you guys have this. Where does that come from that you guys are following?
It's an exception to the sunshine law. The sunshine law is an indication of what has to be done publicly. There are certain exceptions, one of them being real estate.
But you don't have to. You don't have to keep it private. They're choosing to keep it private. It's not written
It would be
anywhere.
unprecedented for us to do it any other way.
Okay,
It's not written down because it doesn't have to be written down.
It's not written down.
How many people here work and
Making it
do
up as they
things?
go along.
I'm speaking.
Making it up as
How
she
many
goes
people
along.
here, you don't have to raise your hand, work at a job and do things?
You don't.
You don't raise your hand. You've worked a job in 40 years.
I worked for over 20 years as a radiologic
How long were you on
technologist. I did
disability?
work.
How long were you on disability for?
Can we,
I am speaking now.
That was before the internet.
God. That do parts of your job that you just know to do. It doesn't have, you don't go in and say, oh, at 8:05, I'm gonna do this, at 8:10, I'm gonna do this. There are things that you just do, and as the people, you go, I've been here 38 years, okay? So the process has been pretty much the same. It's not written down, you know? Some things, a lot of things are.
Sunshine Act isn't even 38 years old.
So who would like to go next?
Can I comment on your comment?
Did you speak already on this issue? I don't
Yes, he
either.
did.
Yeah, I know, you can only go once.
No, he
You
didn't.
can only go once.
on you.
I'm sorry, you can't
Said you
speak.
didn't know, so I was
And
gonna.
Victoria said you did, so I do know now. And stop cherry picking. This is ridiculous. Please have a seat again.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Please have a seat again.
I want to tell you, I worked for a very large company for 40 years, including intellectual property and many others. And there was not one process that was of this magnitude that wasn't written down. The fact that it must be passed off to the EAC. Okay? Now, I know Laura doesn't want to hear about that because she's in the middle of
Sir, you really
that.
don't have the floor, so please
Oh.
sit down. Does anybody else would like to go?
You got 208 left.
Clock-
chances.
The clock is running.
And everybody else has to have 2 chances. So
208 left on the
Kathy,
clock.
can you have a roll, oh, we have another person.
She just can't wait to get to that roll call. She don't want anybody else talking.
Hi, I'm Faith Studenroth. I'm on Old Philadelphia Pike. Just about the easements and taking care of a bridge. Easements, if you live on a road that has an easement, guess what? You all pitch in and fix whatever, take care of it. If you're purchasing that as conservation land and that's the only access to it, that would kind of be included with that conservation land. So I would be
We
a
could
little
put-
hesitant on that.
We could put language in the document that lets us out of that. So,
Exactly,
okay.
exactly. And I understand that you have to go through all these numbers and everything, but we'll be here at the hearing, so that'll be fine.
Okay. Okay, who else would like to go? Okay, Kathy, now I think we're ready for a roll call.
Mr. Carochi,
No.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Delion,
Yes?
Mr. Benonis,
No, I don't want to potentially buy a bridge.
Ms. Alpop Cordero.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have discussion and possible action on property identified as 2024-4. Council may consider authorizing an appraisal for the property in the amount not to exceed $5,000. We also have a recommendation from the EAC, who voted no on this. So, what's the wish of council?
All right.
Okay, so if we follow the EAC's recommendation, we'll vote no on an appraisal. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, council discussing Jason?
Yeah, so back to the point that the astute public recognizes is that this whole thing is a mess. This latest property, which has been identified as 2024-04, does not include any scoring criteria sheet like the other property does. So Mr. Carochi earlier spoke about development potential, the scoring you can get there, linkage potential, active farm, ag soils, hydrological features, sensitive natural areas, carbonate geology, scenic value, stormwater, and a recommendation to council. And the information we have before us does not include any scoring sheet whatsoever. All it has is that EAC does not recommend for an appraisal. Doesn't say why. There's no rationale here. There's no scoring sheet to tell us why. It didn't score, like the other one was scored 19 out of 23. We have no idea. Did this score 2 out of 23? Or is it just somebody that they don't like? Who knows? So this goes to the point of the incompetence of the EAC, the incompetence in failing to provide us with a criteria scoring sheet like they did in the other matter. This one, just take our word. Vote no on it, okay? How are we supposed to make a determination as to whether or not this is something to take their word on? Now, you clowns will, because they're your buddies there, and you all run in cahoots with one another. You're gonna vote no. I would like to know, before I shoot this down, as to what the issue is. The person who's applying for it, here's the description. Close proximity to baseball field and access to said field, one mature walnut tree, 6 lilac bushes, 1 red bud tree, 7 mature maple trees, 2 pear trees, 3 cherry trees, 2 princess trees, 1 choke cherry tree, along with assorted something ivy and bushes, untamed wildflower gardens and ponds. It sounds like a delightful property to me to be conserved. I don't know though, because I don't have a score here from EAC. Maybe Ms. Helton can stand up and tell us why it doesn't include a scoring sheet. I don't know. But that's my position on this. There's no consistency here, folks. There's no transparency. There's no consistency. There's no credibility. There's no credibility whatsoever. A bunch of clowns. I yield.
Tom?
Yeah, so this is a perfect example. This property does abut a field, and I believe even other property that the township owns. And it's not so much, you know, obviously the EAC is saying they do not recommend it. They don't say why, not letting the public know why. They don't score it and all that. But, you know, like you say, when you don't know why, you know, there could be any reason. There are a bunch of liberal Democrats on that. It may be someone they just don't agree with politically. Maybe at a Trump sign in his yard. They're like FEMA people. They just say bypassing. Who knows? That's how these people play politics. That's how the federal government does it. That's how Biden and Kamala Harris did it. FEMA, got a Trump sign in your yard. No service provided. That's how these people on EAC and on council could be. You just don't know because they won't give a rationale for why this property, which seems to abut other, if not open space, at least ball fields and fields, like there's not houses on them. So they also misrepresented. There's a map, and the other one, they say that they have no idea where these properties are. The council's been provided with a map of exactly where the properties are and the thing. So we know who the owners are too. We've been provided with the owners of the property too. It's right here. It's right here.
I don't know the
Are you gonna say, this says name, current owner, there's a name here.
I'll just continue to say, I don't know the owners.
In her packet,
they might list a name.
Right,
I don't
this is
know
my time. This is my time.
I don't know them. I have
How does it feel, Tom?
My time to comment. My time to comment.
Almost every word out of your mouth is
Victoria, let him speak.
So she's lying because in her packet, there is.
Harder when you're gonna gavel her so she hears you.
In her packet, there is a piece of paper that has a current owner
just doing it for show.
details.
I know that. You don't really care if she interrupts him.
And has the current owner. So she's just lying when she says she doesn't know who the owners are. Or where the property is. There is a map. They haven't provided this to the public. They won't provide it to you. And even when they come initially finally put it on the agenda for some type of final vote, it'll still be as a number. You'll have to come to the meeting to find out after we come out of executive session where exactly the property is. But you know, this is, again, they won't state. Now the 3 of them will comment now, and none of them will state why EAC didn't. Maybe Lost will. I don't know. She's on EAC, but the other ones are just toting the party line, or basically will take their marching orders from EAC. don't have much of a mind of their own, obviously, but that's how they are. But it seems like close proximity to the baseball field, access to fields, it could be parking for those fields. I'm sure if it was one of their political supporters, as they have done in the past, Miss Ray, for example, received $200,000 for her personal property that she still lives on in a conservation easement before she was on council, but still, I believe Ms. De Leon voted in favor of that. And there have been others. I'm sure if they're a political supporter of theirs, they would not get a do not recommend from EAC. That would have been, mentioned to EAC prior to them making their non-recommendation here, I guess it is. And you see, this is, as long as everybody in the township understands the corruption of these people.
Accusations. Victoria, would you go next, please?
Sure. I think it's ridiculous for any member of council to opine why EAC does or doesn't do something. I'm not on EAC. I don't tell them what to do. I can't tell you why they do or do not do something. What I can say is, if you're interested in what EAC does, attend an EAC meeting, comment at the EAC meeting, participate in the EAC meeting, volunteer for a subcommittee, put yourself in next time there's an opening, and learn how the process works. I don't know why EAC did or didn't do something. When I say I don't know property owners, it's not that I can't read who the property owner is on a piece of paper. It's that I don't know them. I don't go out to dinner with them. I don't know anything about their political affiliation or their political persuasion. And I don't know any of those things. So to hear people accuse and make accusations that somehow this is some collusion, people are treating people differently one way or the other, it's just not accurate. I had the opportunity to review what's here. I had the opportunity to look at where the property is, and
Tom, would you please be quiet? You're being rude.
What are you talking about?
You mumbling.
My personal view is I don't think that this parcel would be an appropriate parcel to purchase with EAC open space money. I should say open space money. EAC doesn't have any money. So that's my personal opinion. So, if EAC voted one way or the other to pursue it, that's what they did. But that's where I stand.
Okay, Laura?
I don't know.
Yeah, can you stop talking to yourself down there? Turn off the microphone when you talk to yourself so that people can hear the members who are actually speaking.
Yeah, he could turn off his individual.
Yes, turn off your microphone while you talk to yourself. And you can keep your comments to yourself as well. I am speaking.
Yes, give Laura the floor.
And I will say, in the past, and this property included, there are times when EAC chooses not to go and evaluate a property for different reasons sometimes, and in this case, one of the main reasons is the size of the parcel. It's not, the people that go out and do this are volunteers, okay? So they're not getting paid to do this. So they don't want to just go out and waste time on things that are going to score probably maybe a 1 or a 2 on the score sheet. So why should they go out there and score that? They can tell exactly what the whole thing is. We're not in the business of buying homes. That's not what the open space funding's for. So this property was declined because that's really basically all it is a home on a very small parcel, and it doesn't fit into the general EAC criteria.
It doesn't say that anywhere in that paperwork that was given to us in council.
Okay, well, you can see it by looking at the picture.
We've used open space money and bought properties with homes on it in the past.
Okay, now the floor. Anybody in the audience like to speak on this?
We've bought properties with open space money in the past that have houses on them. She's lying about that.
Okay, so let's get back to the process again. We have a process and we send it to the AAC and they score it. Well, obviously, the process is whatever you want to make it. Process du jour. And it's just like Pelosi said, we have to pass this before we know what's in it. Cut it out. Yeah, you can smile all you want, Victoria. It's great to see how you affirm all your statements and laugh at other things when you know they're true. You just sit there and smile. You just light up like a beacon, unfortunately. Now, what I'd say is, yeah, if you're going to have any credibility, you're going to have a process. It's going to be written down. And yes, Steve Gagosian wouldn't answer me before and wouldn't engage with me, although he did engage with the following person. So, got to wonder who he is, all right? So let's get back to this thing. It's the process. It's got to be written down. We understand about the sunshine laws. We know all about that, how you have to keep it quiet. Well, I'm going to look back into that and see that. And I really like to know who the solicitor is that's going to do this wonderful bartering with whoever these homeowners are. So far, we have no idea who that person is. It's not mentioned. And as far as the EAC goes, last time I talked about this, the piece of property across the way, they didn't even know there was a house on it, much less anything else. And the floodplains and everything else. All these residents here ought to be scared to death, because what's going to happen is what always happens here. It comes down for a vote, and the public doesn't really get a chance to say anything because they don't know anything. They don't see these little bitty maps. They need to see them full scale and understand the full ramifications of it. And yes, maybe the negotiations too. We see how Blinken negotiates with our country. Wow, what a disaster. All right? So yeah, I want to see it. I want to know about it. Yes, Priscilla, I have 52. You want to stick that card up again? I'm going to get my own card pretty soon and redline you. So you want to hide it? You go ahead. You dancing girls, you dance around it. You can hide whatever you want, but the truth comes out, and it's already here. And whatever is in people's mailboxes, thank God somebody did it. Thank God somebody did it, because most of you people would know about it if you didn't, because this council, certain members on this council, refuse to say anything that might damage their image. I think not. I have 13 seconds.
Yeah.
Can you put the card down, please? You're disrespectful beyond belief. You really are. Anything you don't like, you crush or try.
Anybody want to go next?
Jennifer Helpton, Chair of the EAC, co-chair, excuse me.
Promoting yourself.
So I want to make sure everyone understands that we're an advisory group. We are here to make recommendations, and with that piece of property, we did look at it and decided that it would not even score properly. So there are procedures in place, and we are volunteers. And to go out and walk on somebody's property and talk to them and know that it wouldn't even meet requirements, we made that decision. Should we have procedures and we go out if it's been submitted? That's something we need to discuss. But nobody is hiding anything. The property is very small, and please understand that houses are not included in these appraisals when it's an environmental easement. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you for what you do on the EAC. Who wants to go next?
There you go. There's a cabal.
Anyone? I see no one, so roll call, Kathy.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
This is a motion to decline, right?
To vote no, yes.
No. So if I vote yes, it means I'm voting no. Am I correct?
No.
If I vote in the affirmative, I'm voting to deny this, correct? Could the solicitor answer that question for me? Can somebody counsel me on that?
You're voting in the affirmative. You are voting to say no to getting an appraisal done on this property.
Thank you for the clarification, Kathy. And I will vote yes to vote no.
I don't understand.
What? He didn't.
I'm voting, go ahead.
So if I can, for clarification, where we are is two people have voted to not recommend the appraisal.
Right.
And then Mr. Bononis voted against that.
No, I voted to not I voted yes.
What's the motion?
No. I'm very clear in my motion.
What's the motion?
I asked Kathy, and she said, if you vote yes, you're voting to deny deny moving forward with it.
We have the motion. What was the exact motion?
The exact motion was follow the recommendation of the EAC.
Which was
and
to
vote
not,
no.
which was to not.
Deny, right, to deny.
So then a vote, then I think it's backwards.
No, you want to vote no.
I voted yes.
No,
You wanna vote no.
he voted the same way that Priscilla and Laura voted. He's voting yes, he does not want to move forward with pursuing the property.
Right.
Did I say that right, Jason?
That's not what he said.
Because that's
That's what he said, but that's not what he
That's what
wants.
Priscilla and Laura voted. They voted, yes, they do not want to pursue moving forward with the
No,
property.
that's not it. What EAC said is they voted that they do not recommend getting an appraisal on the property. I'm not voting that I don't recommend pursuing the property. I'm voting that I'm not agreeing to get an appraisal because I don't have a score. But what I would like to do when we're done with this motion is make my own motion to direct EAC to score the property so that we know whether or not the property is something that we should consider getting an appraisal for. That's what my intentions are.
Okay.
So thanks for not putting words in my mouth.
Ms.
said it, Dami.
Ms. Optoff Cordero? Yes. Mr. Carucci?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you, Kathy.
I'm going to make a motion before we move on to the next item to have council and the township manager request from EAC that they score the property that is identified as 2024-04 so that we can make an informed decision about the qualities of the property and whether or not it's something that we want to pursue considering getting an appraisal for.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I guess I don't hear a second.
Second, I'll second. We're talking Thanksgiving over here. I'll second.
Okay, so discussion, Jason?
That's exactly what I've already said. I mean, I think that EAC should be consistent in their application and before presenting a recommendation to us to not pursue getting an appraisal, that they should give us scoring to justify their recommendation so that we can make an informed decision based upon their evaluation of this.
Tom?
Yeah, I think that they should go out and score it because I think the residents, any resident who fills out an open space application, fills out the paperwork, puts themselves in the process, deserves at least that. For taxpayers, they deserve that the property be looked at. And if it scores low, it scores low. At least then they have a justification as to why they're not being considered for the open space program. Here they don't, and they're taxpayers. They deserve that service. That's it.
Okay, I think the EAC followed their own procedures and.
Aren't written anywhere.
Right.
So.
They love procedures that aren't written, so they can make them up as they go along and amend them whenever they have.
I could say you do too. So, Victoria?
Yeah, I said before, based upon the information I have about the property, its location, I wasn't in favor of moving forward with it irrespective of what EAC was gonna recommend, but I then heard from the EAC co-chair about their justification or what their process was. So I think that they did consider the property at EAC. They did look at what it was, and the EAC had an open public meeting where that was discussed, and then you heard it again tonight, so I can't support the motion.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I already made my comments earlier in the first motion, why this is not appropriate to be scored. So I wouldn't be in favor of trying to force them to go give a score.
Do their job.
Okay, so, public, anybody in the audience like to speak on this?
I said it once before, I'll say again, if you have a procedure in place, which we understand there is no written, there is no anything aside from somebody's whim about whether you're gonna score, not score, or anything else, then you don't have a procedure, it's just your whim. And I can't believe that people sit here and say, gee, we're all volunteers. As I've said many times before, I'm not here because I'm gonna make some money or I'm going to run for council. I sure as heck am not. And I'm not running for anything else either. And Priscilla, if you don't stop looking at that clock, I may take it off the wall.
Well, and if you do that, there's 2 police officers here that will take action.
We'll see what
Destruction
happens.
of public property.
We'll see.
Removing it isn't destruction. Removing it is
Okay, so that's where Priscilla goes, and yeah, she just ran some more time down. Anyhow, the bottom line is I strongly suggest, and I know Mr. Gaduzian doesn't seem to think it's necessary, that if you're going to keep referring to why you're doing something because the EAC has a procedure, and the procedure is we're all volunteers and we can't get out to the ball field to look at it, that's malarkey. Good grief, at least have a little more creativity, Virginia, so you can at least sound credible when you say, oh, well, we didn't look at it because, or I'm not on the EAC, but you can watch the EAC. And yeah, I do watch it, and it's, what a waste. The other thing is, I don't know where the chair of the EAC is. If everything hangs on the EAC and a bunch of volunteers, and I'm not going to knock them because I volunteer for a lot of things, but if it's just that critical, maybe the chair should get here and stick his face up here and say what their procedure is. He's running the show, not the co-chair, not Laura Ray, who attends the meetings, or nobody attends them and nobody wants to talk about it, but everybody refers to it as this is the defining moment, whether we're going to do it or not. The council can't make a move without the volunteer EAC saying we had it on our checklist, because you don't even have it on your checklist, because you couldn't even spend 5 minutes in the meeting with the EAC checking it off, regardless of whether you went there or not. I mean, that's really pathetic. So, again, I would strongly recommend, yep, there she goes. See how that works, folks? Tries to intimidate it. That's really pathetic. You really need to work on that, Priscilla.
Nobody else is intimidated.
But a lot of people are starting to call, and they're not happy with what you do.
Geez, I hear differently. Anybody else like to go next? Okay, I guess we have a roll call, please.
Ms. DeLeon.
Remind me of the motion here, to resend it back to the EAC? No.
Mr. Bedonis.
So their mailer is to preserve the rural nature of our township, prioritize our residents' concerns, and those people that come forward that want to get their property put into the open space program, they just gave you all the middle finger, is what they did. I'm going to vote yes. They're going to vote no. They're going to all give you the middle finger. So anybody, unless you're a political ally of theirs, don't even bother.
Ms. Zaptov Cordero.
No.
Mr. Carucci.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
There it is, double birds.
Okay, next we have discussion and update on appraisal and EAC actions on property identified as 2024-07. Tom, I guess you asked to have this on the
That
agenda?
is a very nice new Philadelphia Phillies hat. It doesn't look like an old Philadelphia Phillies hat. It looks like a new Philadelphia Phillies hat. So let's talk about 2407. It's a new Philadelphia, not an old Philadelphia Phillies hat. So let's talk about 2407. EAC was supposed to do something with that. Did they do it, is the first question. We have an EAC member on council, Miss Lost Ray over there. Did the EAC do anything? So, again, the EAC was supposed to, they were directed by council to go out and look at the property, and the EAC members won't tell you whether they did that or not. The property, to my understanding, is not that far away from Township Hall, and so I don't think it was a matter of them not being able to find it or to have a long commute. They come here for their meetings. So we're going to hear silence on that, more hiding the ball. I was hoping to get an update. I'm not on EAC. They threw me off of EAC.
And Sandy, too.
And Sandy Yerger's no longer on EAC, and neither is Ann Spurk. They threw the three of us off, and or at least two of us off. The other one is
She
on.
left on her own.
So we'll see. I would like.
I can provide an update.
Kathy can provide an update.
We did.
It should come from members of the EAC, but I guess they're too cowardly to do so.
We did provide the owner's contact information to EAC to schedule an appointment to review the property, and we did forward all the information to our appraising company and they're working on an appraisal as we speak.
When
What did EAC do?
When did you forward the contact information to EAC?
I believe we were working with the attorney, and I had forwarded the attorney's information to the EAC probably after their last meeting, but.
So after their meeting. Okay, thank you.
But they do have it, so they can schedule to do whatever they need to do.
So it wasn't
With the
in their
property
hands when they
owners.
went to their meeting?
So I still have the floor. An appraisal's been done? We just haven't
It's in
gotten it back.
process, it's in process.
Right, but they've actually,
They have everything they need.
they've went to the property and now they're putting the appraisal back together. Did they give you a time frame of when that may be ready by?
If I remember correctly, I think the last time they did an appraisal, they said they gave 4 weeks.
Okay.
But within that time frame, I'm sure EAC will be able to have an opportunity to gain access to the property.
But to your knowledge, they have not yet.
Not to my knowledge.
They had a
They've done-
meeting, when? So first Tuesdays, the meetings were first Tuesdays of the month?
Second Tuesdays of December.
December 10th, next meeting, but they had a meeting after they were instructed by council to look at it in early November. We had a meeting November 6th, and they had a meeting after that.
That's not what we
No,
instructed
no,
to
I'm
do.
asking Kathy, I'm not talking to you.
Oh, you
I'd
didn't
have to go back
answer.
through my emails,
Take
but
them
I do remember, I did have the conversation with the, Mr. Gadusian about getting, whose information should I give to EAC to schedule that, whether it was the property owner or the attorney or,
No,
so
but-
we forwarded the information we had made contact with the attorney to schedule.
At the
to
November
appropriate.
6th meeting, we instructed the township to get an appraisal.
Ask
We also
permission.
instructed, we also instructed the EAC to look at it. And
Ask
you're saying they didn't,
permission
you're
to
saying
get
they didn't
access.
even, they didn't even put it on their agenda.
Ask permission to get
No, no,
access,
no.
so there's
I'll
a,
have to double check on the agenda for EAC.
They didn't put it on their agenda.
No,
So
there's
council
communication that has to
voted that, they had a meeting after, EAC had a meeting, council meeting was November 6th. EAC would have had a meeting a Tuesday after that. Council requested that they go out and score the property. Apparently, it wasn't even on the agenda, which unfortunately, for some of these people may mean that it won't be on the agenda until December. And possibly, not then they have to bring it back. The subcommittee will walk it and score it. Hopefully they do in December, but who knows with the holidays, it might take until January or February. Might be bad weather, they may want to go out in that weather. So they're slow walking this, for sure. I think that's pretty obvious. And it's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. They won't identify the property. And there's no reason why that shouldn't have been on the agenda for the EAC meeting after the council instructed that the EAC look at the property. And apparently it wasn't.
November 12th, 2024,
Was it on the
EAC
meeting?
agenda, discussion, evaluation, property number 2024-07.
Okay. All right. So what happened? We have
Can we ask Steve, do you have any comments on
Councilwoman.
this?
We're interrupting him. He
Council, I'm still talking. I'm still
He
talking.
still has the floor.
I'm still talking. Well, then I would hope to hear, we've heard from the co-chair of the EAC on plenty of other things. I'd like to hear from her, and I'd like to hear from our council liaison there as well. No, I'm
So
done.
Steve?
So as a follow-up to the last time we had a meeting or discussed this, I reached out to the representative of the landowner, inquired and said we were interested in having the EAC look. Obviously, we would need permission to go onto the property. We needed contact information to do that. They got back to us, but it took some time for them to get back to us. I passed that information on to Kathy, who I understand then passed it on to the EAC. So just so everyone's aware, there's a process.
He had the contact information. He's lying about that. He had the owner's contact information because the owner had made an offer at an earlier date.
But I needed contact information for somebody if they were going to go on the property. I also needed their permission to go on the property because EAC does not simply walk on people's properties.
But he's asking like he had to hunt this information down. He had it that night, even before council, he had a piece of paper from them with an offer that he didn't have to hunt these people down. It was called making one phone call. So he's misrepresenting that, which is not surprising.
That's inaccurate, but it's not worth fighting. Let's move on.
Okay, Laura, did you want to say something? We're kind of going out of order here.
Went out of order.
Is it my turn? Is it my turn?
Yeah, well, let's go backwards. Let's start with you, okay? We don't even have a motion on the floor.
I don't believe there is any.
It's discussion.
It's just an update. So,
Discussion.
so any discussion, Laura?
Well, it is incorrect that, you know, it wasn't put on the EAC agenda because it was put on the EAC agenda. Didn't come through the normal process with an application, so there was confusion there, and we did ask to get confirmation of who would we contact or who would we get in touch to make sure they want us to come out there on the property and walk it and score it. So yes, EAC just met 8 days ago, and again, it is a volunteer board, and pretty much most of the people on there work full-time, so, you know, they can't just go out on a dime and get things done, and there's no slow balling going on. We just got the information.
Okay, Victoria?
Yeah, from what I hear, we had discussion last time, which gave direction to get permission to get onto the property, which has, whether it takes one phone call or not, it's still a phone call with and then a local person who's then able to provide that. The EAC has to get that information. The appraisal's in work, so I don't even know why this is here. This is, I mean, there's no update to provide other than the information has been processed. If somebody wanted to stonewall or slow walk, it wouldn't be placed on an agenda. The appraisal wouldn't have been made. The phone calls wouldn't have been made. So I don't know that they can work any faster.
Right.
Well, we're gonna see. I'll make a motion that EAC gets a scoring done by December 1st.
We're in the middle of.
Make a motion.
They don't even have a meeting.
It's on this topic.
They don't even have a meeting.
Second.
I didn't hear his motion. What was the motion again, Tom?
EAC scores the property by, okay, if they don't, by December, or December 10th, or what's the Tuesday, December 10th, then they score it by, yeah, they can score it anytime. They can score it, so by, on our following meeting was what, the 20th? That they score it and get it back to council by December 18th. So these people have some idea what's happening with the property over there. By December 18th. You second that, Jason?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to start all over again. Laura?
Well, I'll
Here's the issue.
go on to say, yes, they will score it when they can. Several people go out there together, so it's not one person going out and making up their own mind or people going out individually.
Yep.
They go out together as a group, yep, and it's hard for them to coordinate because they do work full-time jobs and it gets dark like at 5 o'clock now, so they would have to be doing it on the weekend, I imagine.
Maybe Priscilla should join.
So trying to force them to have it done by X date is ridiculous. They will do the best they can to get it done,
Right.
but making a motion to try to force it is ridiculous,
I'm sorry, we're interrupting Laura.
as usual.
I'm sorry, Laura, were you finished? Victoria?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be on their next agenda, I'm sure, and I'm sure they're gonna move it through their process. I don't think it's appropriate to set any kind of precedent that we start dictating to each board when they need to complete information by. I'm sure at our next meeting, if we don't have a date of when they're gonna go score it or when they're gonna talk about it, people will raise that issue. I mean, I think it's gonna be clear to the public if you think that somebody's purposely avoiding scoring something. So I don't think that this is appropriate. It's disrespectful to the EAC to try to force them. I don't even know what their schedule is on that weekend. There's like, that leaves one weekend for them to try and go out and do this. So I think EAC should decide, and with that, I'm going to say I hope that they would try to deal with it as quick as they can. That's what I'll say.
I mean, is it my turn?
Tom, you already went.
No, I didn't. No, I not before that motion was done. You said, let's start over. And we started over. You let Laura go first.
And I'm going backwards. I changed it. I changed my procedure.
That's fine, whatever, as long as I get to
Go backwards,
speak.
Priscilla.
That's because you're looking the same way.
I'm not.
Only as long as I get to speak again.
No, yes, you will.
All right, thank you.
So I would like to say that I appreciate everything the EAC does. I hope you guys living near have a better understanding of the process. It's very complicated at times, and stop cherry picking what I'm saying. And I just, they're gonna do it as quick as they can and come back. So that's all I really have to say. And, Tom, you go again.
Yeah, okay. We owe it to, you have residents that are concerned about this. I don't think December 18th, they've known about it now since November 6th, when we had a council meeting discussed that they go forward with this. At least the Councilwoman Ray did, and anybody else from the EAC did. People want to know what's happening over there. What if somebody is trying to sell their house down here? They don't know whether to tell the people, well, there's going to be 39 garden apartments down there with 80 parking spaces, and the traffic's going to be worse here. Or what if people consider moving and selling? There's no, you're fooling with people's livelihoods. And to say it's complicated, Priscilla, is a joke. There's literally 6 categories: development potential, linkage potential, active farm, ag soils, hydrological features, sensitive, carbonite, scenic, stormwater. What is that, 8?
I'm not
1, 2,
talking
3,
about
4,
that
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Again, you're
9.
assuming what I'm
9.
thinking.
And it's getting a couple people together, 2 or 3 people together to walk over there and give their opinion to that. They only rate, they rate them, it's possible 23 points. Development potential is 1 to 5 is by far the largest, and what's exactly what we're talking about possibly is development potential. And to say it's a complicated process is a joke. They really owed us this. If EAC was doing their job, I don't appreciate it, because I think they're slow walking it for obvious reasons. I don't appreciate it. They haven't done a good job. They should have had this scored by now, and they should certainly have it scored by our December 18th meeting, so that we have that information and can at least make the scores public out of that 23 scale measure. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for it. You'll hear all darkness, all this stuff. Just do it. If you're going to volunteer, do it. If you're not going to do it, let somebody else serve on EAC then. If you can't get the job done, let somebody else serve.
I think that this
But
started.
I'll tell you, they love to get together and meet and talk about plastic bag bans in the township. They love doing that, man. You can't. They'll put that on the agenda every time. They love. You can't stop them from doing that. I mean, they love that. Or something that involves the landfill. Boy, that gets on the agenda really quick. There's no slow walking that. But something like this.
First of all, I'd like to apologize to the EAC, because you're doing your good job, and it's only November 20th, and this all took
2 weeks
place,
ago, 6th.
They didn't have permission to get on the property at their last meeting. Yeah. So how exactly are they gonna go on the property before they have permission?
Susie didn't make a phone call the next day. Susie didn't make a phone call the next day.
I don't know when he made his phone call.
He didn't make a phone call the next day, to a number he had,
Whatever.
Direction for him to slow walk anything.
Yes, there was.
So Jason?
Yeah, this is the tail wagging the dog. We're the elected individuals, right? And we could say to EAC, go do this. We want you to do this. We need this, and we need it in this time frame. But they're so weak and pathetic that they won't even do that, because they're too busy tripping over all this blather, this virtue signaling bullshit towards the EAC, which has, it's preposterous. Thank you for what you're doing. You're so wonderful. I apologize. Then do your damn job. Do your job, go out and score the property. We impressed upon you at that meeting the urgency of this, and you chose to not do it. My question is, I got a couple questions about this. I think the public should have these questions too. Did the EAC intentionally not go out and look at this because they didn't have an application? Did they say, well, we don't have an application. Normally we get it in through an application, but we don't have an application here, so we can't do anything. We're just gonna sit back and take our time. And are they taking their direction from these three ladies on council who have already indicated to the public that they wanna slow play this? It wasn't until the folks in the public stood at that microphone and raised hell that they finally backed down and agreed to actually move forward with an appraisal. They were perfectly willing to forego getting an appraisal altogether, and it wasn't until you folks stood up and put the pressure on them and said, do your damn job, this is what you're elected for, go get us an appraisal. You're willing to spend money on all this other nonsense, so go get the appraisal and go get it quickly. Here's my concern. Is EAC actually gonna go out and do this walk? And then when they do, how are they gonna score it? Is that scoring gonna reflect the bias that these three have already projected out there into the public sphere? Are they gonna drive down those numbers to have EAC's scoring sheet come in too low?
They've appointed them. They've appointed them.
They're their cronies, right? So they're all in cahoots with one another. So that concerns me, and if I lived on Old Philadelphia Pike, I would be very concerned about that, and I would go to the EAC meeting, and I would want to participate and be heard, and make sure that they're doing their job, and they're doing it in a transparent, candid, unbiased, uninfluenced, apolitical way. Stop mumbling. Just be quiet, okay?
What,
Just
Tom
be quiet.
does it all the time.
Just be quiet, because you know you're part of this, and you don't like that you're being called out for this stuff. And I got to call it out because that's what my job. You be quiet too.
You know,
I didn't insult her. She's just why don't you be quiet too? I'm not talking to you.
Everybody.
I'm not talking to you. Why don't you be quiet? I'm speaking my part. I'm an elected official, so shut your mouth so I can speak my part and I can voice what I think the public's concerns are. Okay?
whether it's true or not.
Yeah, whether it's true or not, Priscilla, this is my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion, okay?
They don't want you to
And my
speak.
opinion is certainly a lot more valuable than yours because you've already projected out there to the public exactly what your bias is. You tried to ram this thing through and get it done as quickly as possible, and you got caught, and the public came here and they screamed and yelled at you, and you caved like a house of cards is what you did. So, I want to know, are they going to be obstructing this? I mean, you've already indicated you want to obstruct the appraisal. I don't think it's unreasonable for this council to say to them, get us the scoring and get us the scoring by the middle of December so that we can discuss this by December 18th. Because holidays are coming up, this developer can go break ground right away and they can do whatever they want as a matter of right. And the longer that this goes on, the greater that possibility becomes. And you're not doing anything to try to move this along to a position where the township can make an informed decision as to how to proceed on that property. And that is a disservice to these folks that pay their taxes, that you've been collecting pay for, your 10-term Priscilla, 10-term De Leon, right? 10 terms, 40 years, you've been collecting pay from the township taxpayers, and you won't even.
Pay.
So what?
I signed your check.
So what?
So why accuse me?
Because I'm doing my job and you're being lazy. I'm doing my job and you're not doing your job, Priscilla. You've been doing it for 40 years. You're doing it for 40 years, collecting a paycheck and not doing your job to protect the taxpayers.
And that's your opinion, you know what they say.
It is my
about
opinion.
that.
So you're gonna keep interrupting me?
No.
You wanna debate me on that?
Everybody else does.
Let's go through your history of accomplishments. What are they, Priscilla? What have you accomplished in your 40 years on council?
Let's stick to the topic.
You wanna do that? Let's do that. What have you accomplished in your life? You want to go there? Let's get it on. You want to talk about all this stuff? You want to debate me because you have nothing behind you, Priscilla. You're a pathetic person. You're a pathetic, weak person who won't do the right thing for these people, and it's a damn shame for the residents of this township.
So just keep believing them.
I'm done.
Just keep believing.
I'm done. I yield the floor.
Good.
Can we get a vote
public
on Tom's
comment?
motion?
Yeah, we got to vote. Well, the public gets to speak on Tom's motion. The public gets to speak on my motion. The public gets to speak.
Jennifer Helpton, co-chair.
Co-conspirator.
And I want everyone to understand on the council that I would like Kathy, if she would be so polite, to say when we received that information, because it was not in our packet. We were not aware about the property, and so therefore we have not been given the property to go out.
Oh.
Then I know, then.
It's a council directive that did that at a council meeting. I would assume the liaison to council to EAC would have provided that to them.
Were you at the November 6th meeting?
Wouldn't
You were
it
at the
have been
meeting.
on the
Doesn't work that way.
agenda?
That's why
Should
we
been
have
on our
administration.
agenda.
Oh,
To
I'm planning for the
discuss.
administration on this.
I was not at the meeting before
November 6th?
November 6th.
You weren't here?
At city council, no. I mean, township council, no. I wasn't.
I didn't say she was. I thought she was here.
So I would like.
I would think that you would actually communicate to her since you're the liaison.
Jason, I would like to speak.
Please do.
I think it's important that everyone know that we do have procedures that feed down through the manager, the township council, and we follow this when they come to our agenda. We can score the property without having a meeting. It's driven by the subcommittee. So as soon as we get confirmation, there's 4 of us, we'll be glad to be on that property. It's not a big deal, but we have to have permission. We have to have authorization. Just because we have a name doesn't mean we would not be in violation of any legal trespassing to go on that property. So I think it's very important that everyone knows that we are not some partisan group of people. We're hardworking. There's scientists. There's individuals that believe in this. We're an advisory to the council. And I would like everyone just to step back a little bit. And I know this is a hot topic, and we respect that. We're not snowballing it, slowing down. We want to get it done.
Except for one of them, they're Democrats.
But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
One of
So
them,
she just confirmed what Victoria said. Well, they were never given notice.
Right.
They said they're ready to go out as soon as they get notice. They're ready to act on it. They don't have to have a meeting.
right. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Anne Marie
She
Slavic,
doesn't need it. She
Lower
knows.
Saucon.
Ladies, go ahead, sorry.
Anne Marie Slavic. So just want to make a few things aware for the public, and I know there's obviously procedures and processes, but for the public that came tonight to talk about this particular property, the information and the details in the beginning of the meeting that everybody was like, when are we going to talk about this property? You couldn't just say, this council had already addressed this property. This council already voted on doing, in fact, you took a break, you went in the back room and you voted on this property. It was talked about, the public commented on it, and to look at the property to get. So it's funny though that none of you could specifically say that to all of the new people that showed up at the council meeting. Like, I wanted to get up there and say, hey, yeah, we talked about this already. You guys voted on it already, and you're acting like it's a secret, but you already voted on it. It was already discussed in a public forum, which confused me. So another thing that I just want to make the public aware for all those who are listening and here for the first time or here whatever, maybe since haven't been here in a while, just beware of what everybody's saying on this council. Just beware and ask yourself a lot of why questions. We've got people on this council who keep spurting out about the Sunshine Law, and then they're being accused of violating that Sunshine Law. So there's a lot of different things that come up on this council that people need to be aware of. Also, my question is, you didn't score the one property, the EAC didn't score the one property that we just discussed in the last parcel property. Why do you need to score this one? So it doesn't make sense to me. It's a volunteer organization, you say. People work. This is just a volunteer organization, but clearly has a lot of power. If you need a piece of paper to score a property in order for the county to buy, or the township to buy it, maybe that's in the law. I don't know. Maybe that's in the rules. But it just seems odd that you go from this is a volunteer organization to it needs to be scored. But the last property didn't need to be scored, and then you all have the last say anyway. The council has the last say. Per all of these agenda items, you are voting yes or no to do appraisals on these properties. So you have the last say. The EAC really doesn't. It's just a process. Somebody comes to the EAC, right, puts an application in and says, I want my property to be included in this, right? I guess that's the process. Then you do the scoring, or you don't do the scoring. Maybe, maybe not. But you have to do the scoring on this one. And also, for the people in here that aren't familiar with the people on the council, the township solicitor is saying that that Well, I know that he got the information to call the owner, and he may have called it, he may not have, he may have talked to the person, maybe I talked to the lawyer. But just be aware of what's being said and who's saying it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Dave Boulan, 2023 Alice. Yeah, I was going to just read off my notes here, but this last speaker really laid it down. So it looks like, what was the gentleman over here? He made a comment about failure to communicate. That's a laugh, because this council clearly directed the EAC to go and look at that property. Hold on. And we know that there's a liaison sitting here to the EAC. So we also know that Mr. Gaduzian is in touch, I'm sure, with the solicitor that is going to work the agreements. So all of these people together, and somehow or another, even though, if I understand correctly, that night, there was a discussion between them, meaning the attorneys, and yet everybody knew about it except the EAC. And we find out now that it's not the entire EAC that's going, it's 4 members, only 4. Wow, that's got to be a real killer. I mean, I traveled all over the world in my jobs, and somehow I met my family obligations and a lot of town obligations that I was involved in, and never used the excuse that I was too tired or whatever. If you can't, it's a volunteer organization. This is not a cookies and cream thing. These decisions, obviously, that they make, this council takes as golden. And that's the other thing. I've started looking at the FEMA floodplains, and my goodness, I wonder if the EAC even knows what those are, where they can get hold of them, or has talked to anybody in either FEMA or PA, NPDES. I hope you make that known there, NPDES, Laura Ray, because that could stop this whole thing cold in its tracks. And anybody that doesn't know how much this property was bought for, news, big news, you can find it trivially. It's $400K about a year ago. So if somebody wants to spend, yeah, we spent some engineering fees, and due respect to your profession. It's not $1.2 million worth of engineering in there already. So if somebody's gonna make an offer of $1.2 million, you know, you put that up again. I mean,
I have to, that's my
good,
policy.
good, thanks. Because you know what, I can read too. If you have to do this again, it's absolutely ridiculous. And you people that are running this show are completely incompetent, because you can't even get the EAC to make a little checklist. I'm not even sure. I hear professionals and all. I wonder what they're professionals in. It certainly isn't getting the job done.
Well, the chairman's a liberal professor at Lafayette.
Okay, next, who'd like to go next? Sir, your name, please.
Not exactly a workaholic.
Yeah, my name is Mark Kellner. I live on Old Philadelphia Pike. And my question to you guys is, do you live on Old Philadelphia Pike? Anyone here?
No.
No.
None of you?
No.
Anyone here? Yeah, right here. Okay. So it's not affecting your lives at all, is it?
Nope.
But I would like for you to consider how it affects ours.
Yep.
Because you put a freaking 40 or how many other apartments on that building, on that property, that's gonna affect us, our lives. Yep. I don't care what party you're from. You know, use your heads. Think about us, that we've gotta live with it. I just had 2 huge buildings encircle my property that I've gotta deal with now. And you keep doing that, that might affect the way you guys get voted next time. You know, I don't care where you live, because you don't care where I live. And I know the people will freaking decide that.
Yeah, so Jason,
Okay, who wants to
Jason,
go next?
I just want to clarify
Jason,
something.
then I'm gonna clarify. Then I'm gonna clarify.
Victoria started
No,
first.
I can appreciate what you're
Then I'm gonna
saying about
clarify.
about living in Old Philadelphia Pike, but What I can say is just because I don't live on Old Philadelphia Pike doesn't mean that I don't care about what happens there. I mean, I want you to understand that I care about what happens in every part of the township.
Exactly.
And you're rolling your eyes, but I mean, you accused me of not caring about Old Philadelphia Pike, and I don't think I've done anything to indicate
before you vote
like that. So I haven't
to approve any of that.
We haven't voted to approve any of it.
I thought that was actually, there was a historic value to that property.
For you, how I feel, because you said that you thought we didn't appreciate the people in Old Philadelphia Pike, or we don't care about you because we don't live there. And that's furthest from the truth. Yeah. And I just want to clarify that for you.
So I want to clarify something that while I don't live on Old Philadelphia Pike, I do live down the road here, and I find the traffic at the light up here by Yanni's when I have to go that way, or down here at Black River Road, to be terrible, especially at she doesn't really work, but especially the work hours, going in the morning and coming home at night. Priscilla lives on the other side of the township. Lost Ray lives on the other side of the township. Jason does live on this side of the township and deals with the traffic in that intersection, those two intersections as well.
Has anybody done an impact study on that? How that's going to affect?
They don't want to do anything like that. Believe me that. Oh, and the EAC co-chair that gets up there doesn't live anywhere near the near.
She says she never got a notice.
Yeah.
Even though everybody up there is swearing that they send it out.
The other thing I just want to clarify for you is I know you had identified other buildings that are coming up around.
You just basically threw her under the bus, you know?
I know that you had identified other buildings that have come up around you, and that's impacted your quality of life. And I was not a part of any voting on any one of those parcels. So I just want you to understand that too, that I didn't have anything to do with those parcels or the zoning designation for Old Philadelphia Pike.
So she doesn't deal with the traffic back there, but they're going to have her score it. The other EAC person doesn't deal with the traffic. She lives off the other side of township.
Who wants to go next?
Priscilla doesn't live anywhere near. She doesn't deal with the traffic.
Okay.
Those are the three people that are gonna railroad this in.
We have a motion on the floor, Kathy. We need a roll call, and this is
no one else speak?
To ask the EAC to score this by 12/18.
No, just to score it so that we have the results by 12/18. Our meeting is on 12/18.
Well, that's what I'm results by. Didn't throw the word.
So they got to score it by at least the 17th.
Well, by their meeting.
And get the results to us by the meeting, right.
Mr. Bononis?
Yes.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero?
No.
See?
Mr. Croce?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Okay, I do feel they will get it done, but I'm not gonna vote for a specific date for them to do it.
That's all you need to know.
January.
Right there.
Ms. DeLeon?
How did Laura vote? No?
They don't.
No.
They don't really. It's an advisory board.
They don't have to.
Ms. DeLeon?
They don't have to. They don't have to vote. They don't have to score.
I guess no, because they should be doing it. They will be doing it because you're going to send them the information.
3 of them voted no.
Fails 2-3.
Let the record reflect it. 3 of them voted no. That's all you need to know. There it is. It's right there.
And you said it's about 4 weeks for the appraisal, you said? So folks, just so you
They only
understand,
give an
at
advice
least
on
4
what they
weeks.
suggest. It doesn't really matter because council will vote however it gets voted anyway.
Doesn't
So
matter.
it doesn't matter what
But let's eliminate it.
EAC
Let's eliminate it then.
advisory.
I'll make a motion to eliminate EAC since nothing that it does matters.
On the
No,
property
let's
is due
just
in
vote on
about
it now.
4 weeks.
You
Get a
can't
second?
all talk at one time.
I make a motion.
for
I
the
make a motion that we
public's
forego EAC scoring on this particular property.
For the public's benefit,
There's a motion on the
the
floor.
appraisal,
There's a motion
the
on the floor.
appraisal on this property will take at least 4 weeks. That is what we heard before we had this motion on the table. So I just want you to
But they did it this
understand.
week.
We don't even have an
Motion
appraisal,
and second, so
and
you
we're
can run
not
the
gonna
meeting?
have appraisal at the
I will
beginning
in
of
a minute.
December or the middle of December. So I
We
just
will
want
have
you
it
to
in the middle of
understand.
December, 4 weeks. It's just
4
yesterday.
weeks.
We will
Right.
have it. 4 weeks
What's
is
today's
December
date?
18th. It happened yesterday, the 19th, or the
20th.
18th.
Today's the 20th.
Right, it'll have to be 4 weeks. We'll have it in 4 weeks.
I don't know if we will or won't. I'm saying,
We will. For a property at 4:08 and voted for it,
Yeah, we
the
did.
conservation easement at 6:30 or 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock. And you're saying if we get something on December 17th or 18th, which is 4 weeks.
That's not what I said.
We're not gonna have
want
enough
the
time
public
now.
to
We're not
understand.
gonna have enough time.
I want the public to understand that the appraisal is going to take time. I just want them to understand that.
Okay, so.
We got a
That's all I have to say.
61
I think you should move on.
Right.
Okay, there was another motion on the floor.
That's right, to
So
forego an EAC scoring of this property at all and just deal with the appraisal when it comes in.
And that was your motion, Tom?
Because they can't get it done by
And
January,
Jason,
they
did
can't
you
get it done by
second
December
that?
18th.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, council discussion. Jason,
No discussion.
Tom?
Yeah, you know, one, we don't need the EAC, they're advisory, we don't need them to do anything, especially if they're not gonna do it in a timely manner. So, we should just forego it, get the appraisal by the December 18th meeting, vote at the December 18th meeting on how we're gonna proceed, or make a counter offer or whatever, and, do that at the December 18th, so we can give these people some idea of the direction that this may take. If some of them wanna sell or get out or whatever. Instead of slow walking it like EAC's doing. They're not doing their job because they don't care. She lives on the other side of the township there. She doesn't live anywhere near these intersections. And they just, it's not a priority for them. They don't care. So that's, if they're not gonna do their job, let's just forego it. All we need is the appraisal. Then negotiations can begin with our solicitor and their representation. And we can see if we can come to a price. We can come to a price. We have $11 million in the open space fund. Is that correct, Kathy? About $11 million? $11 million in the open space fund. And these three will have to decide whether they're gonna vote to buy the
And
property
we
or not.
can't pay more than the appraised price.
You can't pay more than the appraised value, but if if they have an appraisal and we have an appraisal, you can negotiate a price within those two appraisals and you can pay that price with the open space fund. So she's lying a little bit about that.
I'm not lying about that.
She wasn't
not being
totally
fully
forthcoming about
transparent.
that. She wasn't totally
honest.
transparent or
Wasn't my
forthcoming about
turn to
that.
talk.
If there's two appraisals, you can get a medium point or agree to a price within those two, and you can use open space money for that. And again, we have $11 million. You know, we don't need the EAC. If they're not gonna do their job by December 18th, then just forego.
Okay, so it's my turn now, and Tom didn't tell you the truth because you can't get a third appraisal, so he forgot to mention that.
I didn't say a third.
He said nothing about a third
said at
appraisal.
first. He only
No,
said
he said
one
he can
appraisal.
negotiate between the two appraisals. Open your ears.
I heard what he said.
You just lied then. If you heard what he said, then you lied to the public again. You can't help yourself.
They like to manipulate. Okay, so.
Second this motion?
Yes, he did. I have nothing else to say. Victoria?
Yeah, I think we hear time and time again, you townships spending our money. We don't know what they're spending it on. Why are they spending so much money on this? Why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? So I just want you to understand that if I say I want you to do a process, then the argument's gonna be, whoa, we don't need a process, we don't need a process, everybody knows what this is, we should do it, we should do it. No, I don't. I don't know what the scoring of this property is. I don't have an appraisal and I don't know what the scoring is. Do I think getting a score and understanding what the features on the property are important before I spend $1 million, $3 million, $500,000 of your taxpayer dollars? Am I a derelict of my duties if I don't get that information before I spend $500,000, $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million? What, you name the number. How much money should I spend before, I need to go get more information? So I think it's imperative that I have information on grading. I think it's important. I don't think there's any delay in that. And, I think I would have a room full of people here asking questions if I just rubber stamp stuff and say, I like this property, I'm gonna say yes, without getting the data.
You do have a room full of people, you just don't care about them.
That's not true.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, you can respond. There's no traffic out here.
Wait a minute. Laura has to go. We have a process. Laura?
It's not written anywhere, we have a process.
Yeah, the council members speak first on the motions and then it goes to the floor.
Right, that's the process. You've been on council for how long and didn't know that?
So the second motion that we're discussing now is, now they're saying, tell EAC, don't bother to go out to score the property.
They won't do it in a timely manner.
Okay, nobody said they won't do it in a timely manner. I just didn't like the motion with the demand of, here, you have to have it done by X date. All the lies that you were telling about how they haven't acted.
They haven't.
They just met last week. And there was a lot of confusion.
A week after
because we did not have the information about property owner or who we were supposed to contact. And I did ask for clarification through Kathy and Steve to, you know, it's like, well, who do we get in touch with to arrange this? I mean, we don't just go out to a property and wander around whenever you feel like it. They have it set up first. So I would not be in favor of the motion to not get it scored. Certainly go get it scored. And hopefully it can get done by the date and we have the information before the next meeting, before the time when we get the appraisals in and start all that process. So I will not be in favor of telling them not to score it.
It's not the next meeting, it's 2 meetings from now.
Okay, so, public, now you can speak, sir.
So just to answer her question, or her statement, that I could go out and get like dozens of realtors to come and appraise that property. Now you're saying that, he's saying that there's $11 million in a bank for your open spaces, which is fine. So you get the appraisal. If you're gonna bypass whatever that situation is, get the appraisal, not even another buyer's gonna go over what it appraises for. I think that property was up for sale about a couple of years ago for like $675,000.
No, it was 400,000, someone said. They paid 400.
There was a big sign on that property, and then when I called, it was like $670,000. But even still, prior, whatever. Even if it appraises for a couple of $1 million, I would rather see the township, to help out the community, buy that property. And even if you have to make it a historical site and do all kinds of stuff what Lower Saucon Township has done in the past, you know that Lower Saucon Township has been here for a long time. There's a lot of history.
History, yes.
Or historical
value
here. Right. Look at Grist Mill in Hellertown. You could do something like that to save the community. And I would pray to God that you guys would think about that before you vote just to sell it on the open market. And next thing you know, we've got 50, 60 more families in here, and we're waiting a half an hour just to get to our house every evening. Now, I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican or whatever. And I hope to God that you don't have an agenda on this stuff. Think about the people that live here. I don't care who you voted for, how you live, where you live, whatever it is. Just think of the impact that it's going to have right here. And it's not someplace in some third world country or anything. It's right here in our backyards.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next?
Thompson?
Can you state your
Mr.
name?
Thompson?
Oh. Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. So again, to reiterate what I was trying to say earlier, is Laura Ray, you were at the meeting. This was like 2 or 3 meetings ago when the whole slew of way more people than this were here complaining about the apartment complex. The developers were up here with their plans, their pictures. They were talking about the property. Things that you guys didn't even know about the property, they knew. They were telling you about the property. So I'm confused because, again, I'm going to warn the public that just because you hear somebody say one thing at one of these meetings doesn't mean that a few months or weeks down the road, you're not going to hear something else from one of the same people, because that's what happens here. It's funny to me. Again, Laura, you all decided, and it was a shocking moment because you all voted together. You all got all psyched up about the property, how great it was, the historic value. People from the audience were speaking about it, the house. You didn't even know the house was there, Priscilla.
Can I explain that? I saw a piece of property on their plans that was a field. Nowhere in any of the information they presented said anything about a house. So when I knew there was a field there, I assumed it was just the field. My fault. I'm sorry. I make mistakes.
Oh, that's okay. You can make mistakes. My point is, we all got excited that you all decided together in a happy few minutes that you're going to vote together. You're going to buy, you're going to send Steve Gaduzian out. He was going to be the point man to get the information, to send him to some meeting, to make sure that you were going to get the appraisal for the property and you were going to pretty sure buy the property. Let's get the appraisal first. But you were all on board about buying the property. Who cares about a score? Who cares about what EAC says? No, you were all, yeah, we should buy this property. It's going to be good for the community. It'll be good to have it back. We can't have the apartment complex. And now you're all pretending that you have to go to the EAC and get permission. You didn't need permission a few minutes ago, again, on one of the properties when they didn't score it. It came here. So you have the last say, right? You have the last say.
We didn't jump over an EAC process for a property that we're still pursuing. That vote was to not pursue the property. The EAC didn't want to score it because they didn't think it was valuable enough for them to score.
That's okay. My point is,
I just want to clarify, we're not
what
pursuing
I understand that. Okay. I was here. I understand what's going on. I'm trying to explain to you that what does it matter if, so in other words, okay, say you all knew the property owner for that piece of property, that little piece of property, and you all decided, you know what? Who cares what the EAC recommends? We're all going to vote to take that property and to buy it, or however, whatever the phrase is. Again, my point is you have the last say. That's why it's coming here. That's why it's on the agenda. You will have the last say. It doesn't matter what EAC does. It doesn't matter what the scoring. It doesn't matter if they score or they don't score. It doesn't matter if they recommend or they don't recommend. You have the last say. So my point is, in 2 meetings for the EAC, they couldn't get this done. And then I'm going to say, now in the next meeting, you guys could get the appraisal and say, you know what, we're buying this property. We don't need the EAC. We're all going to vote, put the motion on the floor, put it on the agenda, and just vote, which you told us the last meeting when all the people were here saying how great the property was and how problem traffic was, the traffic, the water, the flooding. You all decided that you wanted to buy the property, and now you're pretending that you don't really remember that. And that's the point.
I just want to clarify that when we use open space funding, there is a process that you have to get it scored.
I don't think so. I don't think so. No.
If you're using,
One at a time.
Time's up.
All right, I know. I can appreciate that she commented about it, but I just want to, we have as council the ability to clarify information that's said that's not accurate. And when you state that it doesn't matter what EAC does, whether they scored or not, you can use open space funds whenever you pick and choose. That's not accurate. There's a process. There's a process.
Because no.
And I'm not arguing.
Wait a minute.
I'm not arguing with the member of the public. I'm telling you that's.
Wait a minute. You proved that you bypassed the process.
I'm not arguing with members of the public.
But Victoria, you're wrong. You're saying the wrong. You're saying the wrong thing.
Okay, it's enough.
You proved.
Your time is up. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, I'm responding to her.
You don't have the ability to do that.
Fucking wrong. You are not speaking factual. The fact is that you all voted for the appraisal.
The
fact is you all voted for the appraisal.
I can appreciate your
comment is over, Anne-Marie, for you. I'm sorry. And you have to understand something.
You're not being truthful to the new people that are here.
That's your opinion.
No, I'm not. You approved the appraisal. You approved the appraisal before EAC recommended it.
Did you forget about the owner of the property? What if the owner of the property doesn't want to sell it?
We already know he sent a demand letter to us.
People in this room.
What do you mean you don't?
People in this room at the last meeting.
They have to agree to the price.
Try a different argument, Priscilla. Try a different, because that one's gonna fail. Right. We got that letter long ago. Yeah, you know you're caught.
Yeah.
I'm not caught. I haven't.
We got a letter from them saying they wanted to buy.
Put the red nose on.
Please. Hi. Sorry. Let's get this meeting back to order.
An emotion on the floor.
And we have public comment that we're still going through. I know there's a motion on the floor. Sir?
Sean McLean from SFM Consulting. We represent your zoning office, and I thought it might be helpful to add a comment to this debate that's going on right now. The developer right now has filed applications for variances, a number of variances.
In the township right now.
To be able to develop Now, they're put it on hold, but to be able to develop the property the way they want, the subject property, would require a number of variances. There is no reason that the township should lay down and give them those variances. So the reason I bring this up is because when you're investing money into open space, you want to make sure that it's a good investment, right? So if there's encumbrances or things that prevent the development, why would you then go buy that property? Right? Because your ordinance is already blocking it. So when I look at that development, now, I'm not saying you don't spend that money, but would I spend that? Would I recommend it? I wouldn't. Because there's other ways that the township can stop that development, and it's already built into your ordinance.
No, hold on.
So they can do as a matter of right.
Okay,
They can do a project there as a matter of right without any variances.
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can.
Even Susie said that at the last
one at a time.
Do a project there without variances, as a matter of right, and if they were to do that, and when they came in here, you were not here, I don't think, at the meeting when they did their initial presentation. Their stated purpose in what the presentation that they gave to us was, we're proposing something slightly different than what we could do as a matter of right, because aesthetically we think it's more pleasing to the township. But if you don't give us what we want, we can go back and do something that is highly, highly impactful to the neighborhood.
Well,
Sir, hold on. That does not require any variances, and that's what the issue is here. So you're saying that we have this sword or this shield that we can use variances and not give them relief on that. First of all, the zoning hearing board is the body that decides the variances, okay, not us. That's the one part. The second part of it is they can do something as a matter of right without any variances in there, and it's gonna impact these people. It may not be exactly what they're proposing, but it's gonna be damn close to it.
Now, hold on.
Wait,
Before you
he wants to
respond
say something.
To Mr. McGlynn's defense, I think what he's referring to is, this is the plan that he has seen, and that requests variances, and I think he's.
Stop giving him cover. I'm pointing out to him exactly what the issue is. I pointed out what exactly was. He's assuming that variances are gonna remain in place in perpetuity, so therefore, we shouldn't do this. Variances could be taken away, sir, if they do something as a matter of right. Will you agree with that premise? Will you agree with that premise, yes or no?
They don't need the variances.
Correct.
But that's a significantly reduced project, and whether they could do.
Sir, what they presented to us was not significantly reduced.
Listen, Jason, I've done this in a lot of townships for a lot of years. I look at that plan, they're not gonna get anything near that if the township takes a position. So when they come in for their, when they come.
It just happened. I live right here, it just happened.
Okay, come on, you can't crosstalk. Wait, Sean, Sean, please, you can't talk to the audience, I'm
Sir,
sorry.
did you do a full analysis of this? And I asked that, and you didn't. And when they came here before us, they sat here with their landscape architect, and they sat here with their lawyer, and they sat here with their engineer. And they presented it to us, and they said, here's option one that we want to do with some slight changes to it, and we want the variances. Here's option B that we could do without any variances. And option A and B were not much different. There were two different number of buildings that they had, okay? But the number of units were essentially the same. The number of vehicles were essentially the same. The number of occupants were essentially the same, which are gonna have the same traffic impact issues that these folks are concerned about. And it's also gonna have the same stormwater or similar stormwater issues that they're concerned about, because there's a substantial part of that property that will be disturbed and constructed upon with impervious coverage, okay? So, you can stand up here and you can offer your perspective, and I appreciate that because you've got credentials, but you have not done a thorough analysis, and I do not recall you being at that meeting where that information was presented to us. And unless and until you go back and review that meeting and do an analysis, I take your comments with a substantial discount. And I think that what you're doing is you're actually gaslighting the public to provide cover to these three ladies. What I think
that hired you and paid you.
That's what I think is happening here.
I didn't even know the man. And also, they came back in another meeting subsequently and presented a combined plan. So they were here twice, right? So, but I'm just saying that they came back twice.
That is definitely an important thing to keep in mind. So, but it's important to recognize that if variances are needed, the township should be prepared to come in and take a position, and we would certainly help guide the township in that direction.
Thank you.
Just to make sure that the investment is well made with the taxpayer dollars.
That's true. Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else?
My name's Faith Studenroth, Old Philadelphia Pike. I'm not sure where we're going with all this. You're making a motion about the EAC not doing a scoring. If you don't have policies that every property should have a score or some kind of policy, that's fine. You're voting on not doing the scoring. Whatever happened to the eminent domain? And possibly doing that, or going through, I haven't heard
clarify that? The
about
problem-
the historical end.
Let me just address the eminent domain to clarify. Eminent domain is on the table as well, but you can not only use open space money. You can't take a property by eminent domain and pay for it with open space money. Okay. So that's the problem. That's the problem. We want to use the 11 million in there, some of that to pay for the property, potentially pay for the property. And we can't do that. Eminent domain, you still have to pay for the property. You just can take it by right. Okay. And there are certain uses you have to use it for, but we wouldn't be able to use that open space money. That would have to come out of our general budget money, I guess, or reserves.
All right. Well, this is a big impact to the township. It's right here. So I think it should be first and foremost on whether you do an EAC, if that's necessary, and maybe I'll join. I don't know. Maybe you need some more voices.
Exactly.
Thank you. Anyone else?
And I don't know what you're talking about right across the street. This is property 2024-7. We have no idea where it is, but I like that new Phillies cap. It's not old, that's for sure. It's 2024-7. Please, where the property is at.
Okay, here it is, right? I know Laura Ray never looked at this, and I doubt Priscilla did because she didn't know about the house across the street.
That was later.
Don't shake your head. I'm up on the floor.
No, you know what? Get out of my brain.
I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to hear from you. I've got the right to speak, and I won't be intimidated by you or Virginia. And I'm tired of her just shutting people down like this lady over here. You need to stop that. And you quit smiling because you just condoned it.
Don't call him an idiot.
I didn't call him an idiot.
You did. I just heard you say it. You just muttered it under your breath.
That is a violation.
I did not.
I just heard you mutter it under your breath.
You're a liar.
She can say, look, I know who I am.
Noted under the code of conduct.
But Manonis, I know who I am. I'm self-confident. I know who she is and who she is and who she is. And I've run into her at a meeting before, and she'll just try to walk all over you, period. And I won't have it from her, you, or anybody else sitting up on that council. The bottom line is I will be in this office tomorrow sometime, and I will be looking at the maps because you know what? These little guys are really hard to see, but there's more than enough information here that says no matter what that developer does, I'm not sure what our friend back here was alluding to that we could stop them on, but there's many things, okay? Floodplains, water runoff, on and on. And as I said before, we couldn't even build a basement here because of the water table, although Brilliance over here said, hey, maybe they can put underground parking in. I love it. That's the kind of nitwit stuff that goes on here. And if the public doesn't understand the legalities that Mr. Bananas has, or Mr. Carochi, they say it succinctly, and they clearly lose their patience, and I do too, when people who don't even know what they're talking about make it seem as they know everything. And if they don't, then they just talk all over everybody. It is a standard technique of one party. So, in terms of this Laura Ray and this thing, if the committee EAC did not get the information, woe on her, woe on you, Priscilla, because it was mandated by the council and you lead it. And as far as Mr. Gaduzian, he was here, he heard the mandate, and yet he didn't ask for their attorney to please get us the permission. What does that tell me? Incompetence, period. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, I still have a few more minutes. Here you go again.
Okay, who else would like to go?
It was good. It was good comments.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Aye.
Howdy.
Wait, you're not supposed to be talking to the audience, you're supposed to be talking to council. It's not your fault, it was his fault.
Listen, I don't want to be rude to you by interrupting you, telling me what I shouldn't be doing. Okay. Lower Saucon Township. I think it was founded 1742. Check me on that. I might be wrong.
Might be.
Okay? This home over here was built practically late 1600s, maybe early 1700s. The Pfluger family who moved here built that place, owned practically 3/4 of Lower Saucon Township. Okay? Over the years, over the centuries, family members die, more families move in or married, intermarriage, and the families that I grew up with here were the Hackmans. I knew them very, very well. They had one child, Herman. They worked very hard. Herman also worked very hard. In order to put their son through college, Muhlenberg, Mr. Hackman planted Christmas trees. That whole field would be nothing but Christmas trees. And every year, I'm the next house down. My dad would come to me, Larry, Michael, Rita, Mary, go to Mr. Hackman, take some money with you, pick out a Christmas tree, and bring it home. And we would do that every year, okay? Herm and I got along very well, their son. His mother, my mother, were best of friends, all right? And Mr. Hackman, my dad, Louis, they were best of friends as well. When Mrs. Hackman died, everybody was at a loss. Mr. Hackman died, we're at a loss once more. Herm got married after school. His wife died. That left Herm. They had a son, Carl. Carl Hackman did not maintain ownership of the home. So eventually, Carl either sold the property to a developer, whomever these entities are, and now the property is sitting here. What I want to know is, and why you people don't fight for it, because it would truly benefit the township, I believe, put this property on a national register, for crying out loud. Protect it. Protect it. You have a beautiful walkway here that people can walk with the parks, take their babies for a ride in their carriages and whatever. Why can't you continue that over here? Why can't you make this a more inviting place for people to come to? Instead of, we're gonna build. The hell with the house, knock it down, who cares? We don't need it. We sure as hell don't want it. There's a history, and you're throwing it right out the window because you can't come to grips with yourselves as to what we believe you should do. Save the damn property. It's gonna benefit you, whether you believe it or not, and it's gonna benefit us, and I believe it, period. I don't know how else to put it, okay? It's just simple common sense. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, who wants to go next?
Virginia's on top.
Anybody else want to go? Okay, could somebody repeat the motion? It's to forego the,
The motion was made by Mr. Carochi to forego the EAC rating schedule.
And just,
The
and
charting.
vote to acquire the property based solely on the appraisal and negotiations, the appraisal and negotiations of Susie's, that solicitor.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please, Kathy?
Ms. Aptop Cordero?
No. No.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
I will vote no. I think it should be scored.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Mr. Bononis?
There it is. You saw it. I mean, sir, I commend you for your comments. I thought they were outstanding. I didn't need persuasion. I mean, you already know where I am on this. And I find it really disheartening that these three would not take to heart what you said and what you shared, because
That's
you feel,
inaccurate.
shut up, I'm speaking.
Put words in my mouth by saying
Shut up, I'm speaking.
He has to
Shut
say.
up.
That's not true.
And let me finish.
Victoria,
You won't gavel her, you won't gavel her, you won't gavel her.
I find it disheartening that these
You can
three
go after he goes.
would not be
And you can
persuaded.
address them after he goes.
Thank you.
She already voted. I find it disheartening that they would not be persuaded by what you said, because I think everybody in this audience was persuaded by you. You were one of the most compelling people that have stood before that podium. And what you say makes a lot of sense. And I think it's terrible that these three have been elected to this council and are so tone deaf and ignorant that they don't hear what you have to say. It's pathetic. Pathetic. I'm voting yes.
Yeah, good, yes.
We already did that. Oh,
I'm just gonna clarify some misstatements.
1 second. Are we finished, Kathy, with the roll call?
I have to,
I'm sorry?
well, if you want
I
discussion.
voted yes.
Motion, roll call's done. Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, now Victoria, whatever you want to say.
I just want to clarify, again, I have to do this, and I'm sorry, because Mr. Bernos and Mr. Croce like to put words in my mouth and insinuate that because I say something or I don't say something, that they're inside my head and know what I mean. I 100% appreciate your comments. They were
You didn't
thoughtful.
clap, you didn't clap, I clapped.
You were thoughtful, you were respectful, and I thank you for them. Are they something that I take into consideration in this whole matter? Absolutely. And I want you to know that. So I speak for myself. I don't let Mr. Croce speak for me, and I don't let Mr. Benonis speak for me. Thank you.
She didn't clap.
Okay, so, and I.
Oh, here we go. Now,
I'm not
here
gonna
we go,
say
here we go,
anything
here we go, the
because-
apology.
Oh, yes, that's very ignorant, sir. You're welcome. That's very ignorant. After,
Insulting the public,
go there.
insulting the public.
No.
Insulting the public. She just called a member of the public ignorant.
You didn't see what he did.
That's a code of conduct violation.
Yeah, write it down. Okay, next we're gonna go.
I am.
Great. You can know what you know. You know what you can do with that piece of paper then.
Oh, there's another code of conduct violation.
Number F, authorize final payments to CHNN Construction and enter in maintenance period for the Eastern Road Ball Field project. The township has received final payment requests from CHNN Site Construction for the Eastern Road Ball Field project. These payments requests have been reviewed by Hanover Engineering. You're still here, Brian.
I am, and, but before anyone makes a motion, I do have one condition to add when
Okay.
you're finished.
Oh, well, let me finish my spiel and then, okay. All right, so it's number 12, which is a final payment for bid number 1 in the amount of $102,501.08. Number 6 of the bid number 2 in the amount of $950. Number 7, final payment of bid 2 in the amount of $68,976.23, which totals $172,427.31. Once final payments are approved and issued, the project will go into a maintenance period of 18 months upon acceptance of the township that the project is complete and has received the maintenance bond. So go ahead, Brian.
Okay, I recommend that the payment be conditioned upon receipt of a revised payment number 12 to reflect change order 17, which is in the amount of $22,500 reduction for the color padding.
Oh.
Make sure that's accurate in payment number 12, and then receipt of the maintenance bond.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the payments to include what you said. I'm not gonna repeat it. To approve what Brian said. Would there be a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Discussion. We have Jason.
Glad it's done. I think it's an asset to the public. I mean, Tom's kind enough to show up the materials from the builder and for the design of it. If the public hasn't been out there, go check it out. It's going to be great for the next 50 years. A lot of people come in here and complain about it because they're just not forward thinkers and they don't appreciate anything good in the township. And I'm glad we got this done. I've gotten a lot of positive feedback. You know, these ladies are going to trip over themselves when they vote to pay for this, like, oh, I didn't vote for this, I just have to pay it, whatever. They'll take credit for it, though. They deserve no credit for it whatsoever. The folks that deserve credit for it are Mark Ingalls, Sandy Yerger, Tom, and to a lesser extent, you know, me, and certainly Link Treadwell and Mark Hudson, who were with the township at the time. It's great. And we also Brian, of course, for the engineering on it. State Representative Malou McKenzie, who got us funding for it. Funding that's not even in her district, right? This is Bob Freeman's district. He didn't give us a dime for it. State Representative Malou McKenzie was kind enough to get us a substantial amount of money. Kathy, for the grant applications for the state gaming grants. Township staff for supporting this along the way. It's great to have it done. I'm glad it's done. I'm looking forward to the kids playing on it in the spring. I know they are. I've heard a lot of feedback from a lot of parents. And thank you, everybody, for all the hard work you put into it.
Okay, Tom?
Yep, I'm gonna come back up to the microphone. Yeah, I want to thank everybody as well who made this project happen. It'd be great. You know, it took a lot of criticism from these three of the most unathletic women you'd ever see up here. They want your boys in girls' locker rooms, not on baseball fields. But that's who they are. And, you know, they'll have no problem spending money on a library that your son can go to be taught how to use a woman's bathroom. Locker room, but they don't believe in spending money on good old-fashioned baseball athletics for our boys and girls. We have plenty of fields for both in the township, and there's nothing wrong with having a nice one. Some say the nicest one in the Lehigh Valley, and people say to me, what I hear at the grocery store, Rite Aid in Hellertown, other places I run into the public, is that it's a beautiful field, and thanks for building it, and it's really going to be an asset to the community for the next 50, 60 years at least. And I'm very proud to be been a small part of that. So I look forward to paying this bill.
Okay, I would like to ask Brian a question. I've gotten some complaints about the sod, the condition of the sod, the way it's like growing together. Is there an issue with that?
The contractor did address those complaints. If you have specific complaints.
Yeah, I just got one today. Somebody called me, said they were just out there over the weekend.
Ooh, they're not playing baseball on it.
And,
was it recently?
yeah, Saturday they were out looking at it.
But the contractor is responsible.
Will you stop interrupting, Brian?
Sorry, Brian.
The contractor is responsible for 18 months, so if there are issues like that, we'll get them to address it. We just need to know some specifics.
Would you keep your eye out for that then? Okay, I appreciate that.
Maintenance inspection again at the end of the maintenance period.
Okay, right, okay, that's all I have to say. Victoria?
Yeah, I second the motion because we have to make the payments. And everybody, I'll remind everybody, I think the price tag for this is $3.6 million at this point. So just think to yourselves, I appreciate all of the people that play sports and they choose whichever sports they like. But this particular field, I think is an exorbitant expense of taxpayer dollars for a very small amount of constituents. My job is to represent everybody here, and paying $3.5 million plus future maintenance, plus don't forget we've got items in our budget to satisfy the needs of maintaining that ball field moving forward is a huge expense, especially when you compare it to other things. When you move forward and look at our budget, you can see that again, we're spending more than what we take in, and that's taken from tax revenue and from landfill revenue. Part of that is because we have a public works building that costs $1.2 million. So just ask yourself, I mean, when we put money into parks, I mean, let's put money into parks, but when you comparatively look at the dollar figure of how much money this particular thing cost in that particular spot, across from warehousing that's very, very loud from what I understand, and there's a lot of problems with that area.
There's a historic church and a historic school building and a historic cemetery.
She has the
There was
floor.
very poor planning, so we're stuck with $3.5 million of a ball field that doesn't have some other very critical components that the public would want for such a very nice field as
There
it
is no
sits today.
bathhouse, you are correct.
There's no bathrooms. There's a lot of things about it that are very difficult.
You voted against the
public
bathrooms.
that sits next to it, the people that live next to it. I have a whole group of people here that I appreciate came tonight and stayed and told us about all of the problems that they would have if they had some building come next to them and all of everything that it would cause, traffic and et cetera, et cetera. I heard all of that. Well, I could tell you that this ball field was placed hundreds of feet, if not even hundreds of feet, from somebody's window where they have to go to sleep and so they have light glaring into their house now because of this project that was chosen in this particular spot. It was
a ball field before.
It was a ball field before. For 70 years, it was a baseball field.
Field without lights.
Years, it was a ball
So
field.
everybody remember, part of the $3.5 million was also to spend, I don't know how many thousands of dollars on lights so we could have evening ball and fall ball. And then we spent another almost $100,000 on sod so that the kids could play fall ball. There was a really big rush because I think there was some kind of tournament or something. Those kids wanted to win some special accolade this fall, 2024.
What are you talking about?
They wanted the sod to be there. They wanted the sod to be there so that they could have fall ball, fall practice.
Oh,
if you go back and look at the motions in December, the
that's wrong.
specific
That's wrong.
ad to this ball field was for the kids to play fall ball. They couldn't seed it. They had to sod it. Now we have sod. The sod took a long time and they still didn't get their fall ball. So it's just waste after waste after waste of taxpayer dollars. It sickens me that we have to vote yes.
Vote no, you don't have to. Vote no.
We have to vote yes because it's a contract, we all know that.
Vote your conscience.
But it sickens me when we also have
Peanut gallery, be quiet.
We have public works buildings that are dilapidated. We have other things in the township that affect everybody, not a very small group of people, but everybody. You talk about property on Old Philadelphia Pike. Imagine what that $3.5 million could have done 2 years ago when a property owner was selling it for $500,000. Just ask yourself, where's the priority? Okay,
there's
I'm
$11 million,
sad that I have to vote
spend it.
yes.
Please speak.
$11 million in the open space fund, spend
I think
it.
that when we look at
$11 million in the open space fund, spend it.
You're not letting me finish because you know I'm right and you want to talk over me.
Spend it. There's $11 million, spend it.
Talk over me.
I'm not, spend it.
Talk over me.
know,
It's my time to talk. You had your piece, so I have my piece. My piece is this was an exorbitant expenditure for something that our township did not need and only benefits a very small minority group of people. And that's not what our township council is supposed to do. So I have to vote yes because it's a contract and we have to abide by our contracts or else we could get sued. So I don't have a choice in that matter because I didn't authorize the bid to begin with last year. But I can say it's the most wasteful spending this township has ever done that I have ever seen. I think you all saw maybe recently. I think it was Cedar Crest College just put in a $2.5 million softball field in for their softball team. That's a college level educational institution spending $1 million less than we spent.
We got a better field.
And it looks beautiful. It looks beautiful. I don't know. You go out and look. I compare
Tell
it.
them the truth. It's not a new field. It's a renovation of an existing ball field that's owned by the city of Allentown is what it is. Tell them the whole story. Get all the facts out. Tell them the truth.
She's being have to spend $3.5
Tom, I hope you're
She's lying about what she said. She's
I'm still
lying.
going to finish. I'm not lying. It's $3.5 million on a ball field. That's
About a
ridiculous.
ball field for college that is a renovation of a field that's owned by the city of Allentown is what it
That
is.
is their legacy. Their legacy is because I don't think they're going to be around much longer. But their legacy is that they wasted $3.5 million of your tax dollars. Thank you.
And you wasted a lot. And you wasted hours of people's time.
Yeah, she said a minority of the people use, the only minority of people she wants to
You know
help
what?
with
I think I'm going to bring a sandbox to the next meeting, and maybe you guys can go
I
play
don't have
in
any
it. while
cats.
we're meeting.
I don't need a litter box.
Go ahead, Laura.
All right, so I did have a couple questions for Brian here. On the invoices, I noticed on each one, they have a little discrepancy on the quantities completed, and I wasn't sure what that indicates. I don't see a change in the price. So on the first, on invoice number 6, item number 4, it says quantity complete 99.33. Like, what does,
Yeah, at that
Why?
time, when invoice 6 was, well, payment number 6 was completed, there was some work to be done yet on the scoreboard. So this invoice we put back on, this is the one that council turned down, I don't know, whichever meeting. So this is actually an earlier invoice than the final one.
so,
The final one is payment 7 for that contract.
okay, well, on number 7, item number 4, it still says the same quantity complete though, 99.33. So is it done or not done?
It's done.
Okay, well, the invoice didn't show that, so I didn't understand. And then on number, on payment number 12, item number 14, it has quantity complete at 0.5. Are we still missing a gate? Like,
You're talking about payment 12, number 14, the baseball infield clay mix?
of the gate, where it says quantity completed is 0.5.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that on mine. Looks like it's all done on mine.
It's the longer one? Can you see? It's way down.
Oh,
where
change
the
order
gate is.
14.
And it has the gate in 0.5.
Change order 14, right, that was the change order for adding the infield gate, which reflects the full amount that's done.
So there's 2 line items for
Yeah.
it?
This one is the one that talks about the percentage. See the cost, $3,050? $3,050. So I think on a previous invoice, they charged for the gate because it was delivered.
Okay.
That's probably the 0.5, and then that's the labor. But the final amount is there that closed that out.
Okay, it just seemed, off, because like I said, it says quantity completed, and it's not like it was fully completed, so I didn't see adjustment on the price,
It's
so,
supposed to be the quantity completed on this invoice.
okay.
Post.
Okay, Laura? Yep. Okay. Now we'll open it to the audience. Is anybody in the audience, would you like to speak? Is there anyone?
So I hear Virginia talk about the cost of the ball field. Isn't that cute? Well, here we go. I don't notice her talking about the fact that she wants to get rid of the landfill. And I think the revenue, that's really paltry. It's only 2.4 million a year. And I don't hear her
Soon to be
talk.
4.5.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected.
Million over the next 20 years. She wants to
Right.
get, so her parents, for her parents.
Absolutely. I don't hear her talk about the fact she wants to spend $150,000 for the library, which we found out every year, and probably going to go up, when it only costs us $10,000 to get everything we need out of that library, and that's an arm's length distance transaction. All right, what else has the landfill given us? Well, I think they spent, and this is off the top of my head, so I could be wrong, $2 million on an energy plant that's going to generate 10K a year into our pockets. I see her show up there, but she continues to backstab and deny the worth of this. Why? Because it's a political thing. She's a political lamb, and she tries to shut you down by bloviating endlessly, as demonstrated here tonight. Thank you for that. By the way, 2.4 million in tipping fees, I'll correct that, okay. Then we have a new state-of-the-art, I haven't heard a peep from anybody about that, $1 million chemical removal system, first in the nation, $1 million on that to remove, quote, I'll make it simple for the less informed, forever chemicals. Now, regardless of that, the landfill keeps on going, and so does she and Priscilla. let's get rid of the landfill. Well, we're going to find out. Push will come to shove. But it's really easy to say, complain about a ball field, which will be populated like crazy. And by the way, we already heard about the lights get turned off in the evening, so there's no problem. It's just political blunder and babble. So there's just some of the things, and believe me, there's pages I could go on about.
None of those residents have ever come here and talked about the lights.
Well, wasn't there something about, I had the same complaint from Victoria about the pickleball. Nobody's ever going to play pickleball. Right. Yeah,
They're not.
right.
They're
oh,
clearly
look,
not.
she doesn't know what pickleball is. I'm so sorry.
Clearly not.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Belan. With regard to that PFAS, if you look at the photograph in the press release, who's front and center but Victoria? She's there, smiling ear to ear. She's all happy to get her picture in the paper, like a typical politician. She goes for the free breakfast. She gets a picture. She thinks she's important, but yet she's against all this stuff.
Right.
That's the kind of people.
I did this.
Yeah. She didn't do anything.
This.
Yeah.
It's sort of like
just the opposite is what she did.
Joe Biden, what they did to him. Now they all disown it. Oh, are you over talking me again? Oh, listen to her go. I still have my time has not expired, and I resent this. Would you stop her, Priscilla? Priscilla, please. Priscilla, she's talking over me again. I have 4 seconds. I don't want her saying anything. Here we go. You look, Priscilla, take her out to the woodshed and tell her later on. All right? You need to reinforce your own rules, and Bloviate needs to stop talking all over everybody and saying, I am so sorry to the public. She's not sorry, because she rephrases what people say. Yeah, you're out of time, too.
Okay. Victoria, go ahead.
I'm responding to Mr. Bononis' statements about why I do and don't go to things and making assumptions again. It's not true, it's false, and it's inaccurate, and I need to correct the record for myself.
Lehigh Valley News, there's a video.
That's the response.
Video of her standing front and center, right here.
The accusation was against me, so unless he makes accusations against you, I mean, I don't know.
Anybody else in the audience would like to speak on this issue?
Video standing front and center, right there.
Jason, please, we don't need to listen to you.
You do, you're gonna listen to me, it's right here.
I don't want to listen to you.
You don't want to, but you're going to.
And I'm not listening to you. Go ahead.
Keep talking, you turn your ears off, I don't care.
In front of a resident, he's disrespectful.
Lower Saucon Township. So I think that we need to think outside the box, because as I said this before up here, DeSales has a beautiful ball field. They get all kinds of extra special baseball games that are televised. People from out of state come for these big baseball games there because they have such a beautiful facility. Think outside the box and get some school teams in here. Get some high school playoff games in here. You have a beautiful ball field now. Sure, you don't have any running water bathrooms, but people are used to going into porta potties when they go to parks. So again, I would suggest that, if you're upset about the money that was spent on the ball field, do something. Think of a philanthropy. Think a little bit more out of the box and just get those people in here, charge some money. I'm sure kids would love to play on that ball field outside of the area. Thanks. Also, really quick. So if I'm up here saying something specifically and making a case and showing facts, I would just appreciate if somebody in the council speaks, and I don't mind the interaction in between, because I kind of I get my questions answered, whatever. But if Victoria says something like, I didn't say that, I didn't say this, blah, 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 I think I should be able to answer her, even if it's over the 3 minutes, because she's speaking about something that I specifically talked about. And I think that just needs to be more respect for, if one of you guys chimes in of what I said, which is fine, I should be able to rebut that or say, this was my point. So as per the last discussion, I just wanted to say my piece in reference to something she was saying. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification. When Abner Doubleday invented baseball in Cooperstown, he went out and he was looking for places with great bathrooms, and he said, this is where I'm going to invent this game. He was looking for a spot that had fantastic bathrooms, and that's why the Baseball Hall of Fame is there. Many people don't know that.
Oh, interesting.
We could be almost as famous as that.
The second Cooperstown.
And Larry Optoff helped them find that. Larry Optoff helped them.
Anybody else? I don't see anywhere in the.
Anybody else, please, guys? Come on.
Let's do a roll call.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Carucci.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Uphoff Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
There we go, there we go.
Okay, next we have discussion and possible action on terminating part-time zoning enforcement services.
Yeah, I asked for
this
these. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
This was requested by Mr. Carochi. Your name's not on here, so.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Tom.
I'll defer to Jason first, and I'll speak after Jason. This is the way, the alphabetical order.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
It's good to be a B. So it has come to my attention from at least 2 developers that they have encountered issues with our part-time zoning enforcement services. The one issue came up in the context of a developer that was building a home that had an in-ground pool and was having difficulties getting a certificate of occupancy because the pool did not have water in it. And the developer politely explained that I can't put water in the pool if nobody's living in the home. I can't have a pool filled with water that does not have somebody there to attend to it and maintain it. Subsequent to that, and more recently, it was brought to my attention that another developer who had constructed a home out in the Wassagas, or eastern side of the township, encountered difficulties attempting to get a certificate of occupancy because the grading that was on site did not match with the plans, and that there was a requirement to have a swale at the end of the driveway. Efforts were undertaken to build the swale, and in the course of those efforts, it was encountered that there was a UGI gas main that went through the area under there where the swale was being constructed, and as a result of that, the swale could not be constructed per the plans. And efforts were begun with UGI to try to come about with some resolution of that, to allow the swale to be constructed while also not impacting the UGI gas line. The individual who was building that home, my understanding is handicapped, is in a wheelchair, and simply wanted to move into his house and had plans to move into his house, expecting that certificate of occupancy would be issued promptly. Not only was that not issued, but my understanding is that a request was made for a temporary certificate of occupancy to allow for those discussions to take place between the developer and UGI to try to reach a solution that the township would be happy with. And that temporary CO was denied by our part-time zoning enforcement services. And this is the exact issue that we brought up previously when the contract was extended. That was a meeting or 2 ago. I guess it was the beginning of November. And concerns were raised about the politicking of the zoning office, because now we no longer have a full-time township employee who serves in the role as a zoning officer, who understands the community, understands the needs of the community, and can work in an amenable way with both developers while also protecting the residents. And the fact that what is being provided could be politicked by the members of council, because that entity or individual who's providing zoning services is no longer an employee of the township subject to the authority of the township manager, but is now instead party to a contract that township council could cancel at any time and could take direction from. So I don't know if there were communications by township council to, I would say, I'll go as far as say harass the developers and the individuals who are constructing these homes. But I find it appalling. And it seems to be the exact concern that we had raised in our prior discussions. You know, it sends a signal to others that would have interest in coming into the township to construct both commercial and or residential properties that would provide financial benefit to the community. It would provide taxes to the township. Lower Saucon Township is not necessarily closed for business, but certainly we're going to be terribly difficult with you and not compromising in any way when the circumstances clearly don't dictate such a harsh approach. I find it to be terribly disappointing that the entity that we've retained to do these services would act in that way, but it seems that they have. And I think that the residents of the township who hear about this are probably upset, they're probably disappointed to hear that this is how zoning is being handled. I mean, consider potential impact to you. You know, you want to put up a fence or whatever you want to do, and you got to get some approvals. It's, you know, it could be drawn out or it could be denied. And it seems like it's politics. Once again, seems like it's politics. And I think we deserve better than that. And, you know, I'll point out also, if you look at the final budget that we have here, the line item for zoning officer is $0. They're not intending to hire a zoning officer. This township, I don't know for how long, I mean, well over 20 years probably, we've had a zoning officer.
Chris Garges.
We had Chris Garges for a number of years, and then we had Jim Young, who did a great job, and they understood the community. They knew the folks that lived here. You know, it was not the Wild West. You know, they enforced the zoning laws, but they did so in a reasonable way. And what they're telegraphing, what they have telegraphed, and certainly through the budget, is $0 for zoning officers. They're not intending to hire anybody to fill that role. The role that's been vacant since what, April, May? And instead to continue on with this. And I find it appalling, and I'm gonna advocate that we terminate these services because they've proven to be deficient, substandard, and beneath what we deserve as residents of the township. We deserve better than that. You know, they're willing to give a $100,000 gift to a library that very few people use, but they're not willing to spend money on hiring a zoning officer that is going to protect the community, protect the zoning, protect your properties, and they're gonna instead have a contractor who's working part-time and not meeting the needs of the township. That's a problem to me. I
Okay,
yield.
Tom, you wanted to go?
Yeah, and then, Jason, I thought the one homeowner was looking at legal options, possibly suing the township.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I heard, and, you know, now because of this, we're gonna subject the township to legal exposure, right? And one of the things I brought up, I think, was, you know, what sort of coverage is available here for this part-time zoning third party. You know, to the extent the township gets sued because of their acts, now we're gonna have financial exposure. We're gonna, we've already been sued by the landfill for not following the law, for not being transparent and following the Sunshine Act and undertaking legal activity without public discussion, without township approval, township majority council approval. And now we're gonna expose the township to more. We got sued for the cell phone tower, and then we were proven right. We told you you're not gonna win, and they ultimately caved in. Priscilla unrecused herself to get it done so that they could stop the bleeding. Like, when are you gonna stop making bad decisions that are going to cost the taxpayers? You're gonna cost the taxpayers legal services, fees for that, for lawyering, and you're gonna cost the taxpayers lost opportunity to have some progress and development in the township, and you're also gonna cost the township residents in questions about whether their zoning rules and regulations are being properly enforced to protect their property values. It's just more examples of your incompetence.
And then, and we did, we had to hire a law firm to defend us in the cell phone tower matter. But there's also a property on Fire Lane that a resident had an idea for, and I guess came in and met with this company that these three have hired. And, you know, it was told, well, you know, it's not allowed, and that's fine, but, you know, we used to have zoning officers, and they used to explain to people what was possible, what wasn't possible, what could they do with a variance or two, or whatever. You know, now it's just like, no, go pound sand, get lost. That's the kind of customer service our residents are getting, and I think it's disgraceful.
Well, and not only that, Tommy, we just had him standing at the podium telling us that there's nothing to do across the street. You know, like, you know, don't spend a dime on it because you can variance these people to death, which is not entirely accurate. Right?
Completely wrong. Right. Completely wrong.
You can variance that out of existence.
And this is what these three have hired. It's disgraceful. And he literally did just stand at that podium and give terrible, terrible advice that would do nothing to alleviate these citizens' concerns. And instead of hiring someone who can be here every day, all the time, know the community, deal with issues, elevate issues that need to be elevated. They farmed it out because they want to farm out all the responsibility. They don't want to take responsibility for, anything, whether it's hiring a township manager, a zoning officer. They just want to get the political things they want to get done, and they have no.
They don't even want to pay
interest in-
township staff, who bust their asses.
Right. We're going to talk about township staff.
Yeah, they don't pay them a fair wage.
Exactly. They don't even want to treat township staff fairly with compensation or bonuses. Some that work plenty of hours and overtime, which we'll have to get to
Okay,
that.
let's stick to the topic on the agenda. You're really
well,
going
the topic
off.
is your incompetence in hiring these people.
No, that doesn't say what, the agenda item doesn't say that.
That's what I told Kathy to put on there. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done.
Now we know for the future.
That was not the email.
What was that?
That was not the email.
Well, first of all, the accusations are appalling to me because they're stated, they're not right, they're not true. Verizon did, I don't know what the right term is, release me of my conflict because.
Through their objection, yep.
It's not the agenda item. The agenda item is.
No, I'm responding to what Jason said about me.
Agenda item. Well, he wasn't talking about the agenda item.
And it's not politics. And again, in all the years, I'm speaking. Stop mumbling.
Discuss the guy who's going to sue the township because he can't get his CO. That's what you need to discuss.
This is not, in all the years that I've been up here, okay, and worked with many zoning officers, we never had one that nobody complained to me about. And they were all good people. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't matter who they were. People have complaints, and they will come and they will tell you. And then you have to follow that complaint to the administration and look into it. And that doesn't mean that, and it might be the residents' fault because of their convictions or whatever. So, I just want to say that the reason why there's 0 in the balance in the budget for next year was because at the last meeting when we continued their services, we talked about contracted services for them. I'm using the right for next year. And it would be discussed at reorganization, and they would provide a letter of engagement or whatever you want to call it, and we would move forward from there. Wouldn't have to be in the budget. It would, it would be under a different section.
It's under a different section.
Right, than the zoning officer. So, I just think it's appalling that this is even on here, and I apologize.
Yeah, it's appalling that somebody can't get a CO. Who should be able to get a CO? A guy in a wheelchair. Guy in a wheelchair can't get a CO. That's appalling. Go tell him that.
So, I respect that a resident, like I said, do have problems and whatever. No, wait, we have to all talk up here first.
Right.
So, just wait. So,
No, I won't send the guy who said it down.
So, Tom, you already went, okay? So now I'm gonna, Victoria.
Thank you. I think I'll reserve most of my comments till after I hear from the firm that we retained, but preliminarily, I think the accusation that somehow this is political when exactly what this orchestration is political. If we had a zoning officer and there was a complaint by a resident, the normal course would go to the manager would deal with it or review what the complaint is, validate it or not validate it, and then give a direction to council. At no time would council ever have the ability to override the manager's decision. If she wanted to fire somebody, she would make that recommendation. I have not heard a recommendation from Kathy or even a complaint from Kathy forwarded to me about the services of the firm that we've had for the last, 6 months, because we've had them for a little while now. So I haven't heard a complaint. So if we want to talk about politics, this orchestration and putting it on the agenda from council when we should be getting a recommendation from our own staff as to whether they're doing the appropriate job, that's where it starts. But I haven't received a complaint. I would like the homeowners that have expressed concerns. I don't know if those homeowners expressed them to just council people or if they've expressed them to our staff, and our staff is in the process of vetting those complaints. I don't know the answer to that. I don't see those people here today. I don't see them coming to before council. I have not seen one person come before council and express themselves. I've heard time and time again, Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce say, if they have complaints, they're not here. We don't see them. We don't see them. I'm not saying they don't exist, but come before council, come to our staff and go through the process. But I will reserve the rest of my comments till after I hear from the staff members and from the agency that's doing this stuff.
Just so that I'm clear going forward.
Thank you.
So I can have my comments, and then I'm gonna reserve time every single time after this, because I'm gonna keep talking afterward. If that's the way this is gonna go.
After he talks, you're gonna have a comment.
Is it her opportunity to speak, and then it goes back? Because every time I'm gonna reserve.
She's reserved.
I'm reserving every single time. In fact, I'm not even gonna say it. I want it noted for the record right now. Every time I speak, for the entirety that I'm on Township Council, I'm reserving my right to continue my comments at a later moment.
Maybe.
And I'm not yielding the floor. I just did it. I did it. I made it, and I'm just gonna speak. You don't have to recognize me. I'm just going to do it. Because she's done it, and you've allowed it by not saying, okay, no problem, and I'm gonna do it because you're not saying, okay, no problem. Just so you know how the game's gonna go.
Right, my turn.
Okay, I can
Tough
play
Talk
ball.
said the person wasn't here, perhaps because they're in a wheelchair.
It's only 10:30. We got 4 more hours, Priscilla.
They're in a wheelchair, and Priscilla parks in the handicap space.
Right.
Maybe that's why he's not here. Maybe he's driving around out there. Priscilla parks in the handicap space because of her disability, and maybe that's why he's not here. He can't get into the handicap space.
Let's hear from Kathy.
Admit you park in the handicap
I
space.
do, absolutely. I have a legitimate placard.
And let's hear from Kathy and Brian if they know anything. Let's hear from Kathy and Brian.
Let's hear from Laura.
Let's hear from Laura.
You're being rude.
I can't wait for this wisdom.
Oh, my word.
Yeah, it's better than yours.
Yeah, you keep laughing. It's real funny.
I would say I did ask if there were any issues that were known when I talked to Kathy, and there was nothing unusual going on. There were no complaints that we were made aware of. When this was put on the agenda, we'll note that there's not a single piece of information that came with this. We just had the stories told here, and they tell stories, a lot of stories. So I would like to see if there's any documentation that goes with this.
They won't do us in.
All right, we'll do right
We
to knows.
told
I'll do
that-
lots of right to knows.
We'll do right to
You're
knows,
inviting
no.
right to knows. I'll do it
Guys
tomorrow.
don't send us anything.
A right to know for yourself.
No, right to know, so the public knows exactly what's going on. We can start that up again.
No.
Wait, is Laura
Don't
finished?
even make any sense, but
You're saying there's no information being provided. I'm gonna
there
get the
was no
information and I'll present it.
information that came with this. All of a sudden, you're
spoke.
telling us stories about, this person had an issue and another person had an issue and they're being treated unfairly.
Yeah.
Well, Kathy should know about that and it would come through her if there was any issues going on.
He doesn't tell
And
us.
yet, we've heard nothing, only the two of you have. So that seems pretty suspicious. We have no information other than things have been going well, and I'm happy with the services that have been provided.
Okay, now,
Can I get
Yes,
clarification
Kathy,
from
yes.
council? Because one of the issues with this CO and temporary CO is a grading issue, which we've had significant issues at Long Ridge. So
Hold on a second. Hold on one second.
let
She just
Kathy
said,
finish?
she said that you told her that there were no complaints that were made, and now you're acknowledging that there was an issue that was raised.
I'm acknowledging what you had said as being true. I did not hear anything about the CO.
Okay, thank you.
I'm acknowledging the fact that what was relayed to you is accurate and true.
Thank you.
I'm asking for clarification from council because our direction, from what I recall, was that we were not going to issue COs until the grading was complete by Hanover Engineering to ensure that we did not have a problem again like we did at Long Ridge. That is the direction we were taking.
Well, then why
remember
weren't they
that.
called?
I remember that.
Then why weren't they called?
They were called.
On this,
Well, then
They were waiting.
Brian has the floor.
The CO was waiting for for Hanover Engineering to review the grading plan.
yeah, so following some of the concerns we heard from the Long Ridge residents, the managers, I think it was Mark, started to introduce the program that we weren't gonna go as far as built plans, because, council didn't want to do that. So we'd have the township engineer's office go out and do a visual inspection for general conformance with the approved grading plan. So we have been doing that since earlier in this year. In this particular instance, we did what they called us. We went out, we gave them maybe a list of 5 or 6 items, and they were able to address all but one of those items, which dealt with the roadside swale. We pointed out that the roadside swale was not installed. So the builder came back and said, we'd like to do that, but there's a gas line in the way. We need time to work with the gas company to either put a lesser swale in or maybe revise the gas line, et cetera. So when I found out that this was a problem for timing wise to do that, I did call the zoning officer and said, look, if that's the only issue left, I don't have a problem with you issuing a temporary CO with the condition that they do address the roadside swale. And Tyler was the zoning officer. He understood, and from the grading aspect, I don't know if there was any other issues with the CO, and that's what I explained to him. We only report on the grading issues, but in this issue, I didn't have a problem with it being a temporary CO. So.
Was the temporary CO issued? Was it issued, the temporary CO?
I don't know.
It was?
Yeah, it was an issue.
Okay, thank you. Because the report that was said to me was it was not issued, and that it was denied.
It was issued.
Okay, when was it issued?
It was issued the same day I had the conversation with Brian.
What day was that? I understand the same day.
Last Wednesday, last Thursday.
Okay.
So it might have been after your phone conversation with the builder, but it has been issued.
Thank you.
That's one. There's the other one.
Instead of wasting an agenda item and the time of our council, you could have asked that by the phone
Keep your mouth
call.
off for hours, so don't tell me about putting something on the agenda, okay?
What about the pool too? And I got the fire lane thing.
I don't know about the pool issue. I'd have to look back at that because I don't know what property you're referring to because you didn't use an address. And I understand that you might not be able to. The fire lane issue, I believe what you're speaking about is an email that I got from a realtor or a resident asking if they can do a bed and breakfast on the property. I emailed back, it's not permitted. I didn't tell the guy to go away. I didn't tell the guy to beat sand. I told him he wasn't permitted. It's not my job to advise him that he can go for a variance. It's his legal right, but I don't have any legal obligation to tell him that he can go for a variance.
Why wouldn't you do that though? I mean, but where's the customer service in that, right? So like we had a zoning officer that worked for the township, and if somebody came in and they wanted to do something, he would tell them, well, you can't do this, but if you get a variance, you can do it. So there's no customer service that you're providing. Like you are being paid with township taxpayer dollars. The people that are coming before you, don't roll your eyes at me. The people that are coming in are township taxpayers who want to get something done. And you're going to take the role, I don't have to give them any direction or any advice, right? I mean, what's your role? Just to look at something and rubber stamp it yes or no? That's not customer service.
Our goal is to enforce the ordinance. The reason that we don't typically advise people of use variances is because that's not what a variance is typically for. A variance is most typically for dimensional requirements. A use variance is different.
You said variances altogether, not just a use variance. You said we don't advise people about variances. You were not specific about use variances, okay, when you said that.
Apologize for that, use variances.
But I mean, we want customer service. And I think the township residents get better customer service by having an employee of the township. And that was my point. And you just acknowledge that you're not giving customer service.
We used to have Chris Vargas.
That's fine if that's your opinion.
Chris Vargas.
Just acknowledge, you said that, you're like, I'm not telling them what to do. I'm not going to help them, is what you said to me. I'm not going to help them.
It's not a refusal to help them. They have that legal right. He can file a variance, or whoever it was, I don't know if it was a man or a woman. They file that variance application if they want, but I don't have any legal obligation to do it.
Do you tell them to go consult with a lawyer?
I don't advise them to do that.
Do you tell them that they have other recourse available?
It's their right. I don't have a legal requirement to do that.
I understand it's their right. I'm asking, do you tell them that?
Not all the time. It depends on the situation. If it's a dimensional variance, we do typically explain to them that that route is available. But a use variance, no, we don't typically.
Okay.
We would never suggest to a resident.
Could you go to the mic, please?
We would never suggest to a resident or a realtor that they should go for a use variance because the likelihood they would achieve it is slim to nil. And then they're going to turn around and say, why did you guys advise that I do this? I spent all this money. I had to hire a surveyor. I had to do all this work, and there was no chance of getting it. Use variances are a very high bar. The residents in the neighborhood have a right to expect that it won't be granted. That is a fundamental principle. And what I was telling you earlier was that you really want to look at this development that's happening across the street, if that's their proposal, because I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Now, if you want to spend the money and buy it, that's up to you. But if you give us the authority to research and look at that application, believe me, we're going to find a lot of issues with it. And once it gets to the engineer's office, with all the infiltration requirements and everything else, what they're proposing, they will get nothing near that. So when you enforce your zoning ordinance properly, you have a lot of power. And that's what we can do for you. And that's what we've been doing.
You've just exposed your bias, because what you've just said is when they come in, they're not going to get anything near that. You don't even know what they're proposing. You weren't here at that meeting.
I looked at the plan.
You haven't seen what you did?
And the residents are concerned about that plan. Yeah, Tyler had it on his laptop. I was looking at it while we were talking.
Okay, because earlier you said that you were not familiar with the alternate plan.
I wasn't familiar with the alternate plans, but all of them are going to impact riparian buffers. You're going to have road right-of-way issues. There's all kinds of line of sight issues. They have a pie in the sky dream of what they can do there, and they're going to leverage it as best they can. But I would not buy into what they're talking about. Okay. But that's your call. But if you give it to me, you give it to our team, and we're gonna tell you what level of control the township has over that and what you want to do.
Yeah, but back to my point about bias. You're looking at it from the standpoint of, I'm going to try to shut this down and make it difficult, instead of coming from the standpoint of, I want to look at this in a mutually productive way where what can we do to get this done? And I think that's what you've just said to me.
My role is to apply, my team's role is to apply the most rigorous standard that we can based on your ordinance. If you guys want to oppose a variance request, which is what I would recommend in this situation, we will come in with the engineer's office, with the solicitor's office, and we will help to shoot those variances down, and we will be successful. But that's going to be for council to decide, right? If you want to go that route. But I can tell you, there's a lot of problems for them to develop that property the way they're proposing it. And I haven't spent any time with it yet, okay?
I'll just say this. My philosophy differs substantially from your philosophy.
That's okay.
It is.
Yeah. I'm just used to being on planning and then being on council, to zoning officers that would take the time to sit down with our residents, explain to them, why they can't do what they might want to do. Are there other possibilities, or are there not? Jim used to sit with people in that outer conference room all the time with plans. So would Chris Gargis, who was the zoning officer before Jim. And, I never heard when I was on planning or council before we hired you guys that I may have heard complaints that people didn't get what they wanted, but I never heard complaints about zoning officers being unaccommodating or kind of a go pound sand attitude. And that's disappointing to me. I don't think we should be paying for that. I think we should be paying for if someone can't do something, that's fine, but there should be some diplomacy in explaining that to them. Diplomacy. Not, I'm not telling you to bend over and let the person do what they want to do, but there should be some diplomacy. And I got that complaint, and he got that complaint from somebody else.
But that didn't happen the way that you're describing it. It was an email. First off, there's no way for me to convey my emotion over email. I explained to him that it wasn't allowed there.
Right.
Because it wasn't allowed there. There was nothing else. I didn't say you can't do it there and go away. I said, if you have any more questions.
Chris Garagos would have said, over email, you're not allowed to do that, but if you want to come in and talk to me about things, we can do.
They're not here to even say what they would say.
Because I've seen them do it with other people.
No, you haven't.
I have. I was on planning for 10 years before I was on the township. So
they can come in and talk to me. I've had numerous meetings in that meeting room there.
Good.
With a bunch of different residents, some that attended tonight.
Good.
So that's not, what you're saying is just, it's not true.
All right, I hope not. I mean, I hope we just get diplomatic. I hope our residents are being treated not just fairly, but politely by our zoning officers. That's what I hope. Okay, it's that simple.
I think if Kathy had a problem with it, we would have received some kind of information from the manager. So if we had a zoning officer through the older course that we had where we hired a zoning officer, this discussion wouldn't be happening. This agenda item wouldn't be happening because we'd be waiting for a manager to tell us what to do. So this whole thing is a waste of time.
Well, you'll agree with me that you're not subject to the manager, right? You signed a contract.
You wanted them to be subject to the manager. Now you don't want them to be subject to the manager.
You're not an employee of the township, right?
Sometimes you want the manager to have authority and sometimes you don't. Well, you complained over and over and over again. Your whole premise for this thing was that you wanted the manager to hire somebody.
Let me ask you about
take the manager's advice.
CO.
That's it.
Did you issue that temporary CO after the developer lawyered up and told you he had a lawyer?
I mean, I had a phone call with him maybe like a week and a half earlier, and he informed me that he was going to speak to his lawyer. And I didn't do anything after that until I got the okay from Brian.
So you knew that he was engaging a lawyer, or at least he was reporting to you that he was going to be engaging the service of a lawyer, and that's when you changed and gave him the temporary CO.
No, what I just said was he informed me that he was going to get a lawyer.
Right.
And I didn't do anything until I got the okay from Brian. Right. So
you gave the temporary CO after he told you he was getting a lawyer. I'm just trying to understand the timeline.
I mean, you're purposely misconstruing what I'm saying.
Words.
Yeah, you are.
Twisting words.
It's obvious.
And issue the temporary CO after he threatened me with a lawyer.
I didn't say you did that.
You do.
That's what you're implying. That's exactly what you're implying.
I didn't say it was right after me.
He said that,
so sorry.
and then there was amount of time later, and the temporary CO was issued. It wasn't issued contingent on the fact that a lawyer was being hired.
Right. Thank you for answering that question. I appreciate it.
Did you tell Brian about that they had hired an attorney, or did you tell Kathy that they'd hired an attorney?
I believe an email was sent to Kathy, and I think the engineer was on it. I can't.
That the applicant had hired an attorney.
I mean, he said he was going to talk to his lawyer. That doesn't always mean that he's going to hire an attorney.
Right, but
it was conveyed.
You felt it was. I mean, I'm glad that I'm commending you for conveying it to our township manager and our engineer.
Still want to get rid of them? Still want to get rid of them?
But well, because I think
you're commending them.
Well, and just to be clear.
You can't talk.
Would you run this meeting so I can hear?
They don't listen to me. What can I do?
Well, Victoria doesn't listen to you.
No, I'm Priscilla.
When he has the floor.
I have the floor.
He's talking.
I clearly have the
You
floor.
allow him to talk and not be interrupted. That's what you
I've
can
been
do.
trying to do that all night.
So Tom,
try harder.
Just to be clear,
No, I'm listening
the
to
chain
you.
of command is Tyler would not release it until he communicated with me as well.
Right.
And my recommendation to Tyler was to reach out to Brian to verify that all the grading issues were resolved. And if they weren't resolved, were the issues so major that we wouldn't release the CO? When Brian got back to Tyler with saying, no, we're okay with it, let's issue a temp CO because 5 of the 6 items were done, that CO was released that day, that temp CO. That is our role, is to help to coordinate and make sure that we don't miss something. Is the SEO involved? You know, where do we need to dot the I's and cross the T's? We want to make sure all of that's done. So we build that redundancy into our communication.
That's good, and I also hope you continue that if a resident or developer is threatening legal action, to let Kathy know as soon as possible as well, like he did, like he did. And that's what I'm saying. I hope that continues as well, because I don't.
I mean, I hope the threat isn't needed to get legal action. I hope that the zoning services are smooth and
will not back down either.
Fair
Simply
enough.
because somebody's going to say they're going to hire a lawyer,
you got a
we're
job
going
to
to
do.
do the right thing. And so sometimes there may be an appeal, but at the end of the day, we're going to enforce your ordinance the way it's written.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions? So can we move on to the next agenda item? I guess I'm moving on to the next agenda item, no action. Discussion and possible action on advertising to hire a full-time zoning officer employed by the township. Tom, I guess you asked to have this put on.
Yeah, I mean, I'd still like a full-time zoning officer, someone that can get to know the community and be here all the time, and is again, reportable to a township manager.
Is that a motion?
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Tom and seconded by Jason. And council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, Jim Young resigned in May, I believe it was.
Say thank you for coming tonight and waiting.
You recognize Jason, and then you let it talk.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks.
Okay, Jason? Well, don't talk then.
No,
Tom?
I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk. Do I have the floor?
Yeah, I just said you did. Didn't you hear me?
No,
You let Victoria interrupt
Maybe you
him.
need to have your hearing checked.
No, I don't. I mean, I think Victoria does, because I was the one who was speaking and she interrupted me,
You
but
don't listen when I gavel, so.
no, I don't. It has
I
no
know,
effect
you
on
don't
me.
want to.
There's no authority behind it, that's why.
Yeah, I do have authority. You just say you're
No,
ignorant.
you have a brace behind it, that's about it.
Yeah, boy.
So,
Ignorant.
Oh, that's another violation.
Yeah, write it
there we
down.
go. Write it down, Tom.
I'm gonna get the top
You're
vote
up to
tonight.
10. You're getting a special Christmas present for this one.
Yeah. Jim Young resigned in May, I believe it was. It's been 6 months. I already pointed out in the right to know request the hostile workplace environment that you were creating for him, which makes it no surprise. And yet there's been very little effort to hire a full-time zoning officer. Kathy tried unsuccessfully and was able to identify part-time services, which have now been extended. I don't understand why the township would not want to try to advertise again. And we're coming up on the end of the year. Folks sometimes change jobs after the new year. So why not advertise to see what sort of talent is out there that we can bring on board to help run the township offices. We've had a full-time zoning officer who worked for the township as a township employee for decades. And now, all of a sudden, it's gonna be sent out to a third-party contractor, outsourced. I mean, like, outsourced this to India already. Nothing against Indian people, but like, why wouldn't we not want to have somebody working in the township offices and on top of this stuff? It makes no sense. And I don't understand the delay. I don't understand the refusal to consider this. You wrote it out of the budget. It's not even in the budget anymore. It's clear what you intend not to do. But as a resident and a taxpayer, I would like to have a township employed zoning officer, who is employed by us so that we have continuity and superior services. I yield.
Tom?
No, I stated my reasons why. We should have a full-time zoning officer for our residents.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, my turn. First of all, Kathy, they're pretty much working part-time, correct? I mean, they're not full-time, like they're full-time zoning officer.
They are in the office a certain amount of hours a week, and they're always available by phone and email.
Right. So to hire a full-time officer, I just think that there's not enough hours to warrant that. And we did talk about this when we hired this firm to come in and talked about what we were planning on doing at reorganization. So I understand completely that you put this in contracted services. And not
budgetarily speaking, I mean, it's currently what we know now.
Right.
We're
It
paying
could
a
change,
contracted
right.
service.
Right.
And whether council decides to move to a other option, they can do so, and we would just pay out of either that line item or do what we
transfer it
did
back.
and transfer the money back to a salary when a
Right.
salaried person becomes available.
Right.
I still think, and I agree with Mr. Benonis, that whoever the full-time manager is should be hiring the zoning officer. I think the two positions are in communication a lot more than, say, me and the zoning officer and my director of finance responsibilities. But as I stated, we're not at that point, so I have to budget for what I know in regards to that department. And we can always make modifications if later on at some point council changes their mind.
Right. Agreed. Okay, so, I just think that it's premature now to hire I can't support hiring a zoning officer. Victoria?
Yeah, I don't support it. I like the presentation that we received. We talked about it then. I think this whole, the last agenda item and this agenda item are a complete colossal waste of time, a waste of taxpayer dollars. It's ridiculous. I can't support it, no.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I'm fine keeping the services that we currently have. As we know, there are not a ton of zoning officers out there looking for jobs. There are other townships looking for zoning officers as well. So it's a difficult time to hire one anyway. And I think the services we're getting from the service we have is fine. If we need more hours from them, they can ramp up their hours. And if we need less hours, we can ramp down the hours. We are saving money. We don't have to pay benefits for these people. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. And then this time I'm opening up to the audience. Does anybody like to speak? Would anybody like to speak on this?
Hi, Faith Studenroth, Old Philadelphia Pike. I've lived here for over 30 years, so I have had to encounter zoning on a couple different occasions because I like to follow the rules. I had to go through permits and jump through hoops just to build a small chicken coop. And that did not make me happy when other people get away with things, but that's neither here nor there. If the service saves us money and does an adequate job, I say keep it. I understand for years we had a full-time person, and if we need to get more hours, that's fine. That's my opinion. But if they do the job that we need them to do, if there's not, and there's complaints, I've heard complaints about the past ones.
Right.
But they've always been good for me, and like you said, they did educate me on different things. So there was
Sorry about that.
Sorry. Wow.
I don't know.
We're being, we're being evaded.
All the screens are black.
Oh, did we lose power? Or no,
The lights are out. Yeah, we lost power. The lights are out.
There's emergency lights that come on. We already been through that one night. You weren't here probably.
Flicker.
Oh, please, Jason.
They didn't even flicker.
You're just.
The emergency lights.
Well, this was not water.
Well, why did that go off?
Can we use this opportunity to?
Okay, there we go. There we go.
We're back on? Okay. All right.
Thanks for that.
So
Technical
anyone else in the
malfunction.
audience? Hi, your name for the record.
Thank you, Stacy.
Staying line at Old Philadelphia Pike. I guess I'm not the proponent of contracting out all the time. I would love to see us have a full-time person back. If it's the wrong time, based on the situation with the manager, then I understand that. Mr. Riggi and I came up here once or twice to try to talk to the zoning officer and wasn't here. We were told when he'd be available. We came back once, he wasn't here, then we came back a third time. He was very polite. He gave us the information on the property across the street that we were looking for, so I had no complaints about that. But I certainly think that having the full-time person that works well with the management and the employees and knows the area, you know, I think that would be a future goal and not to just deal with a contract company forever.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to go?
It's a waste of time. These people want a full-time. You say that's a waste of time.
Anne Marie Slavic. I just wanted, my comments about the zoning is I think zoning is seen by people in different communities as the government telling you what you can't do on your property, you know, and it could be a very cold scenario of, you know, I'm dealing with this person, it's all these rules and regulations and I can't do this and I can't do that. And I just think that's the perception of zoning obviously it kind of is, and that's the purpose for it to have zoning rules, but I think a little more a little more warmth, a little more personality, I think is what some people are looking for, as far as, you don't want to be like Whitehall Township, which is known for, they don't like anybody, they don't like anything, you got to get a sign approved, you can't have this sign yet. It's like, you're always kind of jumping through hoops, and so why bother? And it kind of like, there's a lot of perception like that of zoning in different townships in the area of, we can't get anything done because we've got the government on our backs saying no to everything. So that's the perception of zoning. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else?
I don't know, this is just my opinion, but I don't know what you're paying the contractor as compared to what the salary would be for the full-time person. But hiring a contractor, you could take that money and pay that salary, and you wouldn't have what we heard here just a minute ago of, that's not allowed. There's I have to check with my boss. Instead of having a guy that's here full-time, who understands and is willing to work with the people. Let me see what I can do. Let me check into that. But then again, the guy's here, and he's available all the time. Not just, well, I got a call to my contractor. But that's just my opinion, because whatever you're paying that contractor is going to go right to that zoning director's salary. And if the contractor's charging you more, well, then you would save money. But now if the salary's more, then it would only be a couple of bucks more. But now, I don't know your aspect of what your money situation is and how the contracts are doled out, how much they are, and how much the salary of the zoning director would be, or the zoning commissioner. I liked Jim. He was a really nice guy, helped me out a lot. But that's just my opinion. You need somebody who has like a personality to work with the people, not just these are the rules. I can't variate. Tough shit. Which to me seemed like exactly what these people were doing. Now, I don't know. That's just my read into it. That's just my opinion. Oh, Mark Kellner, Old Philadelphia Pike.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, roll call, Kathy.
Ms. Ray?
And just to remind everybody, we're voting to hire, to advertise for a full-time zoning officer.
Ms. Ray?
Yeah, I'll vote no at this time.
Ms. DeLeon?
I vote no at this time.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero?
No.
Mr. Carucci?
I'd just like to say that Ms. Aptoff Cordero said this agenda item was a waste of time, and 4 people got up and spoke about it. So that's what she thinks about your opinion, that it was a waste of time to even have this on the agenda.
And again, you're making assumptions of somebody's
Don't let that
statements.
discourage you, because I like to hear from you. I like to hear your comments. And
Thank
I
you
think
for your
Mr. Groce
comments.
does as well.
I'm sorry that one councilwoman thought the agenda item was a waste of time. But I vote yes to advertise.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, next we have authorization to advertise the 2025 proposed budget for public inspection. The 2025 budget has been prepared, incorporating the changes requested by council members. Council will review and direct staff to advertise for the 20-day public inspection period. Kathy, you were gonna?
I did provide I highlighted some of the items that were changed based on what was discussed at the last meeting. That included the fund balance transfer that was required to balance the budget. As for the expenses, it would be the contributions council provides to add those two performing arts and the Saucon Valley Music Connections, and to eliminate any improvements to the Capitol or to the council room. In the executive, the wage increases for salaried staff and the benefits, and I also needed to mention that we included an additional $5,000 again for the manager search
Yep.
To extend that. Finance, again, it was just the, adjusted for the compensation. And, engineering fees, we added 20,000 for, the Act 167 plan review. The police department, those were, the amounts were modified based on the chief's salary that was provided and also the benefits again that we had talked about that were increased. We added 25,000 in the fire department for accounting services. And then the highway department, again, we adjusted for benefits and the compensation for the public works director. I have to note on that page, 01-43700 was not on the PDF version. That for some reason that line item kicked out of this software. Hopefully the new software will be much better in identifying these things. So I had to add that back in. As for capital, so the proposed general fund budget is balanced at $10,954,880. And the state fund did not change. That's balanced at $2,372,600. And the capital fund increased by $130,000 for the elevator upgrades that are required. And that's at $3,845,700.
Say that number again,
$3,845,700, bringing us to a total of a collective budget of $17,173,100.
Go slower, 17 million.
$17,173,180.
Okay.
So if there's any other corrections or adjustments.
Yeah, I'd like to ask, did we ever do anything with the Act 537? I know Brian's not here, but aren't we supposed to be due to redo that next year?
Yeah, that's,
I thought it was Act 167.
I think it's
537?
No, the 167 stormwater, Act 537 is our sewer.
Is that?
Yeah, that's
okay.
the one we had talked about.
We had left the
For the
20,000.
pumping
I'll
station.
just change the notation to Act 537. I thought it was Act 167.
Not that I'm aware of, but I could be wrong.
What's the pumping station? Why are we paying for the pumping station?
So I'd like to make a motion to direct Kathy to make certain changes to the budget. And in line item, I hope I have these numbers right, 014022120, which would be the Director of Finance. I'd like to make that a 4% increase. And 0140121, which would be Administrative Assistance, and increase that to 4%. And then 0140140 would be 4% also. And we already have the changes to the police chief and the Director of Finance, correct?
The police chief and the Director of Public Works.
Right, I mean, what did I say? Director of Finance, I meant Public Works.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. I think I'm thinking of everything.
What is the pumping station? What are we paying for that pump station again?
We're not paying anything for a pumping station. That's not what the.
Right, what
line
was
is
she
for.
talking about then? It was
Pay
unclear.
attention for that.
Right, so repeat it.
I'm sorry, we increased our engineering fees. I had it marked down as a review of Act 167. It's actually Act 537. So I'll change that in the budget document.
Okay.
And I'll also put the page numbers on there, Mr. Blunt.
Yeah, page numbers would be great.
I have a
I'm
problem.
marking this one in our packet. This is draft now because we just may have a motion on the floor, but
I have a problem with the 4% is not enough for these administrative assistants. They're being paid less than a non-uniform contract employees, substantially less, and they're doing a lot of extra work, and they have a lot of comp time, and they're working much more than 40 hours a week. I'd like to see that higher than 4%.
Okay, so this is comments on the council discussion on the motion on the floor. So, Jason?
What's the motion on the floor?
To give 4% raise to Director of Finance and 4% raise to the administration assistants. There's 2 of them. And that was it, right? Yeah.
For clarification, I think those are the changes, and I think you're making a motion to then direct for the
Increase
advertising.
them.
Well, no,
Oh, no, well, I wanted to do 2 motions.
You want to do 2 at a time?
2 at a time.
I might have a motion too before we vote to advertise.
Yeah, I have some motions as well. So
Whatever.
I'm gonna reserve, not whatever, I'm gonna reserve my motions.
He
Okay,
doesn't
you're
run the
allowed.
meetings. You tell him to pipe down. This is budget stuff. It's not legal.
Okay, so
Susie will pipe
I'm
down.
supportive of the increases to the line items. Victoria?
I didn't talk. What are you going in order or you're not?
You gave it to me, and I asked what the motion was, and you moved on. You didn't give me an opportunity to speak.
Go ahead, speak.
What's the motion?
So what is the motion? To give 4%?
Get your act
increases to
together,
township
Priscilla. If
staff?
you're too
I
tired,
just
go home.
told you with the.
If you're tired, go home.
I'm not tired. Trust me.
Tell him what the motion is.
I told him already once.
No,
I'll
you
tell him
didn't.
again.
You started having a conversation with Kathy and with
Why are we
Steve.
arguing about
Because
this?
she didn't tell the motion.
yes.
Kathy just told you what the motion was.
No, she didn't.
Okay, cool it, everybody, all right? The motion was to increase the budget line items, and I'll repeat them again, by 4% for, well, I'll just say the titles. The Director of Finance, the Administrative Assistants, we have 2 of them, so it would be, those 3 line items would be increased by 4%.
And I had seconded that.
Right. So
Yeah, I
now
mean,
we have.
my comments on that is, I think it's entirely too low. This township has been hemorrhaging staff. This council treats the staff unfairly. These ladies, these folks have worked really hard to keep the ship afloat. And I think they deserve to be compensated much more than what they are currently being compensated, and certainly much more than the 4% raise that you're offering to them. Joe Biden's inflation is still rampant. Hopefully that changes next year. But until then, I mean, they're effectively working more, and they're getting paid less for their time. They're working a lot more, and paid a lot less. I'll yield.
Tom?
Yeah, so right now, the 2 administrative assistants, and I'd like to call them by name because the public should know what these 3 ladies up here are doing to 2 ladies that are working very hard, Stacy and Carol. Even with this 4% raise, they would make about 1/3 of what a manager, they budgeted for a manager at $155,000. 1/3 of what they budget for. This is how women are treating other women in equality of pay with 4%, Priscilla's measly 4%. They're making about 35–40% of what the chief makes. About half of what Kathy makes, give or take, maybe a little more than half. Roger, again, about half. It's too low. I'm told one of them has 120 hours in comp time, meaning they don't get paid overtime because they're not under a union contract, but they work overtime. They're expected to work overtime. They've had to work overtime to keep the township afloat, mostly because of these 3 ladies. And, 120 extra hours and not getting paid a dime for those 120 extra hours, not a dime. They're told they can take comp time. I don't know when you take 120 hours of comp time between now and the end of the year. And this is all these ladies want to know. They should be brought up. The non-uniform contract, even with this 4%, the non-uniform contract will be making about the same, if not a little more, than they are. You know, I don't know what it is with these Democratic ladies. Don't like to pay other women, but for their hard work, it's disgraceful. These you know, Stacy and Carol work very hard, and I think this should be closer to really to bring them up in parity with the manager, the chief, Kathy Roger, and even to exceed the non-uniform contract employees. They should it should be a 15% raise, especially because we were also explained that there's a January 1st of 2025. It's being challenged in court, but there's a minimum salary requirement, federal government, $58,686. If you're paid below that, then you have to be paid overtime if you do more than 40 hours a week. You know, this would at least set it. The 4% does not get them above that, I don't believe. Is that correct, Kathy? It doesn't get them above that. The 58,686, it doesn't get them above that, so we'd have to pay overtime. You know, it's ridiculous. It should be closer to 15%. And I want to make sure, you know, that I'm sure these three have had discussions about 4%, and that's why Priscilla threw the number out there. And I'm sure they're going to vote, you know, to only give them 4%. But the township should know that they're taking advantage of these ladies that have worked 120 hours of extra time this year without compensation. You know, last meeting, we listened to 40 minutes of Victoria saying landfills sometimes smell. She went on for 40 minutes about it, you know, wasting their time. And, you know, if they're already over 40 hours for that week or 80 hours for the 2-week pay period, they're, you know, they're not volunteers, you know, they're not volunteers. I mean, you see, they have to be there. I mean, it's not like they're not slackers like EAC. It doesn't get anything done, won't even walk a property. They're actually working 120 extra hours. And these ladies won't compensate them fairly. It's disgraceful, disgraceful for these ladies to be paid 1/3 of what a township manager, 1/3 of what a township manager they want to hire would pay. And that's even if they can get a township manager for $155. Our previous township manager left for about $200,000. And so that would be 1/4. If they have to pay that for a full-time township manager, it would be 25% of what a township manager makes. So it's absolutely ridiculous, and there's no way I can support that. And it's despicable. Not the way they treat staff. The way they treat staff is despicable. But then to not compensate them when they're willing to give $100,000 to a library. Priscilla apparently has a plan to spend the American Relief Fund money just to give it away to things of her choice instead of giving that to employees. You know, it's disgraceful. You know, if they go through with this 4%, you know, I would expect both of them to be looking for other jobs, and I wouldn't blame them at all. At all. So.
Okay, first of all, Kathy, for the ARPA money, the employees got paid 3 times out of that money.
Correct.
And it was almost $300,000 because they got $3,000 each, correct?
Over 3 years.
No, each year.
Each year, over 3 years.
The amounts that were paid were varied depending on position and also varied depending, no, not every year, no.
Not every year, the first year.
All right, so, and there's a court challenge, I'm speaking now, there's a court challenge over that level, that number, so.
I think it was a court decision. There was
It was appealed, but it was
a court decision, it wasn't just a challenge, the court vacated
Laura, wasn't that appealed?
Yeah, and they vacated the rule, so.
They vacated the rule back to 2024.
Right. So, and if that changes, we'll have to deal with it when it happens. So, I think the staff, I think they do a great job, and
won't
I hope
pay 'em. She won't pay 'em.
they feel that I respect them, and
You respect people by paying them. You
it's
respect
really
people by paying.
ignorant that,
You respect
it's
people by
really ignorant that I have to sit here and I can't even make a comment without being interrupted.
This is a woman who's collected
by
disability
the
for
likes
40
of
years,
you.
not a
Here we
paycheck.
go.
She collected disability for 40 years, not a paycheck, disability for 40 years. And she's judging other
Let her
people.
finish her comment.
She's telling other people, I'll give you a pittance 4% raise.
She made
That's
her
who she
comment.
is. That's who she
You're entitled
is.
to your comment, which you made.
Yep.
So
And
let everybody make their
Okay,
comments.
so it is what it is. This is my feelings. This is my motion. Victoria, you seconded it, and we're having discussion. And would you like to go next?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate to give them a bump in what they're getting. And I think that in looking at the entire picture of our budget and everything that we have to account for, not just now, but in the future, I think it's appropriate. I also think, you know, when we look back at years past, I mean, we're keeping in line with the traditional compensation and incentives that have been provided in years past. I want to thank the staff, all of the staff, for everything that they do. I appreciate everything that they've worked on this year. I appreciate getting to know them, and I look forward to continue working with them.
Only if you do it cheaply, and don't
Laura?
complain about working 120 hours that you're not gonna get compensated.
Tom, it's not your turn.
Victoria,
It is not your turn. It's Laura's turn.
So I just have to, because we had an interruption before I could finish.
I know, I'm sorry.
So there is this ongoing accusation that there's not compensation for the time that they spend beyond their workday to be here at council meetings or the other meetings that they attend. And you also heard them talking about comp time and the amount of comp time. So there is a current policy that provides for a benefit to those staff members when they do work beyond 40 hours. And so they have that comp time available to them. So to insinuate that they're not getting compensated in some shape, way, or form, it might not be in a dollar amount, but if they make a certain amount and then they take a day off as comp time because they worked a lot of hours another week, you know, that's the benefit that they have. And so I think that should be really clarified, that people do have a benefit to appreciate and to compensate them for the time that they spend at meetings.
Well, then let's clarify that is a policy. No, she clarified, I get to clarify. That is a policy from the manager, the current acting manager, Kathy. A new manager can change that policy and not honor that comp time at any time. That is a policy. It's not written anywhere. That's how they like their policies, not written anywhere. Is that true, Kathy?
It was in their letter of employment.
Okay, it's in their letter of employment, but the new manager could change, right?
They wouldn't be able to change the letter of employment.
I would be hard pressed that they could.
Okay.
But.
Okay. But I mean, how much comp time do you need?
Again, the manager
Right.
is
Now-
taking direction from
Okay.
council, so.
Now, can I ask another question to clarify, Kathy, then? If they, let's say one of them takes their 120 comp hours the next 3 weeks, who does their work?
Exactly.
Who does their work?
That has been a problem.
And
Like
how has
in
that been a
every other
problem? How has
job.
that been a problem? Explain how that has been a problem.
We're short-staffed.
Oh, well, why are we short-staffed? Well, okay, we're short-staffed. Let's leave it at that for a second. We'll leave it short-staffed. Okay, so Ms. Optoff here is saying, no, we do compensate them. They get 120 hours of comp time. Now, if they use no, I'm not done yet. Now, if they use the 120 hours of comp time, nobody does their work. It's still there when they come back, obviously. In fact, it's 3 times as much. That's 3 weeks. And or the other person who's not on using comp time that week has to do twice the amount of work. It probably take more hours. And all. So this is another one that doesn't work. She couldn't hack it as an attorney. It doesn't work. So you listen to 2 people that don't work. Priscilla and Victoria don't work.
Terrible.
I would point out 2 things. One is, there are 31 work days left in the year.
Yeah, 31 work
120 hours is 15, so basically 50% of the remaining work days for the year are gonna be time off, which is deserved, right? That's what. The other thing I would point out is that the Social Security Disability COLA, cost of living adjustment for 2024, was 3.2%. Okay, so 4% is rich for Priscilla. That's rich.
I know.
So
Is that the cost of living for disability payment?
COLA is 3.2%.
I'm hearing
Oh,
that,
disability
I'm hearing
payments?
that two council members don't like that we have this policy in place that they get comp time for when they work extra time at meetings. The big thing for everybody to understand when we're adjusting the budget is by adjusting their salaries, it doesn't change the policy. So what doesn't matter what dollar amount we're paying them, that policy of comp time is still there. So to have this, now we're gonna have an argument like I'm being told, oh, she doesn't understand, she doesn't understand. I do understand.
She does.
They're still gonna be able to get comp time for the time
They
that they
can't
have.
use it. The whole point is they can't use it. It's
And,
worthless.
I'd like to.
He's saying pay them because they work hard is what he's saying. Pay them a fair wage because they work hard.
They still
That's
get their
exactly what he's
comp
saying.
It's not like they're Priscilla
They
using
still
comp
get their
time for
comp
40
time.
years. It's not like they can use comp time for 40 years like Priscilla.
I
Jesus.
yield.
Would you know anything?
I would like to say that, and Kathy, I hope you remember this, that when we lost the manager and everything, I remember bringing to the table to offer a temp person to work, to help out. You do remember that. So I did care about, and nobody wanted to do it. And nobody wanted to do it. So that offer is still out there if we're.
Well, we have a temp right now that's filling in a role for somebody who is out, and it's.
But I
it's
did
been-
offer
it's
to
been-
help the employees, so
it
don't
is-
act like, don't. I'm
That's absolutely true.
She won't pay 'em.
One of
And
the
if they
things
take
I'm
3
sure
weeks in a
everyone
row-
here can appreciate is the fact that it takes probably twice as long to train somebody
Exactly,
to
to
do.
train someone, right, it's easier to do it
That
yourself.
that means they're valuable. It means the people we have are valuable.
Right.
And we should reward them so they don't leave.
Okay, so I think, Laura, did
Disgrace.
you go? I mean, it's been
No,
so many
I didn't go.
interruptions.
I didn't go.
Okay, Laura, your turn. Well, he crinkles paper. Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
it's so annoying.
put that away,
Meaning
that's
candy.
Yeah, well,
childish.
You've obviously eaten a lot.
don't talk with your mouth open.
So I will say, you know, you gave the 2024 COLA, the 2025 COLA is 2.5%.
On disability payments or regular?
And you may be quiet, it is not your turn to speak. I would have a hard time with a 15% increase. That's quite, you know, way up there. We constantly hear the comments here, put your wrapper away, okay? Stop it.
He's still doing it. They're rude. They're just very annoying. I mean, can you imagine sitting up here working with these people and they crinkle paper?
I want to talk about why the staff gets overworked and why Stacy has to put in so many hours. It's because we have these guys up here causing all this disruption and wasting hour after hour. I'm speaking, so you can be quiet.
Violated the code of conduct 10 times.
Okay.
You're the
You
behavior.
do
You're
not
the
stop
behavior.
it.
You're the behavior. You've violated the code of conduct 10
They're
times
trying to make the point about how underpaid and, you know, they weren't paid enough. Well, you know what? Last year, you had control. Did we see you give them 15 and 20% raises to make them even with the union?
We gave them bonuses.
No, you didn't. And you know why you're doing it now?
That's
Is
the
just to
manager.
cause disruption and problems at the meeting and to argue endlessly. And we're tired of it.
Maybe you are.
What you gonna do?
I think the 4% is a decent amount. How many people are getting more than that at their jobs? I will say also.
What gentleman in the audience?
There you go.
Oh, good. Good for you if you did. I didn't. And I will say that the health insurance costs went up 19.6%. The township is eating that whole cost. None of that is being passed on to any of the employees. That is worth something. They don't have to pay that extra cost. We are. It's a lot. The benefits that they get are worth something, and they're never looked at and considered as part of the whole package.
Okay, thank you. Opening up to the floor, would anybody like to speak? Excuse me, on this issue?
Hi, Faith Studenroth. As far as giving a raise, yes, people do deserve raises. But I've gone for 2-3 years already without increase. Yes, maybe got a little bonus. Nothing in the thousands, you know, 500 here. Hey, take an extra day off. You know, If they can't use the PTO time, pay them for it. Change the rule. Hire another person. If you can't get a manager in, paying them $200,000, my God, they better have a PhD in freaking township for $200,000. Jesus. But really, 4%, maybe even 5% would be a reasonable increase. I know the girls bust butt. I've been down here, I've talked to them. So I do know they are worked. But hire another person. There are people looking for jobs.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Anne Marie Slavic. I agree with this woman here. I like her comments. I think I got a 3% to 5% raise in the private sector, and that's the year the stock market went up so much. So it's the employers don't give a lot of raises. Again, I would say Kathy's doing the job of a township manager, and you want to bring somebody else in from outside. Again, somebody who doesn't care about the township, doesn't know anything about this area. You might want to just keep going with what you're doing instead of hiring somebody from outside at $200,000, and hire a part-time person to help in the office. Make that the staff part-time, just to help with things when other people are out. That's just a thought. We could pretend Kathy's still the assistant and not call her the manager, and just leave her doing what she does best, which is superstar. So I just want to make a comment in reference to Laura Ray.
Won't fit out the door. No, wait, no. She is a superstar.
That one.
She is. She really is.
I agree.
She puts up with a lot of stress.
Yes.
I could see that.
Yes.
Priscilla,
And if we don't want to pay for other people's health care when they go to the hospitals and doctors that don't have health insurance, and some people are maybe, I don't know, came over the border illegally, we might want to vote a different way. But that's why our health insurance is going up. It's covering the people that go to the hospitals that don't have health insurance and aren't American citizens. Think about it, Laura. Think about it.
she does. That's way over her. That's way over her head. Way over her head.
She may put you to shame, Tom.
We have no.
Over her head.
She would put you to shame with
Way
her
over her head.
education.
Lost.
Saying our insurance is paying the bills.
She's saying it went up because we're paying for.
Because the cost of everything went up.
Our township is self-insured though, so it's not paying for, other people. Right.
Because we're subsidizing others who are not part of our plan.
Right. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a gentleman at the podium that needs to speak.
I find some of the comments, I wonder what jobs some of these council people work at. I mean, I obviously know,
None.
I know about this one here, because he's calling in from Timbuktu, and that one over there, he's either in Dallas or he's in Minnesota within an hour of each other. But I have no idea about Laura Ray. But it certainly sounds like, to me, I know if I got a comment from the person that was employing me that I heard out of Virginia here, well, maybe in the future we'll give him a raise in the future. And then I heard, I really thank them, I really appreciate them, I really like them and all of that, but, and as a wise person once said to me, all the clatter that goes before the word but, just throw it away, because after the word but, that's really what they mean. And what the true meaning of what she was saying was very simple. Too bad, too sad. You have 3 weeks of vacation. You can take it now. And as we heard from Kathy, gee, 3 weeks of vacation, that would really drown us in work, which will keep on going no matter what. Because it's clear the council, the leaders, the majority here doesn't want to hire anybody or do anything. I find it breathtaking. And I just wonder how long. It won't be too long. I remember talking to a few of the people that have left here already, and it was clear when it was coming. 3 weeks of vacation, just go take it. gee, that would be wonderful if Virginia would just step in there and pick up the slack or something. To sit there and make a comment like that, it just invites people to leave, period, okay? So, and then I hear pay them for comp. Well, just pay them and don't worry about the comp if you're gonna do that. And Laura, if you don't know what the expense is for things like healthcare and all, what the percentage is, you don't even need to be on a council if you don't know that. Everybody knows that works.
Lost.
2x time the cost to train somebody new. Gee, isn't that a great idea? Another one. You people obviously don't work in the real world. And boy, I'm telling you, you wouldn't work in the real world because you wouldn't get hired. You would be fired before you stepped in. And I mean the real word, the real competition, hard knocks world. You're shaking your head. You can't even get the EAC 4 members to get out and walk around on a piece of land. So we know where you sit.
She's
As far as
probably
this
more
one over
credentialed than
here,
you are.
I keep looking for, yeah. I keep looking at this one. God only knows what she does.
Keep going.
for a
Keep
living.
going. She doesn't do anything.
She's more credentialed than you probably are.
Would you like to try that?
Okay, next, anybody else? Does anybody else?
Let's see how good she is.
I would ask that you not approach the podium anymore.
I'm gonna ask you to shut
I
the
would
fuck
ask,
up.
I would ask
I
that
don't
you,
care.
that you not approach the podium.
And I'm allowed to make statements. Can you please sit down?
I'm picking you up on the challenge.
I would ask that you please don't approach the
I'm
podium
asking
anymore.
you shut the hell
Our podium.
Your podium, I noticed that,
He's
the fellow with the bullet hole in his kid's rape walked around, you didn't see
up. Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't.
No, they were told
Right
to sit
name.
down.
No, they weren't.
So we're asking
You
you
need
to
to
please
sit down.
Sit them down.
Police officers, would you
Sit down.
please
Yeah.
assist this gentleman in sitting down? I don't know why you're here.
Why am I here?
No, the police officers, we're having a disruptive person.
Don't disparage the
Don't
police.
just sit there
Don't
and look at
disparage
me,
the
because I'll
police.
make a phone call tomorrow.
Don't
Go
disparage
ahead.
the, oh, now she's gonna threaten you.
There she goes.
Now she's threatening your,
Threatening you.
there we
Now she's
go.
threatening you.
What's
I
that?
hope The union reports it. Get the union,
Okay,
union
anybody
grievance
else like
against
to
township.
speak? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
They're not security guards, Priscilla, they're police.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis,
This is the 4% raise? No. It needs to be much higher than that.
Ms. Optoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi,
Disgraceful. They deserve much more than 4%.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Okay, now I would like,
3-2.
okay, now I'd like to make a motion to direct the acting manager, director of finance to advertise.
No, I got stuff I want to discuss in the budget, absolutely
The
not.
budget motions.
There's
We're
a
allowed to
motion
make
on the
them.
floor.
No, there is no motion, but we just vote on the motion. I still
We're
have
allowed to make
discussion.
other budget motions.
I am
for other
making
things in
a
the budget. That was
motion.
a 4% raise. That was it.
I am making a motion.
No, you're not.
You're not.
I'm
We're
making a
making a
motion
motion.
because I want to change, I want to change the
Second the
budget,
motion.
proposed budget to reflect the manager's compensation.
I heard from Priscilla.
I second that.
I
We're
heard
allowed
that
to make
Priscilla,
motions.
that she wanted to
Yeah, we are.
advertise
Nope.
the budget as proposed, and that's what I seconded.
No.
I
We're
heard
allowed
it.
to make motions on the budget.
So that's the motion
That we were
on the
going to be given the
table.
opportunity
Yes,
to
you
make
did that,
motions.
fucking
That's
liar.
exactly what you
That's the
said.
motion that's on the table. She said she'd like to make a motion,
You said we
and
were going to
she
be given
said
the
that.
opportunity to make other motions.
That's ridiculous.
She said that she was going to make, give the opportunity, she said she was going to give the opportunity to
The
make other
motion on-
motions on the budget.
To
She said that
advertise
she
the
was going to
proposed
make,
motion.
allow other motions.
Steve,
She said that they were
And what
going
are you gonna
to.
do to me, Jason?
She said that there were going to be.
And
Holds himself out as a white Bill Cosby. The white Bill Cosby.
I'm
The
gonna
white
go
Bill
use, I'm
Cosby
gonna
down
ask for
there.
a recess
holds
to
himself
go
out.
back.
yes,
White
I
Bill
made a
Cosby.
motion.
Bullshit.
White Bill Cosby.
Yours?
Bullshit.
White Bill Cosby right here.
recess, 'cause
That's how he holds himself out.
well, Laura just
To
left.
women, when he serves them
Yeah,
strong
I have
drinks.
to use the restroom, but I
Right?
did second
Right?
the motion, so it's
Call
on
yourself
the.
the
Right.
white Bill Cosby?
Trying to ram through a budget without having any discussion or any other motions on it.
Is that what you do?
After you said you were going to allow other motions to happen.
Thank you.
After you said that.
There's,
Can we go into recess?
we can,
People are leaving.
we,
Are you going to allow other
We're in
motions?
recess.
no, we're having, yes, a recess motion right now. And the time is 11:34, and we're gonna break for like 3-4 minutes. I have to use the room also.
Unbelievable.
Are we ready?
Reconvening?
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the meeting, and the time is 11:40. And we were on a motion to direct Kathy to make the changes in the budget. It was seconded by Victoria, and, no, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong spot. There was a motion on the floor by me, directing acting manager, director of
There was not a
finance.
motion on the floor.
Yes, there was.
There wasn't.
Roll back the tape.
Okay, let's do it. Let's roll back the tape.
I seconded that motion.
Let's roll back the tape. Let's roll back the tape.
Now, you get to watch it later, and trust me, the motion's there. So, to direct the acting manager, director of finance to advertise the proposed budget for 20 days. And council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, there's a few things that I'd like to talk about. One is the budget is inaccurate because it talks about a manager compensation of $155,000. There's been no effort by this council in the past several months to hire a manager. We have an assistant manager who's serving as the interim manager, so I think that's inaccurate. The item for library services is also inaccurate. It identifies $130,000. There's been no explanation for that figure. There's been no information communicated to me as a member of council of any plans as to what to do with that money. If you look at the funding or the cost for 2023, it was $11,000. And if you look at 2024, it dropped all the way down to $3,700 after you exclude the $97,000 grift that these ladies sent over to the Hellertown Library. So I'd like an explanation as to how you go from having $3,700 of cost for library services, and now we're going to be budgeting for $130,000. Is there something in the offing that hasn't been disclosed to the public? Legal settlements, again, that remains at zero. I already pointed out in the last meeting that the legal settlements, we already know of at least $1.2 million that's being claimed by the landfill for the corruption of the majority of this council in directing the solicitor to undertake action without a vote and without public disclosure of it in violation of the Sunshine Act. There's nothing in there for zoning officer. That remains at $0. Again, we had a zoning officer who was employed by the township. Somehow it's now down to $0 for that. I didn't see anything in the budget for barn ruins. The next item on the agenda is barn ruins. So I don't know how you intend to have any action on that when you're not budgeting anything for it. And Kathy, what's the amount that's in reserves?
Good question. Sorry.
Excuse me.
I have an accurate number.
You need this back?
To operational reserves, we are at about 6.3, and in general savings, we're at 5, so about 11 million.
With $11 million in reserves, and what's the project?
Not reserves, we're around 6 million, and that are in operational reserves.
All right. So that's greater than 50% of what our projected expenses are, right? Well, anyway, I brought this up before, and I'm going to share it again. Priscilla, please do not interrupt me. I will tell you when I'm done speaking. This is section 3201 of Article 32, Taxation and Finance. The fiscal year in townships commences on the first day of January in each year. All receipts, disbursements, contracts, and purchases shall be entered as of record in the fiscal year in which made. Section 3202, annual budget. Subpart A, the Board of Supervisors shall annually prepare a proposed budget for all funds for the ensuing fiscal year. The proposed budget shall reflect as nearly as possible the estimated revenues and expenses of the township for the year for which the budget is prepared. Here's the important part. A township shall not prepare and advertise notice of a proposed budget when it is knowingly inaccurate. Again, a township shall not prepare and advertise notice of a proposed budget when it is knowingly inaccurate. Upon any revision of the proposed budget, if the estimated revenues or expenses in the final budget are increased more than 10% in the aggregate, more than 25% in any major category over the proposed budget, it may not be legally adopted with those increases unless it is again advertised once at least 10 days before adoption and an opportunity be given to the taxpayers to examine the amended proposed budget. A major category is a group of related revenue or expense items, the combined total of which is listed as a line item. The estimates in the budget shall specify the amount of money necessary for each governmental activity or the township for which a special tax levy may or may not be authorized, and the amount of money necessary for the payment of debts and the miscellaneous purposes. Subpart B, upon the preparation of the proposed budget, the Board of Supervisors shall give public notice by advertisement once in one newspaper of general circulation in the township that the proposed budget is available for public inspection at a designated place in the township. After the proposed budget has been available for public inspection for 20 days, the Board of Supervisors shall, after making revisions as are appropriate, adopt a final budget not later than the 31st day of December and the necessary appropriation measures required to put it in effect. Subpart C, the total appropriation shall not exceed the revenues estimated as available for the fiscal year. Subpart D, during the month of January next following any municipal election, the Board of Supervisors may amend the budget and levy and tax rate to conform with its amended budget. A period of 10 days public inspection at the office of the Township Secretary of the proposed amended budget, after notice by the Township Secretary to that effect is published once in a newspaper of general circulation in the Township, shall intervene between the adoption of the proposed amended budget and the final adoption of the amended budget. Any amended budget must be adopted by the Board of Supervisors on or before the 15th day of February. No proposed amended budget shall, before final adoption, be revised upward in excess of 10% in the aggregate or in excess of 25% of the amount of any major category in the proposed amended budget. A major category is a group of related revenue or expense items, the combined total of which is listed as a line item. Subpart E, Board of Supervisors may by resolution make supplemental appropriations for any purpose from any funds on hand or estimated to be received within the fiscal year and not otherwise appropriated, including the proceeds of any borrowing authorized by law. Supplemental appropriations may be made whether or not an appropriation for that purpose was included in the original budget as adopted. Subpart F, the Board of Supervisors may by resolution transfer unencumbered monies from one township account to another, but no monies may be transferred from the fund allocated for the payment of debts or from any fund raised by a special tax levy or assessment for a particular purpose. Transfers shall not be made during the first 3 months of the fiscal year. No money shall be paid out of the township treasury except upon appropriation made according to law. Section 3203, uniform report forms. Subpart A, the uniform forms for the annual financial report required to be made by the auditor shall be prepared by a committee consisting of 4 representatives of the State Association of Township Supervisors and 1 representative each from the Department of Transportation and the Department of Community and Economic Development. Subpart B, representatives of State Association of Township Supervisors shall be appointed by the president of that organization. The representatives may be township supervisors, auditors, or secretaries and should be represent townships in the various population groups. The President of the State Association of Township Supervisors shall supply the Department of Community and Economic Development the names and addresses of the representatives immediately upon their appointment. Subpart C, representatives of the township shall serve without compensation but shall be reimbursed by the Commonwealth for all necessary expenses incurred in attending meetings of the committee from the appropriations made to the Department of Community and Economic Development. The committee shall meet at the call of the Secretary of Community and Economic Development or an agent of the Secretary who shall chair the committee. Subpart D, deleted by amendment. Subpart E, the Department of Community and Economic Development shall prepare and furnish the forms required by this act in cooperation with the committee. If the committee fails to cooperate, the Department of Community and Economic Development shall issue the forms and distribute them annually as needed to the proper township officers. Section 3204, investment of township funds. The Board of Supervisors may, 1, make investment of township sinking funds as authorized by Act of July 12, 1972, known as the Local Government Unit Debt Act. Subpart 2, make investment of monies in the general fund and in the special funds of the township. Subpart 3, liquidate any investment in whole or in part by disposing of securities or withdrawing funds on deposit. Any action taken to make or to liquidate any investment shall be made by the officers designated by action of the Board of Supervisors. Subpart B, the Board of Supervisors shall invest township funds consistent with sound business practice. Subpart C, the Board of Supervisors shall provide for an investment program subject to restrictions contained in this act and in any other applicable statute and any rules and regulations adopted by the Board of Supervisors. Subpart D, authorized types of investments of township funds are 1, United States Treasury bills, 2, short-term obligations to the federal government or its agencies and instrumentalities, 3, deposits and savings accounts or time deposits other than certificates of deposit or share accounts of institutions insured by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the National Credit Union Share Insurance Fund, the Pennsylvania Deposit Insurance Corporation, or the Pennsylvania Savings Association Insurance Corporation, or their successor agencies to the extent that the accounts are so insured and for any amounts above the insured maximum, if approved, collateral therefore is pledged by depository. 4, obligations of the United States of America or any of its agencies or instrumentalities backed by the full faith and credit of the United States of America or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania or any of its agencies or instrumentalities backed by the full faith and credit of the Commonwealth or of any political subdivision of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania or of any of its agencies or instrumentalities backed by the full faith and credit of the political subdivision. 5, shares of an investment company registered under the Investment Company Act of 1940, 54 Statute 789, 15 U.S.C., Section 80A-1, et seq., whose shares are registered under the Securities Act of 1933, 48 Statute 74, 15 U.S.C., 77A, et seq., if the only investments of that company are in authorized investments for township funds listed in paragraphs 1 through 4. 6, certificates of deposit purchased from institutions insured by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the National Credit Union Share Insurance Fund, Pennsylvania Deposit Insurance Corporation, or the Pennsylvania Savings Association Insurance Corporation, or their successor agencies to the extent that the accounts are so insured. However, for any amounts above the insured maximum, the certificates of deposit shall be secured by a pledge or assignment of assets of the institution, and the collateral may include loans, including interest pools of loans secured by first mortgage liens on real property. Certificates of deposit purchased from commercial banks shall be limited to an amount equal to 20% of a bank's total capital and surplus. Certificates of deposit purchased from savings and loan associations or savings banks shall be limited to an amount equal to 20% of an institution's assets minus its liabilities. Subpart 7, any investment authorized by 20 PA Consolidated Statute Chapter 73 relating to fiduciaries investments. This paragraph is limited to investments for any pension or retirement fund. Subpart E, in making investments of township funds, the Board of Supervisors may, 1, permit assets pledged as collateral under subsection D3 to be pooled under the Act of August 6, 1971, PL 281, number 72, entitled An Act Standardizing the Process for Pledges of Assets to Secure Deposits of Public Funds with banking institutions pursuant to other laws, establishing a standard rule for the types, amounts, and valuations of assets eligible to be used as collateral for deposits of public funds, permitting assets to be pledged against deposits on a pooled basis, and authorizing the appointment of custodians to act as pledgees of assets. Subpart 2, combine monies from more than one fund under township control for the purchase of a single investment. Each of the funds combined for the purposes accounted for separately in all respects, and the earnings from the investment are separately and individually computed and recorded and credited to the accounts for which the investment was purchased. Subpart 3, join with one or more other municipal corporations, municipality authorities, or school districts under the Act of July 12, 1972, PL 762, number 180, referred to as the Intergovernmental Cooperation Law, in the purchase of a single investment if the requirements of paragraph 2 on the separate accounting of the individual funds and separate computation, recording, and crediting of the earnings therefrom are adhered to. Section 3205. Township and special tax levies. A, the Board of Supervisors may by resolution levy taxes upon all real property within the township made taxable for township purposes as ascertained by the last adjusted valuation for county purposes, for the purposes and at the rate specified in this section. All taxes shall be collected in cash. Number 1, an annual tax not exceeding 14 mills for general township purposes. If the Board of Supervisors petitions the Court of Common Pleas for the right to levy additional millage, the court may order a greater rate than 14 mills, but not exceeding 5 additional mills to be levied. Subpart 2, an annual tax not exceeding 5 mills to light the highways, roads, and other public places in the township. Subpart 3, an annual tax may not exceed 50% of the rate of assessment for the general township tax to procure land and erect public buildings thereon and for payment of indebtedness incurred in connection therewith. Subpart 4, an annual tax not exceeding 3 mills to purchase and maintain fire apparatus in a suitable place to house fire apparatus, to make appropriations to fire companies located inside and outside the township, to make appropriations for the training of fire company personnel and for fire training schools or centers, and to contract with adjacent municipal corporations or volunteer fire companies therein for fire protection. Subsection I, the township may appropriate up to 1/2, but not to exceed 1 mil of the revenue generated from a tax under this clause for the purposes of paying salaries, benefits, or other compensation of fire suppression employees of the township or a fire company serving the township. Subsection 2, if an annual tax is proposed to be set at a higher level than 3 mills, the question shall be submitted to the voters of the township. Subsection 5, a tax not exceeding 2 mills to establish and maintain fire hydrants and fire hydrant water service. Subsection 6, a tax to acquire, maintain, and operate parks, playgrounds, playfields, gymnasiums, swimming pools, and recreation centers. Subpart 7, an annual tax sufficient to pay interest and principal on any indebtedness incurred under Section 53 PA Consolidated Statute Part 7, Subpart B, relating to indebtedness and borrowing. Subpart 8, an annual tax not exceeding 1/2 mil to support ambulance rescue and emergency services serving the township. Subsection I, the township may appropriate up to 1/2 of the revenue generated from a tax under this clause for the purpose of paying salaries, benefits, or other compensation of employees of the ambulance rescue and other emergency services. Subsection 2, if an annual tax is proposed to be set higher than 1/2 mil, the question shall be submitted to the voters of the township. Subsection 9, an annual tax not exceeding 5 mills to create and maintain a revolving fund to be used in making permanent street, sidewalk, water supply, or sewer improvements before the collection of all or part of the cost from the property owners. Revolving fund may also be used for the deposit of funds raised through issuance of general obligation bonds of the township for the making of permanent street, sidewalk, water supply, or sewer improvements. When all or part of the cost of the construction of any permanent street, sidewalk, water supply, or sewer improvement is paid from the revolving fund and is later assessed and collected but from the owners of the property adjoining or abutting upon the improvement, the collection shall be applied to the credit of the revolving fund to the extent of the withdrawal therefrom for that purpose. Subsection 10, an annual special tax shall not exceed 2 mills to create and accumulate monies in a road equipment fund to be used exclusively for purchasing road equipment. Subsection B, when it is shown to the court that the debts due by any township exceed the amount which the Board of Supervisors may collect in any year by taxation, the court, after ascertaining the amount of indebtedness of the township, may, in an action of mandamus, direct the Board of Supervisors by special taxation to collect an amount sufficient to pay the debts. If the amount of indebtedness is so large as to render it inadvisable to collect the entire amount in any one year, the court may direct the special taxes to be levied and collected during successive years as may be required for payment of the debt. Section 3206, procedure for referendum on tax questions. When the assent of the electors is required under this article for special tax levies, the Court Board of Elections shall frame the question under the election laws of this Commonwealth for submission to the voters of the township at the first municipal or general election occurring not less than 60 days after submission of the question. Section 3207, taxes for special districts. This article does not include the levy of any taxes upon particular districts or parts of any township for particular purposes. Section 3208, tax rate to be expressed in dollars and cents. When the Board of Supervisors by resolution establishes the rate of taxation for any year at a mill rate, the resolution shall include a statement expressing the rate of taxation in dollars and cents on each $100 of assessed valuation of taxable property. Section 3209, tax duplicates. The Board of Supervisors shall require a duplicate to be made designating the amount of township tax levied against each taxpayer of the township, and also duplicates for all other taxes levied and assessed under this act, and deliver the duplicate within 30 days after the adoption of the budget or within 30 days after receipt of the assessment roll from the county, whichever is later, to the township's tax collector. Section 3210, additions and revisions to duplicates. Subpart A, when there is construction of a building or buildings not otherwise exempt as dwelling after the first day of January of any year and the building is not included in the tax duplicate of the township, the authority responsible for assessments in the township shall, upon the request of the Board of Supervisors, inspect and reassess, subject to the right of appeal and adjustment by the state law under which assessments are made, all taxable property in the township to which major improvements have been made after the first day of January of any year, and to give notice of the reassessments within 10 days to the authority responsible for the assessments, the township and the property owner. Property shall be added to the duplicate and is taxable for township purposes at the reassessed valuation for that proportionate part of the fiscal year of the township remaining after the property was improved. Any improvement made during the month shall be computed as having been made on the first day of the month. A certified copy of the additions or revisions to the duplicate shall be furnished by the Board of Supervisors to the township tax collector, together with its warrant for collection of taxes, and within 10 days, the township tax collector shall notify the owner of the property of the taxes due in the township. Subpart B, when an assessment is made for a portion of the year, the assessment shall be added to the duplicate of the following or succeeding year unless the value of the improvements has already been included in that duplicate. 1933, Act 69, Second Class Township Code, Section 1508.1, Operating Reserve Fund, A. The Board of Supervisors shall have the power to create and maintain a separate operating reserve fund in order to minimize future revenue shortfalls and deficits, provide greater continuity and predictability in the funding of vital government services, minimize the need to increase taxes to balance the budget in times of fiscal distress, provide the capacity to undertake the long-range financial planning, and develop fiscal resources to meet the long-term needs. Subpart B, the Board of Supervisors may annually make appropriations from the General Township Fund to the Operating Reserve Fund, but no appropriation shall be made to the Operating Reserve Fund if the effect of the appropriation would cause the fund to exceed 25% of the estimated revenues of the Township's General Fund in the current fiscal year. Subpart C, the Board of Supervisors may at any time by resolution make appropriations from the Operating Reserve Fund for the following purposes only. 1, to meet emergencies involving health, safety, or welfare of the residents of the township. 2, to counterbalance potential budget deficits resulting from shortfalls in anticipated revenues or program receipts from whatever source. 2.1, to counterbalance potential budget deficits resulting from increases in anticipated costs for goods and services. Or 3, to provide for anticipated operating expenditures related either to the planned growth of existing projects or programs or to the establishment of new projects or programs if for each such project or program appropriations have been made and allocated to a separate restricted account established within the Operating Reserve Fund. D, the Operating Reserve Fund shall be invested, reinvested, and administered in a manner consistent with the provisions of Section 3204 relating to the investment of township funds generally. Section 607, duties of supervisors. The Board of Supervisors shall, 1, be charged with the general governance of the township and the execution of legislative, executive, and administrative powers in order to ensure sound fiscal management and to secure the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the township. 2, have the responsibility for maintenance of the township-owned equipment and facilities. 3, employ persons as may be necessary for the general conduct of the business of the township and provide for the compensation, organization, and supervision of the persons so employed. Records shall be kept and reports made and filed, giving the names of all persons employed, dates on which work was done, and the number of hours worked with compensation paid to each person in the capacity in which employed. Subpart 4, authorize attendance at conferences, institutes, schools, and conventions. Any supervisor or newly elected supervisor prior to officially taking office, elected or appointed officer, or township employee may, if directed by the Board of Supervisors, attend any conference, institute, school, or convention dealing with the duties and functions of elected or appointed officers or employees. The expense for attending the meetings may be paid by the township and are limited to the registration fee, mileage for the use of the personal vehicle, or reimbursement of actual transportation expenses going to and returning from the meeting, plus all other actual expenses that the Board of Supervisors agrees to pay. Every attendee shall submit to the Board of Supervisors an itemized account of expenses incurred at the meeting. The Board of Supervisors may authorize employees to be compensated at the regular employee rate and auditors to be compensated at the rate of $10 for each hour up to the maximum of 8 hours per day during their attendance at the meeting. Subpart 5, annually, on or before the first day of February, furnish to the Board of Auditors information on the construction or maintenance of roads or other matters that may be required by any department of the Commonwealth to be included in the annual township report. 6, provide for the annual tax duplicate to be prepared and presented to the tax collector. 7, perform duties and exercise powers as may be imposed or conferred by law or the rules and regulations of any agency of the Commonwealth. Section 3501, violation of act generally, penalty, any township supervisor, elected or appointed official or employee, roadmaster or contractor, or any other person, including any corporation officer or employee, who violates any provision of this act other than those for which specific penalties are provided, or who fails to carry out the provisions of this act, commits a summary offense. All fines collected for violation of this act shall be paid to the township treasurer and credited to the general township fund. Now, on July 9, 2024, I provided notice to the township, to Priscilla De Leon, Council President, Victoria Optoff Cordero, Council Member, Laura Ray, Council Member. And I provided this notice on behalf of myself individually and on behalf of a class of similarly situated individuals. And the notice provides as follows. Take notice that the following claims are hereby presented under the Pennsylvania Tort Claims Act, 42 PA Consolidated Statute, Section 5522. The claimants are Jason Bononis individually and on behalf of a class of similarly situated individuals who are and or were residents and or taxpayers of Lower Saucon Township who suffered and or continue to suffer harm caused by defendants individually and or collectively. 2, the incidents occurred on January 11, 2024, January 17, 2024, and or February 7, 2024, and ongoing. 3, the location of the incidents was 3700 Old Philadelphia Pike, Bethlehem, Northampton County, Pennsylvania, and throughout Lower Saucon Township. 4, defendants individually and or collectively violated and or continue to violate Section 607 of the Second Class Township Code. 5, defendants individually and or collectively violated and or continue to violate Section 1508.1 of the Second Class Township Code. 6, defendants individually and or collectively violated and or continue to violate Section 3702 of the Second Class Township Code. 7, defendants individually and or collectively violated and or continue to violate Section 3501 of the Second Class Township Code. 8, defendants individually and or collectively violated and or continue to violate claimants' rights guaranteed by the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and or the Constitution of the United States of America. 9, notices in regard to these claims should be directed to me at my address, Jason Bononis. So since you would not withdraw since you proceeded with your motion to advertise this budget, and I am not yielding the floor, and since you refuse to acknowledge and hear motions which you said that you were going to allow before making your motion, we're going to be here for a while. So get ready. Part 1, Administrative Legislation. Chapter 1, General Provisions. Article 1, Adoption of Code. Section 1-1, Approval, Adoption, and Enactment of Code. Section 1-2, Effective Code on Previous Provisions. Section 1-3, Repeal of legislation not contained in code. Section 1-4, Legislation saved from repeal, matters not affected by repeal. Section 1-5, Inclusion of new legislation prior to adoption of code. Section 1-6, Changes and revisions in previously adopted legislation, new provisions. Section 1-7, Interpretation of provisions. Section 1-8, Titles and headings, editor's notes. Section 1-9, Filing of copies of codes. Section 1-10, Amendments to code. Code books to be kept up to date. Section 1-12, Publication of notices. Section 1-13, Altering or tampering with code, violations and penalties. Section 1-14, Severability. Section 1-15, Effective date. History, adopted by the Township Council of Township of Lower Saucon as indicated in Article Histories, amendments noted where applicable. Article 1, Adoption of Code. Section 1-1. Approval, adoption, and enactment of code. Pursuant to Section 1601D, 53 PS 66601D of the Second Class Township Code, the codification of a complete body of legislation of the Township of Lower Saucon, County of Northampton, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as revised, codified, and consolidated into chapters, articles, and sections by General Code Publishers Corp., and consisting of chapters 1 through 181, together with an appendix, are hereby approved, adopted, ordained, and acted as a single ordinance of the Township of Lower Saucon, which shall be known and is hereby designated as the Code of Township of Lower Saucon, hereinafter referred to as Code. Section 1-2, Effective Code on Previous Provisions. The provisions of this code, insofar as they are substantively the same as those of ordinances and resolutions in force immediately prior to the enactment of this ordinance are intended as a continuation of such ordinances and resolutions and not as new enactments, and the effectiveness of such provisions shall date from the date of adoption of the prior ordinance or resolution. All such provisions are hereby continued in full force and effect and are hereby, hereby reaffirmed as to their adoption by the Township Council of the Township of Lower Saucon, and it is the intention of said Township Council that each such provision contained within the code is hereby reenacted and reaffirmed as it appears in said code. Only such provisions of former ordinances are, as omitted from this code, shall be deemed repealed or abrogated by the provisions of section 1-3 below. And only new or changed provisions as described in section 1-6 below shall be deemed to be enacted from the effective date of this code as provided in section 1-15 below. Section 1-3, repeal of legislation not contained in code. All ordinances or parts of ordinances of a general and permanent nature adopted by the Township of Lower Saucon and in force on the date of the adoption of this code and not contained in the code are hereby repealed as of the effective date given in section 1-15 below, except as hereinafter provided. Section 1-4, legislation saved from repeal matters not affected by repeal. The adoption of this code and the repeal of the ordinance provided for section 1-3 of this ordinance shall not affect the following ordinances, rights, and obligations which are hereby expressly saved from repeal, provided, however, that the repeal of ordinances pursuant to section 1-3 or the saving from repeal of ordinances pursuant to this section shall not be construed so as to revive any ordinance previously repealed, superseded, or no longer of any effect. Subsection A, any ordinance adopted subsequent to 1/15/1998. Subsection B, any right or liability established, accrued, or incurred under any legislative provision of the township prior to the effective date of this ordinance, or any action or proceeding brought for the enforcement of such right or liability, or any cause of action acquired or existing. Subsection C, any offense or act committed or done before the effective date of this ordinance in violation of any legislative provisions of the township, or any penalty, punishment, or forfeiture which may result therefrom. Section D, any prosecution, indictment, action, suit, or other proceeding pending, or any judgment rendered prior to the effective date of this ordinance brought pursuant to any legislative provision of the township. Subsection E, any franchise, license, right, easement, or privilege heretofore granted or conferred by the township of any lawful contract, obligation, or agreement. Subsection F, any ordinance appropriating money or transferring funds, promising or guaranteeing the payment of money, or authorizing the issuance and delivery of any bond of the township or other instruments or evidence of the township's indebtedness. Subsection G, any ordinance adopting an annual budget or establishing an annual tax rate. Subsection H, any ordinance providing for the levy, imposition, or collection of special taxes, assessment, or charges. You want me to pass that down for you? I'll pass it down for you. I know you want to pass the note to Priscilla. I'll do it. I'll gladly do it for you.
Yeah, you can just stop talking.
No, I'm not going to stop talking. I have the floor. I wasn't allowed to make a motion, and I'm going to read what I want to read into the record. It's my floor, and we're going to go on. Yeah, I do have a point. If you want to withdraw your motion, to advertise the budget and allow for other motions to be made, then maybe I'll pause what I'm doing. If not, I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing.
So you're going to read that whole book right now?
I'm going to read what I want to read. I'm not telling you what I'm going to read.
You could read it anyway, it doesn't matter whether it was.
Read it if you want me. It's your choice. Do you want to withdraw your motion, or do you want me to keep reading?
There's no trust in whatever you promised, so.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the person who made the motion. I'm not talking to you.
Trust that he's not gonna read?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the council
She
president.
seconded the motion, so.
Do you want to withdraw your motion is my question.
No, I don't.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Any ordinance authorizing the purchase, sale, or let me know when you do, okay? If you change your mind, because then I'll stop reading. Any ordinance authorizing the purchase, sale, lease, or transfer of property.
This has nothing to do with the motion.
Sure it does. It has everything to do with the budget. I'm talking about, it is. I just talked about right here. Subsection G was talking about the annual tax rate.
Lots of threats.
So it's not a threat.
Like everybody just heard.
Any ordinance.
Allow anything
No,
to
I'm
happen.
reading. Lease, transfer of property. So now you're gonna talk, you're gonna interrupt my comments about the
You
budget.
don't like it, do you?
No, I mean, I'm reading here. You want me to, I asked you not to interrupt me.
Nonsense.
I asked you to
It's
not
no
interrupt me.
comments. You're not making comments, you're just
Acquiring
making.
property by acceptance of deed, condemnation, or exercise of eminent domain. Subsection J, any ordinance annexing land to the township. Subsection K, any ordinance providing for or requiring the construction or reconstruction or opening of sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. Subsection L, any ordinance or part of an ordinance providing for laying out, opening, altering, widening, relocating, straightening, establishing grade, changing name, improvement, acceptance, or vacation of any right-of-way, easement, street, road, highway, sidewalk, park, or other public space, place, or property, or designating various streets as public highways. Subsection M, any ordinance establishing water, sewer, or other special purpose districts and designating the boundaries thereof, providing for a system of sewers or water supply lines, or providing for the construction, extension, dedication, acceptance, or abandonment. Don't interrupt me, please. Abandonment of any part of it, a system or sewer. This is the important part. Any ordinance providing for the making of public improvements. Any ordinance providing for the salaries and compensation of officers and employees of the township, or setting the bond of any officer or employee. This is subsection P. Any ordinance concerning changes and amendments to the zoning map. Subsection Q. Any ordinance relating to or establishing a pension plan or pension fund for municipal employees. Subsection R, any ordinance or portion of an ordinance establishing a specific fee amount for any license, permit, or service obtained from the township. Subsection S, ordinance 4-74, which adopts the official map of the township and amendments thereto. Section 1-5, inclusion of new legislation prior to adoption of code. All ordinances of the general and permanent nature adopted subsequent to the date of given in section 1-4A and or prior to the date of adoption of this ordinance are hereby deemed to be part of the code and shall, upon being printed, shall be included therein. Attested copies of all such ordinances shall be temporarily placed in the code until printed supplements are included. Section 1-6, changes and revisions in previously adopted legislation, new provisions. Subsection A, non-substantive grammatical changes in compiling and preparing the ordinances and resolutions of the township for adoption and revision as part of the code. Certain non-substantive grammatical and style changes were made in one or more of said ordinances and resolutions. It is the intention of the township council that all such changes be adopted as part of the code as if the ordinances and resolutions so changed had been previously formally amended to read as such. Subsection B, substantive changes and revisions. In addition to the changes and revisions described above, changes and revisions of the substantive nature as set forth in Schedule A attached hereto shall be made part hereof and hereby made to various ordinances and resolutions included in the code. These changes are enacted to bring provisions into conformity with the desired policies of the Township Council, and it is the intent of the Township Council that all such changes be adopted as part of the code as if legislation so changed have previously formally amended to read as such. All such changes and revisions shall be deemed to be in effect as of the effective date of the code specified in section 1-15. Subsection C, nomenclature changes. The term Assistant Zoning Administrator is hereby changed to Assistant Zoning Officer. The term Board of Supervisors and all references thereto are hereby changed to Council. The terms Building Permit Officer, Plumbing Inspector, and all references thereto are hereby changed to Code Official. Subsection 4, the term Civil Defense Director is hereby changed to Emergency Management Coordinator. Subsection 5, the terms Code Enforcement Officer and Zoning Administrator
I think
are
if none
hereby
of this is
changed
relevant, I think you can just
Officer.
ask people to give their
Subsection 6,
comment and
would you
still
please
do
get
roll
control
call.
of her? I'm reading.
And continue talking.
I have the floor. Please get control of her.
If he
Would you
continues to
gavel her,
talk, you
please?
can just
Subsection
continue,
7,
you can
the
ask the
terms
rest of
Department of
council
Environmental
members for their
Resources and
comments.
DER are hereby changed to
Comment,
Department of
let him
Environmental
continue
Protection and
talking.
DEP respectively.
There's
The
nothing
terms
preventing him from
police
continuing to
pension board
talk,
and all
but it's
references thereto
for
are hereby
disrupting
changed
the rest
to
of the meeting. It's
Uniform
not on
Employee
topic.
Pension Board. Subsection 9, the term
Either
Police Pension Fund
the
and all
whole
references
zoning
thereto are
code.
hereby changed to Uniformed Employee Pension Fund. Subsection 10, the term Recreation Board is hereby changed to Parks and Recreation Board. Subsection 11, the terms Salaried Employees Pension Fund, the Township Pension Fund, and all references thereto are hereby changed to Non-Uniform Employee Pension Fund. Subsection
I can
12,
give
the
my
Township
comments if
Pension
you
Board
want.
and all references thereto are hereby changed to Non-Uniform Employee Pension Board.
Okay, this is ridiculous, so we're
Term
gonna
Township Treasurer
continue.
is hereby
Tom, did
changed
you
to
have any
Director of Finance.
discussion?
Subsection 14, the term Lehigh Northampton Joint Planning Commission is hereby changed to Lehigh Valley Planning Commission.
Okay,
Subsection
so
15,
moving on then,
District Justice
I
is hereby
support the
changed to
motion.
Magisterial District
Victoria?
Judge.
I said I do
Subsection
have
16, the term
Yeah, after
Animal
he's
Control is
finished,
hereby
well,
changed to
we're not
Dog
waiting.
Control. Section
This is
1-7,
ridiculous.
interpretation of provisions. In interpreting and applying the provisions of the code, they shall be held to be
Laura?
the minimum requirements for the promotion of the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare. Where the provisions of the
No.
code
On
impose
real
greater
estate.
restrictions and requirements than any statute, other ordinance,
Motion is to
resolution, or
advertise the
regulation.
budget.
Yes.
Provisions of the code shall
I
control
don't have
where
a
the
comment.
provisions
Let's
of any
advertise the
statute,
budget because we need
other
to.
ordinance, resolution, or regulation impose greater
Thing other than
restrictions
that
or
is just
requirements than
obstruction.
provisions of such statute, other
Okay,
ordinance,
so,
resolution, or regulation shall control.
We have a motion on the floor, and we all talked about it.
Chapter,
Tom, did you want to
article,
go?
titles, headings and titles of sections and other provisions of the code or in supplement made to the code and inserted in the code and may
Our
be
governmental
inserted
proceedings
supplements to
happening
the
here.
code for the convenience of persons using the code and are not part of the legislation.
I don't hear
Section
him.
B, editor's notes indicating sources of sections giving other information or reference to statutes
Closer
or
to
other
what?
parts of the code are inserted in the code and may be inserted in supplements to the code for the convenience of persons using the code that are not part of the legislation. Section 1-9, filing of copies of the code.
Comment,
3
or are
copies
you
of the
asking a
code
question to the
We haven't
mic?
met that
shall be
expectation.
filed with
he's
the
asking a
ordinance book
question.
in the office of the township secretary and shall remain there for use and examination by the public. Upon adoption, such copies shall be certified by the township secretary as provided by law, and such certified copies shall remain on file in the office of the township secretary, available to persons desiring to examine same during all times while said code is in effect. Section 1-10, amendments to the code. Any and all additions, deletions, amendments, or supplements to the code, when passed and adopted in such form as indicated to the intention of the township council to be part thereof, shall be deemed to be incorporated into such code, or so that the reference to the code shall be understood and intended to include such changes. Whenever such additions, deletions, amendments, and supplements to the code shall be adopted, there shall thereafter be printed and, as provided hereunder, inserted in the postbound book containing said code as amendments and supplements thereto. Section 1-11. Code books to be kept up to date. It shall be the duty of the township secretary or someone authorized and directed by him or her to keep up to date the certified copies of the book containing the code required to be filed in the office of the township secretary for use of the public. All changes in said code and all legislation adopted by the township council subsequent to the effective date of this codification the township council shall adopt specifically as part of the code, shall, when finally adopted, be included therein by reference until such changes or new legislation are printed as supplement to code books, at which time such supplement shall be inserted therein. Section 1-12, publication of notices. The township secretary pursuant to law shall cause to be published in the manner required a notice to introduce the code in a newspaper of general circulation in the township. The enactment and application of this ordinance, coupled with the publication of the notice of introduction, the availability of copies of the code for inspection by the public, and the filing of an attested copy of this ordinance with the county as required by law, shall be deemed, held, and considered to be due and legal publication of all provisions of code for all purposes. Section 1-13, altering or tampering with the code, violations and penalties. It shall be unlawful for anyone to improperly change or amend by addition or deletion or alter or tamper with the code or any part or provision thereof in any manner whatsoever which will cause a law of the township to be misrepresented thereby. Any person who violates or permits the violation of this section of the ordinance, upon being found liable, therefore, in a civil enforcement proceeding, shall pay a fine of not more than $600 plus all court costs, including reasonable attorney's fees incurred by the township in the enforcement of this chapter. No judgment shall be imposed until the date of determination of the violation by the magistrate district judge and or court. If the defendant neither pays nor timely appeals the judgment, the township may enforce the judgment pursuant to the applicable rules of civil procedure. Each day a violation exists shall continue a separate offense. Further, appropriate officers and agents of the township are hereby authorized to seek equitable relief, including injunction, to enforce compliance herewith. Section 1-14, severability. The provisions of this ordinance and the end of the code adopted hereby are severable, and if any clause, sentence, subsection, section, article, chapter, or part thereof shall be adjudged by any court of competent jurisdiction to be illegal, invalid, or constitutional, such judgment or decision shall not affect, impair, or invalidate the remainder thereof, but shall be confined in operation and application to the clause, sentence, subsection, section, article, chapter, or part thereof rendered. It is hereby declared to be the intent of Township Council that this ordinance and the code would have been adopted if such illegal,
He's filibustering that too about just.
invalid, or unconstitutional clause, sentence, subsection, section, article, chapter, or part thereof had not been included therein.
We're skipping over, you're going to
Section
the
1-15,
audience.
And we're not skipping,
effective date, all provisions of this ordinance and of the code shall be in force in effect 5 days after adoption.
Stalling.
Important part, Chapter 5, Administration of Government. Here's the important part, Chapter 5, Administration
Okay,
of
anybody in the
Government.
audience like to speak
General
on this
provisions,
motion?
5-1
If so,
legislative
please come to the
findings,
podium.
5-2 short title, 5-3
Seeing none,
definitions.
Kathy, can we have a
Article
roll
2
call,
general
please?
powers, 5-4 authority, 5-5 construction, 5-6 organization, 5-7 form and adoption.
Yes.
Article 3 legislative officials, 5-8 council, 5-9 township secretary. Article 4 executive officials, 5-10 township manager, 5-11 departments, 5-12 officers and employees. Article 5, fiscal affairs, 5-13 fiscal year, 5-14
yes.
annual budget, 5-15
That's the
capital
budget.
program, 5-16 appropriations, 5-17 contracts, 5-18 depository funds, 5-19 temporary investment of funds, 5-20 accounting procedures, 5-21 audit, 5-22 disbursement of township funds, Article 6 administration and enforcement, 5-23 violations and penalties, 5-24 conviction, 5-25 refusal to testify, 5-26 officers and employees, 5-27 Sundays and holidays, 5-28 cooperation with other political subdivisions, 5-29 amendments, Article 7 transition provisions, 5-30 reference and prior
Okay,
ordinances.
next item on the budget, on the agenda is discussion and possible action on the Heller Homestead
General
Barn
Assembly of the
ruins.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania
Council will
by Act
discuss
62 of
possible
1972, PL
Council received
184
in your
as amended,
packet
has
a letter
granted to
of
municipalities the
engagement
right and
for
power
Douglas
to
Reed,
adopt. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. I still have the floor.
Sorry, you're not
Uninterrupted
talking
too.
forever.
I am. I'm reading right now. I'm reading section administration of government is what I'm reading. I'm going to keep reading, and you're not going to interrupt me because I have a right to read, and I'm going to read, and I'm still being recognized.
We'll just continue with the
So
meeting.
to adopt the home rule charters are one of several
So council
optional
received
plans
in
of
their
government
packet
and
the
to
letter of
exercise the
engagement
powers,
from Douglas
the
C.
powers
Reed,
and authority of
historic
local
structures
self-government
consultant,
subject to certain restrictions and limitations,
proposing to
providing
meet at the
procedures
Heller
for adopting
Homestead
and
Barn
defining the effect
ruins on
thereof.
November 25th.
Citizens of the Township of Lower Saucon have elected on November 6, 1973
And it'll be
to
a
adopt an
4-hour
optional
visit.
plan of government to be governed under the council
his
management
letter
plan
in
beginning
your
January
packet.
5, 1976, and this chapter is hereby adopted to effectuate this change and is to provide the citizens of Lower Saucon Township with a progressive,
said, his site
efficient, and
visit's
economical government.
10 to 11 o'clock.
Chapter in keeping with the Home
it'll
Rule
be a
Charter
4-hour visit.
and optional plans law to permit the broadest power of
his
local
letter
government consistent with the constituents of the United
he's gonna
States and of the
visually
Commonwealth of
assess the
Pennsylvania
condition
with the
of the
Home Rule
barn
Charter and
standing
optional
masonry,
plans law
stone
itself
walls, and
and with
mortars
general law and its
used to
provisions
lay
shall
the
be read and
masonry as
interpreted in light
such,
of such
as much
purpose.
as
5-2 short
physical
title, the chapter shall be
circumstances allow
known
for
as the
visual
Administrative
review.
Code of the Township of Lower Saucon,
Attention will be paid to
1976.
the exposed tops of the
5-6
walls
is the definitions, and
and
subpart A is
drainage
the
around
following
the
words
wall.
when used in
Number
this
2,
chapter
the
shall mean
review will
and
be
include the
focused
follows.
on means
Controller, the
to
elected
preserve and
official who
protect the walls
exercises
through
the
the winter
fiscal
in an attempt to
control
prevent
power of the
as much
township and may mean
more
auditor
damage from
insofar
occurring
as
as
existing
possible.
general law is not inconsistent with the duties of
No, I'm not
controller
reading all
hereinafter
of it.
defined. Council, the 5-member
Right.
council of the Township of Lower Saucon,
Okay, so,
Pennsylvania, shall mean the
basically-
elected
all right, I'll just
official
get to
which,
the number.
as whole, exercises the legislative
so
power of the
I won't read
township
the
and
whole
shall mean
thing, but,
supervisors and exercise the disbursement of township revenues and shall include tax collector interpretations of existing general law. Municipal election means that general election required by the Constitution of Pennsylvania to be held in odd-numbered years. Person is an individual, a partnership, an association, and a corporation. Public employment is any appointive federal, state, county, or municipal position. Public office is an elective federal, state, county, municipal, or school district position. Qualified elector or voter, a person who is legally eligible to vote, having met the age, residency, and registration
I'd like
requirements
to make a
as set forth
motion.
by Commonwealth law. Township is Township of Lower Saucon, North
Motion to approve the services of Douglas C. Reed,
Township official in which the
historic
executive,
structural
the administrative
consultant,
power of the
for
township government
stabilization
shall
of
be
the barn
vested and
ruins
shall mean supervisor in the
of
interpretations of general law to the
$1,014
extent that such
per
term
his
relates to the
letter
exercise executive power. Subpart B is the masculine persona shall be construed to include the feminine persona, feminine pronoun. The singular shall be construed to mean the plural whenever the context shall require.
Any other discussion?
General powers under Article 2, Section 5-4 authority. The Township of Lower
discussion on
Saucon
the
shall
motion?
continue as a municipal corporation with the power to perform and exercise any power or function not denied by the Constitution of the United States, by the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and by the General Assembly or by its council manager optional plan form of government. Footnote editors note C53 PA
He has 4 pages of a curriculum vitae.
3051 at C.
Of course he's qualified. I wouldn't present somebody that wasn't.
Grant of municipal powers under the Home Rule and Optional Plans Law, Act 62, Section 1972, PL 184, as amended, provisions such powers, whether in the form of specific enumeration or general terms, shall be liberally construed in favor of the township. Specific mention of particular powers in the council manager plan shall not be construed as limiting in any way the general powers in Section 5-4 above. 5-6 organization, since the council manager option plan does not provide for specific or detailed provisions of the administrative structure.
Proceed with the project. That'll cost more money.
This administrative code shall provide such specific information on all matters not inconsistent with the Home Rule Charter and Options Plan Law, which the needs of a flexible organization require. Section 5-7, form and adoption. The form of the administrative code shall be a compilation of ordinances consistent with the provisions, spirit, and purpose of the Home Rule Charter and Optional Plans Law. The administrative code shall be drafted by the Transition Committee and presented to the council for its review and consideration.
Okay, so
the council
I
shall
support
adopt by
this,
ordinance
Victoria.
an administrative code which shall provide for the establishment and filing of additional administrative offices, which shall deem necessary and shall provide for administrative procedures not otherwise provided for in Act 62 or by general law. Now, Article 3 is legislative officials, and this is important. Council 5-8. Legislative power.
So
The
anybody in
legislative
the
power
audience
of the
have any
township government
comments?
shall be vested in and exercised by the council.
Hearing
The
none,
council is
Kathy,
charged
could
with
we have a roll
enacting
call,
ordinances
please?
and resolutions, approving the budget, setting tax rates, appointing a manager, and exercising such other legislative functions as provided by general law. Section 2, the council shall make appointments to authorities within 30 days after recognition of any
When
vacancy.
Jason's done, I'll
The
vote.
council shall have authority to advise and consent to
That's
appointments
not a
of
vote.
members of boards or commissions recommended by the manager and shall exercise such authority
Yes.
30 days after submission of appointment by it to the manager. The council shall by ordinance continue or create to determine and define the powers and duties
that
of
day,
such
Kathy, I'd
executive
like if
and
you were able
administrative
to
departments,
Tom
boards, and
Roger,
offices as it
and then
may
we'll
deem
need to check,
necessary for the proper and efficient conduct of the
letter.
affairs of the township, including the office of
and
the
whoever
assistant
else you
manager.
want, Brian
Any
or
department,
whoever
board,
you
or
think
office so
should be
continued or created may at any time be abolished by a councilman or
We have the American Rescue Plan bonuses for staff.
ordinance.
Council will consider
member of the
options
council
for
shall
use
be
of the remaining American Rescue
Administrative
Plan
department Nor
funding.
intrude himself in the
Kathy put
conduct of its
together
routine
a
affairs.
spreadsheet,
Subsection 4, the
and I'll
council
make a
may by
motion
resolution
for
may
number 3.
make or cause to be made inquiries, investigations, or studies of the affairs of the township and the conduct of any township department, office, or agency.
I don't have the
B,
name.
number, election terms, and qualifications of council members. The council shall
So
consist
number
of
3,
members
as a
elected by
second to the motion, is Saucon
of the
Valley
township at a
Conservancy,
regular municipal elections.
Saucon Valley Community Center,
Members of
Lower
council
Saucon
shall
Township
begin on the
Historical
first Monday of
Society,
January following the
Lower
next their
Saucon Fire
election
Rescue,
shall be for 4
Dewey
years.
Fire Company Ambulance,
Successors qualified. 3
Saucon
members of the
Creek
council shall be
Watershed,
elected at the municipal election
Community
November
Action Committee of
1975.
Lehigh Valley, and
Elected
HAM,
municipal
which
election
is the
November
acronym for
1977, and every 4 years thereafter.
Ministerial,
And 4 members shall be elected at the
Entry,
municipal election in
and,
November 1975, and every 4 years thereafter. The supervisors elected in 1971 and 1970.
Ellertown Area Ministrum. So
There's
the
6
total,
years
sorry, that was 25,000 for Saucon Valley Conservancy,
I'll be
25 for
eligible,
SVCC,
to the office of council
5,000
member
for
unless he
Lower
is a
Saucon Township Historical
in the
Society,
township of the township.
50,000 for Lower Saucon
Or if
Fire
a vacancy
Rescue,
exists in the council by
25
reason
for
of
Dewey
death,
Fire
resignation, removal
Ambulance,
from the township, or otherwise the council shall by a
10,578
majority
for Saucon
vote.
Creek Watershed,
Remaining members fill such
14,000
vacancy
for
within 30 days
CACLV,
thereafter by
and
electing a
14,000 for
qualified
HAM,
person to serve until the first
$188,578.00. That would exhaust the remaining amount
who shall
of the
have been
American
elected by the
Rescue
qualified
Funds.
voters at the next municipal
So that's the
election.
second to the motion.
At least 50 days after such vacancy exists, is duly
Okay,
sworn
you
into
make that
office
motion?
for the remainder of the term of the person
made the
originally
motion.
elected
You
to said
seconded it.
office. Subsection 5, in
Right.
case
The
vacancy should
information.
exist whereby the
I
offices
second it, and I
majority of
provided
members
the
of council
information on
become
each
vacant. The remaining members
Okay.
shall fill such
organization
vacancies
receiving
one at a
funding
time,
and the
giving
amount that
each
they
new
received.
appointee such reasonable notice
Jason, did you like to comment on
as
this?
will enable him to meet and act. I'm still
Still
commenting on
reading
my
his other, whatever
I'm
he's
still
reading.
commenting, and I haven't yielded the floor.
I'm
With
sorry,
then
I'm not
qualified
recognizing
member
you
of the-
anymore.
You
Tom?
can unrecognize me. Members of the
Put
council,
it
in
in the
making
agenda
further
item was for
appointments
staff
until a bare
bonuses, or
majority
are
of
we just
members of
gonna
the council
tack it to
have been
staff
qualified,
anything?
whereupon
Still my orange too.
members shall fill the remaining
agenda
vacancies
item is for
at a
staff
meeting
bonuses.
attended by said majority members of council.
I'm asking
Such
a question.
appointees to
Why don't
receive a
the staff
majority of the
vote?
votes of
It's
the
a
members
comment, it's not a
present at
question.
any such meeting. The person or persons selected to fill
I
such
said, why don't the
vacancy or
staff?
vacancies shall
I said,
hold their
why
office
made a comment about staff. That's it.
Subsection 6, if by reason of a tie vote or otherwise, such vacancy shall not have
Okay,
been filled by the remaining members of the council
Gloria,
within the
did you want to
time
go next?
as limited herein, the Court of Common Pleas upon the
I'm very much in support of this. We had
voters
3 years
shall fill such
in
vacancy
which
by the
we
appointment of a
gave
qualified
funding
person
primarily to staff.
unexpired term as
And for the
provided.
ball field,
C, salary of council members.
I think that given the purpose of why we
For the
received that
council,
funding, it's appropriate
elected
to
or
also
appointed to office
the other
on or after the
organizations that
effective date of this
struggled during
chapter shall
COVID,
receive the
which was the
maximum
purpose
annual
for this
compensation
money,
provided and allowed by the
for
municipality's
them to
planning code
receive some
53
benefit
PS
for the time that they didn't get to
65606
fundraise
titled
and work with
Compensation
the
of
community
Supervisors
on
and
the
by
very
law.
important matters
As of the
that
date of
impact
this
our
enactment, the
residents.
maximum
So
annual
I think
compensation of the council
that we
members
do
based
this.
on the
Okay, I agree with what she said,
census is
Laura.
$2,500. The compensation of the supervisor
Actually
shall be
had a
an
lot of
amount
comments.
annual
I don't know if my
$2,500
microphone
payable
even works.
in equal monthly
Does, I can
installments.
hear you, Laura.
Organization of the
can
council.
hear
On the
you.
first Monday of
I can't.
January following the regular
really
municipal
loud.
elections, the
I did a lot
members
of
of the municipal council
calculating
shall assemble at the usual place
amount
of
of money
meeting
that we
and
did
organize and choose one of its members as president of council
And
unless otherwise provided. The
44%
president of council
of that
shall be
went to
chosen by
one
ballot by
thing, and
majority
that's
vote of all members of the municipal council. If all members shall be
44%.
unavailable within 5
bonuses over the course of 3
unable within
years.
5 ballots to be
used
taken within 2 days of
13%
said organization meeting to
paver,
elect the president of council, then the member who in the election of
and
members of the
only
municipal council
4%
received
went
the greatest
to
number
Lower
of votes
Saucon Fire
shall be
Rescue, and less
president of
than
the council.
1% went to the
Should such
Hellertown
person decline to
Sportsman's
accept the office, then the person
donation.
receiving
So
the next highest vote shall be the
only
president
right
of council and so on until the office is filled.
that I
The president
prepared.
of council shall be
Laura, can you just put
preside
your statement
at all
like maybe right in
meetings
front of you? 'Cause
of
when
the
you turn your
municipal
head to the
council
side, it kinda
and
cuts out
shall
like a
have
cell
a
phone.
voice and vote in its proceedings. The president of council shall have executive
Can't help.
responsibilities and
So,
shall receive no
one of the
additional
main
compensation
intents
for
for
this
the
position. The council
ARPA
shall also
funding
choose
was
one
to
of its
support
members as vice
economic
president
recovery.
to preside in the absence of the president of
Nonprofit
council. Procedure.
organizations were strongly impacted
Procedure.
financially.
The council shall determine its own rules of procedure not inconsistent with the ordinance of
I
statute.
feel that giving back
A
to our
majority of the whole number of
communities
members of the council shall constitute a quorum, and no
organizations is
ordinance or
truly
resolution
impactful
shall
way
be
to
adopted by the
support our
council without
township.
the affirmative vote of
We
a
are blessed
majority
to
of
have
all
so
the
many
members of the
great
council.
nonprofits in our
Subsection B,
community
every legislative act of the council shall be by
address the
ordinance or
challenges
resolution.
in our
No
neighborhoods.
ordinance or resolution shall be
Do things
introduced
such as
unless in
provide
written or
emergency
typewritten
housing,
form.
meals,
Actions
education,
not
and support
legislative in
to
character shall be by
seniors and
by
children.
resolution or motion.
Provide life-saving
Subsection C,
emergency
each
work,
ordinance or resolution shall be
preservation
presented
of
and
local
considered as
history,
determined by the council rules
our
of
rivers and
procedure and by
streams
general law.
clean and
The
drinking
vote
water
upon every
safe.
motion, resolution, or ordinance shall be taken by a roll call, and the yeas
Part
and
of our
nays shall be entered
community,
in the
and they
minutes.
deserve our
Minutes of
support.
each meeting shall
Donating
be
to
signed
our
by the
local
officer presiding at
nonprofits
such
is an
meeting and by the
investment
township
in the future
secretary.
of our
Subsection
community.
D, the council shall exercise
Local
reasonable
nonprofits
efforts
are
to
deeply rooted
communicate
in the
township
community
legislative
they serve.
information to residents of the township.
The needs of your neighbors
Subsection 2,
because they
enactment
are
of
your
ordinances.
neighbors.
All ordinances shall be considered for
You're
adoption
fostering
only
a
in
sense of belonging and
accordance with the following
solidarity.
procedures
You're
unless
saying,
the
I
council
care
shall
about the
adopt a
people who live in
resolution by the
Saucon Valley,
affirmative
and I
vote
want to see
of at
us
least
all
4
thrive.
members of the council.
When you donate to
Subsection
national
A,
organizations,
any
you
council member
contribute, your
desiring to
contribution
initiate the
is spread
adoption of an
across a
ordinance
vast
shall
network.
submit a written description
That's
of the nature of
valuable.
same
Giving
to
to
the
a local
township secretary
nonprofit
at
ensures
least
that
3
your dollar
days
directly
before
impacts
any
the
regular meeting. The
schools
secretary shall
and
thereupon
schools
include the
in your
consideration of
area.
such ordinance on the agenda of the regular council meeting
Nonprofits are
following
generally
such
the most
submission.
innovative because they
Subsection B,
adapt
after
to
considering the
unique
desirability
local
of any such
challenges.
ordinance, the
They
council
don't
may
have
by
to
majority
navigate
vote at
layers
such
of
meeting direct the
bureaucracy.
solicitor to
They
prepare a
respond
written
quickly
proposed
and
ordinance
creatively.
for
By
consideration by the
contributing,
by
we're
the council
empowering
at its
these
next
problem
regular meeting
solvers who are
or at
making a
such other
difference
time
where
as
it matters
council
the
may by
most.
resolution direct.
I support using our
Subpart
remaining
C, the
ARPA
solicitor shall
funding to
prepare
make
such proposed
donations to
ordinance
the
and submit copies of the
organizations
same
that have been
to all council
identified.
members,
I'll
the
go through again.
secretary,
It's
the manager at
Saucon
least
Valley
3 days prior
Conservancy
to the
and
meeting
Lower
at which
Saucon
such
Township
ordinance will be
Historical
considered,
Society,
subsection D.
both of
The
them for
council
their
shall, the
continued
council
work to
after such
preserve our
submission
local
and at such
history
meeting
and
shall
provide
approve or
educational
reject the proposed
opportunities
ordinance or
about
table consideration of the same to a
history,
future designated meeting. Subsection E,
community
if the
center for
council
their
shall approve
programs
such ordinance,
that
the manager
support
shall
young
cause the
children and
contents of the
provide
same to be
seniors with
published in accordance
social
with law,
activities and
with notice
meals,
that final adoption shall be considered by the
Saucon
council at
Fire
its next
Rescue,
regular meeting
and
or at such other time as the council may
tireless
by
work in
resolution direct.
saving
The council
property and
shall, at
lives,
such meeting, following publication,
Creek
adopt or
Watershed
reject
for
the
their
ordinance
work
by
in
majority vote.
protecting our water and natural
Subsection G, any
resources
ordinance
and stream
adopted
bank
as
restoration
aforesaid shall be
projects
recorded in the ordinance book of the township
CACLV, which
and
is the
shall become
Community
effective 10
Action
days following its adoption. Subsection H, the
programs,
council
which
may,
include
by
food
resolution at any
access through the
regular or
seed
special
farm
meeting,
and
direct the
Second
solicitor to
Harvest
prepare any ordinance
Bank,
which it wished
the
to
Rising
consider whether
Tide
the subject
funding
of
for
ordinance appears
business
on the agenda or
startups,
not. If such a resolution is adopted, the procedures
community
outlined in
land
subsection
trust,
E2C,
housing, counseling,
subpart D, subpart
emergency
E,
shelter,
subpart F,
and
and
community
subpart G
outreach.
shall be thereafter
And finally,
implemented.
HAM,
Subsection
this
F,
is the
meetings of council. The
consortium of
council shall by
Saucon Valley
resolution designate
churches
the time and place of holding regular
our
meetings, which
community
shall be at
food
least
bank
monthly.
at
All
the New
meetings of the
Jerusalem
council at which
Church
official
and
business is
directly
conducted
assist community
shall be open to the
members in
public
crisis,
according to the provisions of the
emergency
Sunshine Act,
financial assistance.
388, number 8565, Pennsylvania statute
They work
271
together
et
on outreach projects
Subsection
as
2, at
needs
all meetings
arise
of the council,
in the
regular, special,
community. So
interested
that is my
citizens with legitimate
reason
matters to lay
this
before the council shall be granted the
100%.
right and privilege to
Very
address the
nice,
council.
Laura.
The council
I
may
think that's
prescribe
nice, and it
procedures for
looks
citizen
like you had that all
presentation to
written
ensure
down,
decorum at
so
all
I think
times
for the benefit
and to
of the
prohibit
minutes,
personal or
can
insulting
just
language, total
to
irrelevances,
Stacy,
and
so
harassment
it's
either on the
accurately
part of members of the council or members of the
It would be
assembly at the
difficult
meeting.
otherwise.
Subsection 3,
idea.
on a regular basis, time shall
Laura
be
and
provided by the
Victoria,
citizens
what you said was
forum
very nice.
or
So,
meeting
and
to be
I,
held at the meeting
my
of the
heart
regularly
goes to the
scheduled council meetings. Such meetings shall be
nonprofits
limited to
that
30
really
minutes
suffered
duration.
through the pandemic.
Additional
So
time may be
this
designated
is our
at the
way of
direction,
giving
at
back.
the discretion of council. Subsection
Okay,
4, the council shall
so,
have a special meeting for review of the proposed budget, inviting the public
To make a comment.
participation.
Go ahead, Tom.
Subsection F, public notice of all meetings, whether regular or special, shall be
said that
given as
comment.
required by
He
the
already went.
Sunshine Act, 65 PS
The
270.
comment.
Yeah, he did.
I forgot that.
Shall be prepared
Yeah,
by the
because he wanted- he
secretary
was
and
talking
shall
about staff.
show the date, time, and place of such
Voting
meeting
yet.
shall be held. Notice of the schedule
Vote.
of regular meetings shall be
Okay,
given
so
at least
open up to the public.
once
Anybody
each
out
calendar
there would
year.
like to speak on
Subsection
this
6,
item?
the council members shall receive from the manager in advance of each meeting a detailed agenda of items to be considered. The council shall, however, have the right to take other action whether or not it appears on the agenda. Subsection 7, the giving of
voted
notice
no.
is
Ms.
not
Ray?
applicable where the council holds its meeting to
She
deal with
voted
an
yes.
actual emergency
Yes.
involving clear
voted
present
yes.
danger of life or property. Full and complete minutes of any such
He's not
meeting
voting.
meeting shall
Voting
designate
yes.
the purpose of the special meeting and no other
Just saying
business
that to
shall
help
be
you, Stacy.
considered. Subsection 8, the minutes of all meetings and a journal of its proceedings shall be made and kept by the township
Thank you.
secretary. The record
Moving
books of the
on, we
township
have
shall be open
discussion and
available
possible
for public
action
inspection during
on
regular
options for
township
interactive council meetings.
or by appointment.
we're
Copies
calling
of records
tonight?
shall be made available to the public at a fee.
Sorry, I couldn't
Duplicating
resist.
services
That's one,
involved.
Priscilla.
Now, subsection 5.9 is township secretary appointments and
I
duties.
do
The
have
township
humor.
secretary
Discussion on
by the
purchasing
council, the
technology
secretary shall
to
serve
make
as the clerk of
township
the
council and other
attend
meetings
the council meetings
interactive
unless
so the
otherwise
public
directed by
can
the council, keep
participate
its
from
minutes and
home
records
in
of
a
its
Zoom meeting
proceedings, maintain
like
and
manner.
compile its ordinances and resolutions, and perform such functions as
This
may
is
be
from
required
Mr.
by law,
Carucci, I don't know.
by local ordinance, or by the
I'd like to
council.
make a motion to
Secretary
disapprove
shall, prior to the
purchasing
appointment, have been
technology to
qualified by
make township
training
council
or
and other
experience to
meetings
perform the
interactive
duties
so the
of
public can
office. The office of
participate from
manager and
home in
secretary
a
may
Zoom
be held
meeting
by the same person.
manner. Is there a
Section B,
second?
minutes, ordinance, and
Yeah,
resolutions
I
of the
second that,
council
and I
shall
think
be
it's
entered into the
important
proper record
because,
books of the township by the secretary.
you know, when
Special
we
books
campaign,
designed for
we
such
would
legal
like
entries
to
shall be
have
supplied
people
to
be
the
able to
secretary by
participate in
resolution
our
of the
meetings by
council.
any way.
Record
They
books
could,
shall be
both
in the
in
custody of
person
the
and
secretary and
virtually.
shall be deposited and
That many
preserved
times,
in
and
a
I
safe,
still think it's a very
and
important
convenient place in the
initiative.
town hall.
But given the obstructionist
C, section
behavior of our
55.24
minority
of the
council
Commonwealth
members
Administrative Code
and
provides that records not needed for current or anticipated
likelihood that we would be inundated with
only with
spam
the approval of the
comments,
Commonwealth Historical
bots, and
and
different
Museum
things that
Commission.
we've received
Any
via
records
email
of
and other
permanent value or
places.
historical
And the
importance
current
shall be
conduct
turned
of the
over to
minority
Commission
council is
for
just not an
preservation in the
appropriate
archives.
time to offer that. I
Article
would also say that our manager, Mr. Hudson, advised us
officials,
that
Section
it
5-10
would not be
Township Manager.
prudent for
Township
us to
manager's
pursue
powers are,
an
Part A,
interactive
the
council
executive power of the
time,
township
and I
government
think
shall be vested
what
in
you're
and
seeing right
exercised by
now
the
is the
manager.
perfect example example of why it would just make meetings more dysfunctional.
And by general law, and shall have further authority.
Okay, I agree, and.
I second your motion.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, I'd like to read an email that I received from Kathy Pitzel-McGovern
The
today.
manager shall be chosen by the council on the
And she
basis
says,
of his
"Good morning, all. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend tonight's council meeting. I do have a comment that I would like to make and also have read out loud tonight during the meeting
He need not be a resident of the township or Commonwealth.
and possible
Section
actions
4, the
on
manager shall not hold any elected.
options for interacting interactive council
office.
meetings.
The salary,
My
subsection
comment
C, salary
is,
of
since
manager.
January of
The manager shall
2024,
receive a
the
salary
actions
commensurate
of
with his
Jason
experience
Benonis and Tom
abilities. The
Carochi
salary
have been
shall be
so
established
extreme and
annually by the
vile.
council.
We have
Manager shall
had
receive
no one
other
apply for
compensation, direct or
ancillary
indirect,
committee
for the performance
positions.
of his
No one
duties.
wants their private
Outside
business
employment may be allowed
repeated
only with
over
the
and
express
over
prior
and
consent of
over
the
again to
council.
the public for no
Subsection D,
purpose. When I
general
called the
functions and duties of
DEP,
the
all the
manager,
woman talked
manager
about
and
was our
the chief
council meetings
executive and
and how
administrative official of the
inappropriate they
township. The
are.
manager may
When
also serve as the
attending the
zoning
Lower
officer
Saucon
and as the planning
Historical
administrator.
Society
At the
meetings,
discretion of
all we
council,
talk
the manager
about is how
shall execute
inappropriate
all
their
laws,
behavior is.
ordinances,
When visiting
resolutions,
the
and
open
bylaws of
space
the township
properties,
and
all we
local
hear
law
about is
applicable
how
thereto.
inappropriate the
All
meetings are.
administrative functions
Everyone
provided by the
states
previous
the
governing
obvious.
body
It's
as
just
provided by
wrong,
law. The administrative
disrespectful,
responsibilities
and
of
in
the
the new
manager are
era
to,
of
one,
DEI,
supervise and
diversity,
responsible for the
equity, and
activities of all
inclusion,
township departments. He shall be
get
available
away
to
with it.
work with the
It is
controller
well
and shall
known that the
supervise
reason
and
that we
assist the
do not
director of
have a
finance,
permanent
who is an
township
employee of the
manager
town-
or zoning
an employee of the
officer
tax collection
is
and
no one is
disbursement
willing
of the
to take
manager's office.
the nonstop abuse
Power to remove
of council
department heads
members
or
when there are
assistant
other
One
opportunities
be
available.
authorized by the
Every
council
Lower
and
Saucon resident should be made
appoint
aware
subordinate
of each and
officers
every
and
council
employees.
meeting's costs.
Recommendations for appointments and promotions of
We
subordinate
pay the
officers
solicitor
and
for each
employment
meeting, and how
within each
much
department shall
OT
be made by the
pay the
department head
police,
to
both
be
of them,
to the manager on the
administrative
basis
staff
of a
for each
personnel
meeting.
system.
I think it should
which
be an
shall
item
include
on
written
every council
procedures
agenda.
for appointment
Discussion
and
of
promotion
costs of
based on merit
last
and
meeting.
fitness
I
as
think it should
determined
be
by
an
examination or other office of competence
discussion of
for the
costs of
for the
last council
position.
meeting.
The
Perhaps that
personnel
will help
system shall
people
be governed by
more
rules,
active
by
in our
personnel rules,
having
which shall be
council meeting
prepared by the
members
manager and
removed.
submitted to the
Stop the
council, which
constant
shall adopt
harassment
them
and
with
ridiculous
or
waste of
without
money.
amendments unless otherwise provided for or arrived at by collective bargaining. The personnel rules shall provide for A, the classification of all township positions based on the duties, authority, and responsibility of each position, with adequate provisions for reclassification of any position
Since it's
whenever
in
warranted
writing,
by change of circumstance.
comment for
Subpart
this
B,
agenda
a
item
pay
that
plan
we
for
can
all
add
township
to
positions.
the-
Subpart C, advertisement of openings as they occur.
Read it
Subpart D,
verbatim, and I think.
methods for determining the merit and fitness of candidates for appointment or promotion. Subsection C, the policies and
I'm not going to
procedures
make any
for
comment on
regulating
this.
reduction, enforce, and disciplinary
just
action,
introduced too
including
much
suspension
extra.
and removal of employees. Subsection F, the hours of work and provisions for sick
I did
and
too,
vacation leave and holidays and
the
provisions
audience
for
like to
overtime
speak on this
compensation.
agenda item?
Subsection G, grievances
Hearing
procedures,
none, Kathy, would
including
you like to do a
procedures for
roll
the hearing of
please?
grievances. Subsection F, distinction between the entitlement
Ms.
and
Ray?
considerations of part-time and full-time employees. Subsection I, other practices and procedures necessary for the administration of the township personnel system.
To not proceed with
Subsection
that
2,
interactive.
appoint the members of the boards and commissions with the advice and
That's a
consent of a
yes
majority of the
from-
council. Subsection 3, negotiate contracts for the township
Mr. Benonis?
in accordance with the law, subject to the approval of the council, and
Ms.
supervise the
Alcott
performance
Cordero?
and faithful execution of the same. Make recommendations concerning the nature and location of township improvements and execute
Phil made
township
a motion
improvements as
now.
determined by the council. Subsection 4, assure that all terms and conditions imposed in favor of the township or its residents in any statute, public utility franchise, or other contract are faithfully kept and performed,
Yea or nay?
and upon knowledge of the violation, make prompt report of the same to the council.
Non-responsive.
Subsection 5, prepare a detailed agenda for all the meetings of the council and supply facts pertinent thereto. Each agenda shall be prepared and posted not later than 3 days
Okay,
before each
moving on,
scheduled meeting.
miscellaneous business
Posted-
items.
Posting shall include but not be
Approval of the
responsible to
September 4th
shall be-
council minutes.
not be limited to
I'd like to
township
make
hall.
a motion to approve
Agenda
them.
shall be
Anybody
sent to
have
the local
any, is
newspapers.
there a
Copies of
second?
the agenda shall be given in advance to all council members and such other
Second.
township officials as deemed necessary.
And I guess
Subsection
discussion,
6, attend all meetings of the council with the right
know
to
if
take
there's
part in
any
discussions, but without the right to vote.
any of that.
Subsection
Nobody said
7, provide
anything,
prompt
so.
dissemination of all rules, regulations, and ordinances adopted by the council. Subsection 8, provide for the prompt
on the
dissemination in writing of all rules and regulations governing the internal
I have
management operations of any
none.
department,
Victoria?
officer,
I don't have
or
any
authority of the
additional.
township. Such rules shall not become
On the
effective
minutes?
until written and
On the
delivered
minutes
to the
for me.
secretary. Subsection 9, make such recommendations to the council concerning policy formulation as he deems desirable, and to keep the council and the public informed as to the conduct of township affairs. He shall be available to the
Dillian?
residents of the township for discussion
Mr.
of township
Benonis?
affairs. Subsection 10, represent the township in deliberation with other
Cordero?
governmental bodies. please. He shall have the authority, subject to the final ratifications of the council, to negotiate intergovernmental cooperation agreements pursuant to Section 5 of Article 9 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Subsection 11, prepare and submit the annual budget to the council by November 15th, together with such explanatory comment as
Okay,
he may
moving
deem
on, thank you.
desirable.
Moving on to council and staff reports.
In preparing the budget, the manager shall obtain from the head of each department, board, and official estimates of revenues and expenditures and other supporting data as he requests. The manager shall review such estimates and may revise them before submitting the budget to the council.
I did receive
Subsection 12,
from an email
submit
from
annually to the council and make
Ken
available
Hollowell
to the public a report of administrative
minutes.
activities to the township. He shall prepare and submit such other reports as may be required of the manager by federal, state, and county agencies. Subsection 13, perform such other duties and have such other functions as may be required of the manager by ordinance or resolution of the council. He may employ, with the advice and consent of council, experts, professionals, and consultants to perform work and to advise in connection with any of the functions of the township. Subsection 14, be responsible to the council for carrying out all policies established by the council and for proper administration of all affairs to the township within the jurisdiction of the council. Section E, vacancy of the office of manager. Subsection 1, the manager shall give 30 days written notice to the council prior to his resignation. Subsection 2, the manager by council resolution may be removed by a majority vote of the council. If he is to be removed, the council shall notify the manager in writing at least 30 days before such removal shall become effective of its decision to remove him from office, stating the reasons for his removal. The manager may reply in writing and may request a public or private hearing, which shall be held not earlier than 20 days later than 30 days after filing of such request. After such public or private hearing, if one is
us to use taxpayer
and
money
after full
to ship
consideration of the
waste
council by
to another
majority vote of
location.
its members,
Last year, they gave us
only resolve the propriety of his removal. The
of
council may
taxpayer money
direct
to a
that the
library
manager's
in
salary
another
be
county.
withheld or paid
No
during
strings
suspension.
attached.
Upon termination, any
How
salary earned
fiscally
up to the
sound
date
is
of
that with our
termination shall be
taxpayer
paid
money?
forthwith. Severance pay up to but not
There's the
exceeding
ball
3 months'
field,
salary
built at a cost of
from
over
the
$3
effective
million
date of
to the
termination may be
taxpayers.
authorized by the council.
On Eastern
Subsection
Road
3,
has
when a
no
vacancy occurs in the office of manager, the council shall
Notice
take
of
immediate
Carucci's
steps to fill the
responses
position.
was, it was an
F,
oversight.
acting township manager. If the manager is
makes us
temporarily absent
wonder
or unable
what
to
other
perform his duties
oversights they made
due to disability, he
our
shall
tax
designate the assistant
money.
manager if the position be
They want to
authorized
take
and be filled to be the acting
allocated
manager. Otherwise, the manager shall
and move
designate a
it to $1
qualified
million
administrative
ball-
officer of the
$1 million
township to
ball
perform his
field.
duties
As
during
an
his
insult
temporary
to the
absence or
council president,
disability.
they want
In
to
the
make
event of his failure to
name
make
the
such designation
It's
or in
after
the
her.
absence of or disability continues for
Their
more than
lack
20
of
days,
planning
the council shall appoint
they
an
were in
officer of the
charge has
township to perform
become
the
our
duties of the
taxpayers'
manager
money pit.
during such absence or
You only
disability
need to
under the
watch
manager
the first
shall,
15
until the
minutes of
manager
a-
shall return or
of the
his
meeting
disability
on
shall
November
cease.
6th
In
to
case
see
of a
how
vacancy
these
in
two
the position of the
conduct
manager, the council
After
shall
their
immediately
constant
appoint an acting
disruptions,
manager
they
to perform the
leave
duties
meetings
of the
early,
manager until the
missing
office is filled on a permanent
discussions
basis.
and voting on
Section
items that benefit
5-11
Lower
departments,
Saucon Town-
subsection
Lower
A,
Saucon
general
residents.
department heads are appointed by the
You
manager and
cannot
are
make
directly
a
responsible
meeting.
to him.
You can
The
still
manager
voice your
shall assume the
concerns.
duties of any
Please email
unfulfilled
your
department
concerns
head
about the
position or
behavior of
delegate these
these two
duties
men
until the
to Kathy
position is
Gorman,
permanently filled.
acting township
Subsection B,
manager.
Department of Public Safety. The Department of Public Safety, under the supervision of the manager, shall be
Anything
responsible
else
for all
under your
police services,
reports?
radio communications, health and safety services, safety education, and animal
Manager at
control
Lower Saucon
required for the
Township.org
protection of the
and
residents of the
request to have your
township.
concerns
Fire and
read
civil
into
defense
minutes during the
activities in
non-agenda
conjunction with the
comment
volunteer
section
fire
at the
company
next
shall be
meeting.
coordinated by the manager in
you.
conjunction
Did
with
you
the
have any
volunteer
other
fire
under
companies,
manager reports?
emergency management coordinator, and fire marshal.
Go ahead.
Section
Just
2,
talk
the
loud into
department
the
shall
thing.
have such
Speak
other
really
functions
loud,
as required by general
people
law, as
obstructing
directed
and
by the
talking too
council,
loud.
or as directed by the manager, with the
Talk like
advice
you're
and
at a
consent of
baseball
the council.
game.
Kevin Yeakel to the
Subsection 3,
second
specifically
supervisory
the
position of
personnel and functions of
roadmaster.
the
Kevin
Department of Public
has been with
Safety
the
shall
township
include but
since
not
September
be limited to the A,
2001.
manager, B,
His
police, chief of
vast
police,
knowledge of the township
C, fire marshal, D, emergency
So we'll
management coordinator, E,
have him
animal
on
control
staff.
officer, C,
Congratulate him.
Department of Public Works, subsection
Ed
1, Department of
Eichenlob
Public
has
Works under
resigned from the zoning
under the
hearing
supervision
board.
of the
We
Director of
received that
Public
notice
Works
today.
shall be responsible for the construction and maintenance of the township streets,
to the
roads, and
floor to
highways,
look for
parking
another
facilities,
zoning
storm sewers,
hearing
parks,
member.
and recreation facilities of the township, and all other
resigned from zoning
township-owned
hearing?
properties, facilities, and buildings.
Ted Eichenlob. from zoning hearing board.
Shall
We
have
received an email, I
such
haven't
other
received
functions
it.
as required by
An
general
official
law
letter.
or as directed by council or as directed by the manager with the advice and consent of
Northampton
the
County
council,
has issued a
subsection
burn ban
3,
effective November 10th
specifically
at 12 a.m. with their resolution 112/2024 for 30 days.
Specifically, the The personnel and functions of the
conducting
Department of
work
Public
on
Works shall
I-70
include but not be limited to A, the
construction
director,
meeting held
and
on
B, the
November
roadmaster.
8th. The
Section
project is
5-12,
the
officers and
location of the
employees. A,
eastbound
township
and
solicitor.
westbound structures
Subsection 1,
carrying
the solicitor shall be a
I-78 over
person
Easton Road.
or firm learned in the
Preliminary
law
work and
in active
award
legal
of the
practice in the
contract is
Commonwealth of
currently being
Pennsylvania.
done. The project is to
Shall
end
be appointed
December
annually
14th,
by a majority vote of the
2026.
council. 3,
Delays.
his remuneration shall
So
be
it's
set
gonna go
annually by the
from
council.
now
4,
until
he may be
2026.
removed by the council at any
Now,
time
but
with or without
construction
cause.
goes to December
5, the solicitor shall
2026.
furnish legal advice
So
and
they're gonna go
opinions to
right
the
into that.
council, the manager, the chairman of any committee of the council, and to all officers, departments, boards, and commissions on any matter in
Town Hall
connection with
Park
their
playgrounds are
official
complete.
powers or performance
Received
of their
2
official
the 3
duties.
grants to
6,
close the
specifically, the
projects
solicitor
out.
shall
Work
prepare or
documentation
approve all contracts,
requiring for
bonds,
the
or
third
other
grant.
instruments in writing to which the
Grant
township is a
funding for
party.
both
B,
for
approve all surety bonds
were a little
required to be
over
given for the protection of the township.
$280,000.
C,
City
prepare
of
or
Bethlehem
assist in
issued a
preparing any
letter
ordinance
to
or
many
resolution.
who had serviced
Section 7,
with
the
water
solicitor shall perform
at
such other
their
duties
service
and have
lines
such other functions as
to-
required by general law or
to
as directed
include
by
the
the
build-
council
this-
or as
including this
directed by the
building,
manager with
have
the
been
advice and
classified as
consent of the
lead
council.
status unknown.
Subsection B,
until
the
it's
township
confirmed, we
engineer.
have provided
Subsection 1, the
safety
engineer shall
guidance,
be a professional engineer or
which has been
engineering firm
distributed
licensed
to
as such in the
potential
Commonwealth of
parties using our
Pennsylvania. He
facilities.
shall be appointed annually by the majority
Yard
vote of
waste
council.
facility has been extended and will be open
Made with
November
reference to his
30th, December
qualifications,
7th,
training,
and
and
December
experience for his
14th.
duties of the office.
EAC
Subsection
is
2, his
opening the
remuneration shall be set
volunteers for the
annually by the
non-voting
council.
members again, so
Be removed by
please,
council at any time with or without
any
cause. Subsection 4,
applications,
specifically, the
to,
engineer shall perform such duties as the council
Schneider.
directs for the construction, maintenance,
Light Up
and
Night
repair of all
is
streets,
November
bridges, culverts,
29th
and
at
other
Dimick
engineering
Park.
work. Subsection 5, the
Saucon
engineer shall
Police
be
Department
available
is
for
collecting
consultation
food
to the planning
donations to
commission
fill for the
with the
police
advice
car
and
food
consent of the
drive from
council.
October 12th,
Section 6,
25th
the
to
engineer shall
November
perform such
22nd,
other
so we
duties
still
and
have a
have
few
such other
days left to
functions as
drop off
required by general
donations.
law or as directed by the council or as
Lower
directed by the
Saucon
manager
Police
with the
Department
advice and
is also
consent of the council.
participating in No Shave
Subsection C,
November.
sewage
Funding will be
enforcement
donated
officer.
to St.
Subsection
Luke's
1,
Healthcare Network Cancer
certification
Compassion
pursuant to
Fund.
the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania
Donations
Department of
accepted
Environmental
to
Protection
November
Regulations is a
30th
prerequisite for
and
this
can be dropped
position.
off at the police department.
If the sewage enforcement officer is
We
a
are collecting
professional,
Squishmallows
he shall
again
be
for
appointed
Emily's
by the
Hug Me
manager with the
Drive
advice and
from
consent of the
November
council,
11th
and his
through December
remuneration shall be
16th to
set
support
annually by the
children
council.
diagnosed with
Subsection
cancer.
3, the sewage enforcement officer shall
Saucon
be responsible for the
Fire
township's compliance with the
Rescues
Pennsylvania
Lady
Sewage Facilities
Auxiliary
Act
will
and
be
shall be
holding their
empowered to
Letters to
perform all
Santa
necessary
event on
functions
Friday,
pursuant to
December 6th
proper
from 6
administration
to 8.
thereof. The sewage enforcement officer shall
Lower
maintain
Saucon
records of
Historical
all
Society
sewage
will have
applications
photos with
and of all
Santa on
permits
December
issued. He
14th
shall
from
submit
11
written
to 1
opinions
at the
or
Lex Franklin
explanations concerning
Schoolhouse.
sewage-related problems or
Saucon
questions
Valley
to the council
Conservancy
or
will have
manager
their
upon
open
request.
house on December 8th from 6 to 8 at the Heller
Officer.
Homestead.
The manager shall appoint a zoning officer approved by council.
9th,
He shall
sorry.
administer and enforce the provisions of Chapter 180
Can I
zoning in
just
the
make-
event that a zoning question
thank you,
in the
Kathy.
opinion
That
of the
was a
zoning officer
very
requires
nice
resolution by the
report,
zoning hearing board.
because you had a lot on there,
Shall
but I
appeal the
think
matter
what
to the
might
zoning hearing board for
helpful, especially
interpretation and
since
decision.
the obstruction we
Zoning
have is
officer
that
shall adopt rules and
it looks like it
procedure
wouldn't take you
consistent
much
with
time to
Chapter
just put
180
that
zoning
into
for
like
the
a
purpose
little
of assuring
memo,
efficient
and the
and
memo can
uniform
be sent out to
administration of its
constant
provisions.
contacts
Subsection
and put
E,
on our
assistant
website,
zoning officer. The
and maybe
assistant
like
zoning
as an
officer
ongoing
of the
thing.
township. The
From
assistant
you
zoning officer shall
specifically.
assist the zoning officer in the performance of his duties. The assistant zoning
Just like
officer shall
maybe as a
maintain complete
directive
records
for
and
every
shall,
meeting, the
in addition
manager's
to
report go out as a
written
special
reports to the
constant
zoning officer
contacts.
upon request.
Website, you can update
Planning administrator, the manager
information.
may serve as a planning administrator
That way
for the
everybody
council by
gets it,
resolution
'cause there's a
shall
lot of good
determine.
stuff and it
He
comes
shall
at the
be
end of the
available to
meeting and
furnish
nobody ever uses
information and
it.
direction to persons requesting subdivision or other planning related
Council
information.
reports, Jason?
He shall work in conjunction with with the planning
He's still
commission, engineer,
talking.
and council in the review of all subdivisions, I haven't yielded the floor, plans and agreements, and all other planning-related functions with the right to comment and participate in all discussions concerning the same.
Well, I have
Subsection
something to
G,
read.
assistant planning
I'd like to
administrator.
read another letter
Administrator shall be an
that I
employee of the
received,
township.
an
The
email
assistant planning administrator shall assist the planning
on
administrator.
November 19th from
his
Ann and
duties.
Glenn
The assistant planning
Brown of
administrator
Lower
shall
Saucon.
maintain
The
complete
Lower
records and
Saucon
shall, in
Council
addition to his other
exemplifies the
duties, submit
divisions
written
present
reports
in
to the
our
planning
nation
administrator upon
Hearing
request.
some
Subsection
members
8,
insult
boards
others
and
by calling
commissions.
them, and I apologize for this,
Appointments to boards and
dumbasses,
commissions shall be
morons,
made by the
stupid,
manager with
and
the advice and
clowns,
consent of the council.
mirrors the language
Subsection
we've
2,
heard on our
all boards,
televisions
commissions,
from
and authorities existing on the
recent
effective date of the
national
administrative code
elections.
shall
this behavior has set a troubling example that others feel encouraged to imitate, leading to a trickle-down effect of accepting negative behavior. Are these words and actions those we want to model
office is
to
not
our
consistent with Act 62 of
future
1972
generations?
PL
Shame
184
on
as
them.
amended. Subsection 4, all boards, commissions, and authorities shall work with the manager to assure cooperation and efficiency in their cooperation. Subsection 5, except where otherwise noted, members of boards, commissions, and authorities shall serve without compensation. Subsection 6,
Victoria?
if a member of a board or commission shall be absent from the meetings for 3 consecutive months, the council may declare the appointed position vacant. Subsection 7, a vacancy on boards and commissions shall be filled for the remainder of an unexpired term by appointment by the manager.
Okay,
with the advice
so
and
on
consent of the
Monday,
council.
November 18th, I had the
Section
pleasure
I,
of
zoning hearing
attending
board
the water
number
and
1,
carbon
the
groups
zoning
PFAS treatment
5
plant
members and shall perform its duties
opening.
and
It was a
exercise
beautiful
power.
event, and I
With respect to
appreciate
the zoning matters within the township under provisions
so
of the
thank you to the Bethel
municipalities planning
landfill
code
and
as
to
amended.
the
Subsection 2,
and
each
carbon
term of the
groups,
office of the zoning hearing board
event.
member shall be 5
That it's
years
a
and shall be
great
so
step
fixed that the
forward
term of office of one member shall expire each year. Members of the zoning hearing board shall receive compensation for the performance
we
of their
don't know
duties
what
as
amount
fixed by
is
the
in there,
council, but in no case shall the
this
amount
is
exceed the rate
a
of
great next
compensation
step to try
authorized
and
to be paid by the
protect Lehigh
members of the
River,
council. 3, members shall hold no other office
decades
in the
of
township.
leachate continuing to
Section
come out of the landfill. And
Pension
this will
Advisory Committee,
hopefully
the Township
prevent
Council
additional PFAS
shall
from going in
administer
there moving
and
forward.
administer
So
uniformed
I'm
and
very happy that I was able to do that.
funds of the township. The Township Council may provide for
Other
pension
important things, the
council in the administration of the pension
opportunity
funds.
to meet
The
with
council may
staff on
delegate and the
Easton
committee may
Road.
perform such other delegated
It's an
duties and
important update.
exercise
We
such
had
powers with respect
initially
thereto
back in
as are
January
conferred by
asked the
general
staff
law
to look at
upon
Easton
pension
Road.
advisory
As
committees
many
and townships
people
of the second
know,
class.
there
The
are a group
council
of
may
residents
direct and
that
the committee
are
may use
opposed to
professional services as provided in the
the
annual
current
budget.
zoning of Easton Road, which is
Committee
light
shall consist of 5
manufacturing.
members as follows: the
And
township
there are a group of
manager,
residents
1
that
participant from the uniformed
council in
personnel,
2023 who were
chosen by
very much
majority vote of
opposed
the uniformed members, 1
having the
participant
area zoned as light
uniformed personnel,
manufacturing.
chosen by the
So in
majority
light
of
of
the
that, in
non-uniformed
January,
members, and
we
2
asked
members
staff to
chosen
look at
from
that.
non-employee residents of the
Other
town,
things beyond our
recommended by the
control that
manager and
occurred
approved
between
and appointed by
January
council.
and now,
All
but we've
persons
been able
designated to
to
serve
move
on the
forward
committee shall
in
serve at
meeting
the
with
pleasure of
staff on
council
that.
for a term of
And
3
we hope
years.
to
Any
have an
member may
update
resign
soon,
upon written
but
notice to
the idea
council
would be
and
that
the
we have
committee.
a number of different options available.
From resignation, death, or
The
removal
public
shall be
can,
filled by the
review
council as
those
set forth
options,
herein.
can choose
Section
something,
3, the committee
hopefully
shall act
that,
by such
would
procedure as the
accommodate
committee shall
everybody's
establish,
interests.
provided that all
But in
decisions shall be
any
made by
event,
majority vote. The
be
committee
an
may
open
authorize one of
meeting
its
for
members
people
to execute any document or documents
Great.
on behalf of the committee.
My update on that, there is
Bylaws and
Rail
regulations
Trail
as it deems
Commission
necessary
meeting
for the conduct of
next
its affairs,
Monday.
and may
That will
appoint
be in
such
Upper
accountants,
Saucon
counsel,
Township.
specialists, or such
Oh,
other
very
persons
important, sorry.
as it may deem desirable for
As
the
as
proper
everybody knows, I'm a
administration of the
liaison
pension
to the
fund,
Water
provided
Authority.
that no such
The Water
regulation,
Authority has
bylaw,
been
or
working
appointment shall be
diligently,
effective until such
on the
as
pumper
approved by the
station,
council. Subsection
that's going to
4,
be
the
installed
committee shall keep a record of all its
by
proceedings and acts. The
412
manager
and,
shall keep all books,
Giant.
all such books of accounts, records, and other
They
data
did
as
just
shall be
receive
necessary for the proper
an award,
administration
the
of the pension
lowest
fund.
responsible bidder
Shall be
major
communicated to the
component of
council.
that
Subsection
project.
5, the members of the
I'm
committee shall
excited that
serve
we
without
have in our
compensation
budget
for
the
their services,
ability
but all such
to
reasonable
coordinate our
expenses
Act
incurred in the
537
administration of the fund, including but
to
not limited to
update
fees,
our
services of
sewage,
specialists, including actuaries, accountants, and
our
legal
sewage,
counsel, shall be paid, provided that such expense shall be subject to the proper approval, to the prior
anybody who's
approval of the manager.
interested to inquire at the Water Authority about that
No
project.
member of the committee shall incur any liability for any action or failure to act,
That's it.
excepting
That's
only
it.
liability for
Okay,
his
next
or his
person,
own gross
Tom,
negligence
did you
or
have any
willful
reports?
misconduct. The employer shall indemnify each member of the
When
committee
Jason's done.
against any and all claims, loss, damages,
okay,
expense, and liability arising
engineer's
from
not
any
here,
action or
solicitor.
failure to act, except for such that it is a result of
public
gross
comment?
negligence or willful misconduct of such member. K,
Non-agenda
Parks and
items,
Recreation
anybody
Board.
here would like to
1, the
speak under
Township Parks and
non-agenda
Recreation
items?
Board shall consist
none.
of 7 members appointed
So,
annually. 2,
I guess,
the
is there a
Township Parks
motion
and
to
Recreation Recreation Board shall make recommendations to the manager concerning the recreation program and facilities and
I
park
made the
area
motion to adjourn, I just heard
acquisition and
it.
development.
You
Three,
second?
two members of the
Second
Township
it.
Parks and
do
Recreation
you wanna
Board
do a
may
roll call
represent the
just to make
Township of the Hellertown Lower Saucon Joint Recreation Committee. L, Planning Committee. Planning Commission. Section 1,
Yes.
the Planning Commission shall consist of 7 members and shall perform its duties under the provisions of the municipality's planning code as amended.
Backing up.
Each member shall serve for a term of 4 years.
Yes.
2, the Planning Commission shall be advisory to the council. The Planning Commission shall review all subdivision plans with
Okay,
regard
and
to Chapter
the
180
time
zoning,
of the
Chapter
meeting
145
ending is
subdivision and land
1:02
development. The
a.m.
Planning Commission shall from time to time
Thank you,
make
everybody.
recommendations that the comprehensive plan be updated.
And-
3, the
and,
Planning Commission shall
I guess
perform
we
such
leave
other
him. I don't
planning
know what to
functions
do.
as are requested by the council. M, authorities. Township authorities shall be established and operated pursuant to the provisions as set forth in the second-class township